Well, here we are again, floating somewhere between Earth and space, trying to make sense of everything. Again. Anyway, let's get to it. Inauspicious beginnings, folks. Take two. Well, sorry for leaving everyone here for so long. I had some serious technical issues going on over here. Hopefully I've solved them. Got a hell of a lot to talk about, and now I have 2 hours less to do it, so that's good. That's helpful. I guess not less. I've spent 2 hours not doing it, and that feels like 2 hours less. 2 hours less of my life to do it. I can't do shoutouts because obviously you're all in chat for way too long for me to do that in a real serious way, but I'm glad to see all of you. Hopefully this all works. I did have to do a couple of different things here, and hopefully the things that I did are gonna help. I learned something new today that I had really very little knowledge of. I noticed two different things. I learned something new, and I noticed something new on my computer that I did not notice before. I tried to change it, and it may be affecting things as well, honestly, but let's try and make this work today. What do you say? Now, we're gonna start in, of course, the United States. And you know, we keep getting told that we are being invaded. Constantly being told by the Trump administration there's an actual invasion going on. And I have the first piece of evidence I have seen this in this last 3.5 months. Get ready, folks. Mexico invading us. Navy ship. I'm sorry. I'm kidding. This is not actual evidence. This happened like an hour ago. This is apparently some old wooden ship, Mexican naval ship, which was here, tried to go under the Brooklyn Bridge and broke. At least that's what it appears. I don't think it's supposed to be like that. Anyways, I think it's just an accident. That's what it seems like. Somebody didn't know the clearance or something. They're probably going to get in a lot of trouble for this. Or somebody, whoever was driving this boat, probably gonna have a bad time. All right. Let's talk about a little bit more rhetoric, huh? Not just invasions, but 8647. Even more to talk about here. Apparently, the Secret Service is interviewing James Comey, As of 16 hours ago, here's CNN. Yay, CNN. Oh, right, this is an Abby Martin roundtable, I think.
Stupid
My favorite.
Post. Are they really going to try to throw him in jail over it?
No, I don't think he's going to jail. But let me ask you, if Tony Soprano said so-and-so is going to get whacked, does that mean that they're out of whack? Does it mean that they're going to get weed whacked? No, it means that they're going to get killed, right? In this context...
Well, James Comey didn't say Donald Trump is going to get 86.
No, he posted 86. He said he posted 8647, right? 86 in this sense is a verb. 8647, right? This is something that the New York Times, the BBC, all acknowledge that could mean, in context,
could
kill
mean.
Someone. So yeah, I after 2 assassination attempts, this
guy is such a turd.
congressional shooting, the left lighting Teslas on fires. You have
wow. Okay.
Barring Jews from entering campuses. Yeah, I think this is okay to investigate. I think it's fine to investigate. I don't think anything will happen from it because maybe there's no evidence. Maybe you could take him at his word. But this is definitely something that has been used as a threat against President Trump and should be investigated.
Needs to be investigated, he says.
Jack Posobiec, who wrote back in 2022, 8646. He also said that Comey should be arrested.
How could you?
This. Matt Gaetz
should we investigate him?
Back in 2024. We've now 86th. McDaniel, McConnell.
Illegal.
I think he should
throw him in jail.
Throw him in jail.
Yeah. He should undoubtedly be questioned. You know, every time Donald Trump uses the word fight, people lose their minds.
What?
And here you have a post, and we're supposed to believe he was just sharing the numbers of the day on Sesame Street.
I'm sorry.
There's a meaning behind it, and he knows that
Who's
there's
losing their
a
mind?
political meaning.
Who the fuck? Can you name one person? Can anybody help me out and tell me who he's talking about? Who's losing their minds over the word fight? He said the word fight like 10,000 times during the fucking campaign. I didn't make a I didn't complain about it one time.
Admitted that. I know he admitted that, but he also is smart enough to know that before he shares that, he should probably fully vet it to understand the full meaning behind it. I will say though, I do want to say, I didn't know what it meant until a couple of weeks ago. I was leaving a restaurant. The person parked next to me had a sign next to their little baby on board decal. They had a sign that said 8647. And I was like, what in the world is this their phone number? Are they like, and I had to look it up.
The baby on board.
There's T-shirts that say that. So I you know, it was a stupid post. It was a stupid post. I also think that he should have known what it was going to cause. Maybe he was bored and maybe he misses the limelight. Who knows? But here's my thing. The whole, like, you know, Republican hair on fire and Donald Trump, he, you know, needs to be investigated, should go to jail. Do we remember when Donald Trump said that Hillary Clinton is probably going to be taken care of by the Second Amendment people? I mean, what is that, right? And that seemed to be clearly an indication that maybe someone should come and take care of her with their Second Amendment right.
And not only that, he posted just last year that video of a truck that had Biden, an image of Biden tied up in the back of it. I mean, January 6th, I guess a lot of people memory hole January 6th, but I mean, he did, incite and egg on violence, and then he pardoned these people. So I think pardoning violent, what some call insurrectionists that attacked police officers sends more of a signal than 8647. I used to be a waiter when I used to work at IHOP.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking, you know, because all these people are losing their minds. We went over them yesterday. Fox News did like 17 stories on this in 24 hours. Every single right-wing, independent sort of, you know, whatever. I can't call. I mean, I guess is Glenn Beck the independent? I don't know. But you know, Glenn Beck, all these other idiots are out there freaking out about this. I don't remember them freaking out over stuff like this. I got a list of stuff. Let's go back in time.
The most talked about story this week concerns this building behind me, the Trump Tower, and the sign, which many in the city say is an eyesore.
Hi, I'm Ivanka Trump. Here's where one's fantasies get indulged.
Do you believe that you've done anything to create a tone where this kind of violence would be encouraged?
I hope not. If you see somebody getting ready to throw a tomato, knock the crap out of them, would you? Seriously. I will pay for the legal fees, I promise. Do you know what they used to do to guys like that when they were in a place like this? They'd be carried out on a stretcher, folks. Like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you. In the good old days, they'd rip him out of that seat so fast. Yeah, get him out. Try not to hurt him. If you do, I'll defend you in court. Don't worry about it. Get that guy out of here. Get him out. Get that guy out of here. In the good old days, this doesn't happen because they used to treat them very, very rough. And when they protested once, you know, they would not do it again so easily.
To me, this is what separates the Trump brand from the others.
Yeah, I remember that. That was from the first campaign, the 2016 campaign. Remember this? This was the 2020 campaign when Donald Trump fans surrounded a Joe Biden bus.
Illegal.
But, of course, Donald Trump actually defended this. Don't believe me? Here's CBS Texas from 4 years ago.
The president is reacting after the FBI said it's stepping in to investigate a group of Trump supporters who swarmed a Joe Biden campaign bus in Texas. It happened Friday on I-35 as the bus was headed to the Austin area. Biden campaign staffers called 911 reporting vehicles trying to run them off the road. One minor accident was reported. The president defended the supporters in a post on Twitter last night. He said, quote, "In my opinion, these patriots..."
In my opinion, these patriots did nothing wrong. Instead, the FBI and justice should be investigating the terrorists, anarchists, and agitators of Antifa who run around burning down our Democrat-run cities and hurting all of our people.
Did nothing wrong. Instead, the FBI and justice should begin investigating the terrorists, anarchists, and agitators of Antifa who run around burning down our Democrat-run cities and hurting our people.
She doesn't do it as good as me. Terry, this is your big break.
Come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Today we will see whether Republicans stand strong for integrity of our elections, but whether...
And then he told them to march on the Capitol, and they did. And they interpreted that to mean, you know, attack police officers and all this other stuff. So, but it was beautiful, actually. It was like it was a perfect day. You know, when you make that speech to a crowd that has gallows, maybe then you should think about your language. I don't know, but no. All these Republicans have defended this. Even the ones who were at the Capitol that day. It was very peaceful. Very peaceful. Let's talk more about rhetoric. The Good Liars played some rhetoric games down on the streets earlier this week. This one I found to be fascinating.
Do you all think Democrats should tone down the rhetoric? Yeah. Do you think Kamala Harris should go to prison? Yeah. We're living in the dumbest timeline right now.
Saying that Joe Biden called Trump supporters garbage. People seem to have an issue with the rhetoric. Let's check out what kind of merch we got here. Says fuck Biden.
Current so-called president of the United States called Trump supporters garbage.
So we showed up as garbage.
Yeah, we're going to wear that proudly because we are Trump supporters.
And so, can you tell me how wearing the garbage bags proves that you're not garbage?
Oh.
Just as the bag says.
Right.
But Biden can call us garbage. Trump calls us Americans.
Trump calls us Americans.
Right, but you're dressed as Biden defined you, not as Trump defined you.
Well,
well, I think more of we're taking it as a joke at this point.
Well, like it would make sense if you were wearing an American flag and you said Biden calls us garbage and Trump calls us Americans. You were wearing an American flag.
I'm confused.
What are your thoughts on political rhetoric in the country?
Oh boy, I think unfortunately we're too far divided as Americans in terms of what America means, and I think that's a shame that we ever got to this spot. That's what I think.
It's a shame.
And what is this shirt? It says SR. What does it say on the back? There are 3 useless things in this world: a dull knife, an unloaded gun, and liberals.
Illegal. I see you got a garbage bag from your belt here. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, Joe Biden called us trash. So hey, if he's going to say it, why not?
So you're kind of owning that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm garbage.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Trump is called
I love being
liberal
garbage.
scum and that kind of thing. Did that bother you?
No, it doesn't, because he's exactly right.
This is
The
wild.
liberals are satanic, and they bathe in the blood of the infants that they slaughter to pay homage to Moloch.
You're being serious right now.
Yes, I am.
Yes, I am.
And I see you've got your Hillary for Prison 2016 shirt. And how'd you get a hold of this shirt? Were you?
I got it back in the day.
Okay.
This one too.
It says, can you tell me what it says there?
Life's a bitch, don't vote for one.
All right. And so that's got a picture of Hillary Clinton on it. You got Hillary for Prison 2016. Let me ask you a question. Do you think Democrats in this country need to tone down the rhetoric?
100%.
They're saying things that are too rude and disrespectful and are too inflammatory.
Too inflammatory.
All right. So what does that shirt say again?
It says, life's a bitch, don't vote for one.
And then there's a picture of
Hillary Clinton. Yes.
And then this one says,
Well, read it. Hillary for Prison.
Do you think there's a problem with the rhetoric from Democrats?
They always been sending the wrong message. I realize they've been sending the wrong message since I was like my early 20s.
Yeah. And what does the shirt say here?
Hillary for Prison 2016.
About what you wanted to lock up Hillary Clinton?
Oh yeah. By far, I mean, before she was running for president on Google, you can Google. I think it was a death body count, and when she was running, like that they took it off Google. Like it's all suspicious.
Oh God, that is suspicious.
This is what your sign says. Is this what you call Kamala when you're talking about
I can't pronounce her name right anyway, so camel toe is a better solution.
Okay, and so we are here at a Donald Trump rally in Pennsylvania.
A Donald? The Donald, you mean?
Oh, you're correcting the pronunciation?
Mm-hmm.
These people are such morons.
Excuse me, are they making you take off your shirt? Are they making you?
Profanity shirt.
Oh, really? What did the shirt say? You mind showing the camera?
She say I need to take, I don't know what.
Can we see what it says? Say no to the hoe, vote Trump 2024. Now, why'd they make you take that off?
He say it's only temporary, only for cross the line, and that's it.
Oh, so you can put it back on when you get in there?
Yes.
So it's only when you are walking in, but when you get into the rally, you can put it back on?
Yes. That's it.
Interesting.
Let's hope someday the military steps up.
What would you like the military to do?
I'd like them to go in and wipe out Washington, D.C.
You want the military to wipe out Washington, D.C.?
Absolutely. They're all corrupt.
You want them to kill everyone in Washington,
I
D.C.?
want them to arrest everybody. Then they can go through and see who's doing what.
So martial law.
All the public could see that.
So you want the military to arrest everyone in Washington, D.C.?
You're bet.
And who are you voting for this year?
Oh, Trump.
Trump?
Absolutely.
And why do you want the military to go be used against our country's own people?
Nobody else has got the power to go against the cabal.
And who is the cabal?
The cabal are the elites. They're the ones that are putting up the money to pay for all the that stuff up there.
The stuff?
What are you talking about?
The sky trails.
The sky trails.
What are chemtrails?
Chemicals and metals, and they've been out. They've been military started. Doing that in Vietnam.
And you think the U.S. is doing that to its own
I know
people?
they are.
What are they? What are chemtrails?
Part of the Navy, and there's hired contractors that are flying planes over like that, and there's metals up there, there's chemicals up there that are affecting our breathing, and they're killing us.
Really? So they're doing? We're inhaling chemicals that are killing us?
Yeah. It's proven.
What brand of cigarette do you smoke?
Tough.
Is it?
Well, I don't know. I order it online.
Oh my
You are
God.
wearing this garbage bag because Joe Biden.
Called Trump supporters garbage.
But then
We're
on
proving
November
him
5th,
right.
you want to take the garbage out. But you're not talking about Trump supporters when you say that. You're talking about other people. Okay.
Yeah, DC, Joe Biden.
We need to take the garbage. She's wearing a garbage. I love how I love how Republicans are incapable of seeing the irony, just in anything. She puts a garbage bag on it and then writes on the garbage. I feel like this is a prank. This feels like a prank. Who does this? How stupid do you have to be?
Do you feel the logic of the outfit is strong?
Yeah, absolutely.
They want to put Hillary in jail.
And what would she go to prison for?
What wouldn't she go to prison for? Everybody that knows Hillary ends up dead anyway, so.
Is that true? Like President Obama?
Obama, yeah. So.
He didn't die though. He's alive, right?
Yeah, Obama? Oh yeah.
Helping taking out the trash.
And who's the trash?
The Democratic Party.
Democratic Party?
Yes, sir.
Democratic Party of trash?
Yep.
And what were your thoughts on Joe Biden calling some of Trump's supporters trash or garbage?
It's a terrible thing to say, especially since we're all American. We're all one people, so very terrible thing to say.
And you're wearing this because?
I just wanted to stand out, man. That's all.
Take out the trash?
Yes, sir.
Who's the trash?
The Democratic, what's it called? I forget the same.
Party?
Yeah, the Democratic Party.
It's unbelievable. We are literally living in the dumbest timeline right now. The dumbest people on the planet decided the fate of it.
Well, 7 escaped inmates.
Excuse me, sir. I need you to shut up.
Well,
I need you to shut up. Oh, being an American is embarrassing, isn't it? Oh God, it's painful. It really is painful. It's hard to watch. Let's take out the trash, and then you put yourself in a trash bag, which suggests that you're the one that needs to be taken out, and then you don't. It's just wild. All right, now big news. Big news here. Down south in New Orleans, where 7 inmates are still at large. I think there was a total of 10 that originally escaped I actually just realized I don't have all the videos I wanted in here. Anyway, let's go here.
Well, 7 escaped inmates are still at large after a bigger group broke out of a New Orleans jail, possibly with some inside help.
This is very suspicious. We know that they had help. We're showing you they had help. This was coordinated. There's much more than meets the eye.
These are the moments when the 10 inmates, some of them facing murder charges, escaped from the Orleans Parish Justice Center overnight on Friday. They pulled a sliding cell door off its tracks and escaped after dislodging a toy.
Now this is why I honestly probably wouldn't have done this.
They pulled a slide.
But it's the weekend, and I felt like doing this one. This anybody else know? Like when I saw this, I was like, oh my god. They did the actual Prison Break. Has anybody seen the show Prison Break? The Michael Scofield. This is literally the plot of that fucking show. If you don't know what I'm talking about, here's a clip. This is like a really quick clip. And like the guy, like he's supposedly like I don't want to I guess I'm spoilering for some people. Spoiler alert. This guy is like an architectural engineer. His brother is in jail, so he gets himself put in jail so that he can escape. And here's the toilet, right? And like he got the drawings for this building. And like figured out the size of all this shit, and they break out by like undoing the toilet exactly in the same way. It's crazy. All right. Now let's talk about people that are getting put in jail. Actually, wait, is this in the right order? Wait, why is this here? This is wrong. This is not supposed to be. This should be way down here. This is out of order.
Illegal.
Did I have this clip prepared? Maybe? Sue me.
Illegal.
Spoil more shows, but you don't. I said spoiler alert. I said spoiler alert. You didn't have to listen to what I said after I said spoiler alert. You could have been, you could have just something. Spoil. I won't spoil any more shows. Okay, that's it. God damn it.
The NYPD is sharing details about plans to keep tomorrow's Israeli Day Parade safe. It'll be the second major march up Fifth Avenue since the October 7th attacks. And the parade comes amid an uptick in anti-Semitic threats and rhetoric right here in the city. At a briefing yesterday, Commissioner Jessica Tisch said the department has developed a comprehensive plan that includes street closures, banned items, and specific spots for screening.
All spectators will be screened at these locations by NYPD personnel before entering.
Oh my god, what a waste of tax dollars. I wonder how much money is getting put out there to protect people who are out here supporting genocide. I meant to segue that properly. I got distracted. I don't know by what. What was I going to say about that now? I cannot remember. All right, let's stay in New York. Talk about Israel a little bit. Well, kind of talk about Israel. Talk about a man who was detained, put in a detainment center in an ICE jail. Who was in New York, a Columbia student by the name of Mohsen Madawi, who is now free and was interviewed on Democracy Now! Yesterday. I really,
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Today, a Democracy Now! Global exclusive. We're joined by Mohsen Madawi in his first live interview since being released after spending more than 2 weeks in a Vermont prison. Madawi is a Columbia University student, Palestinian activist who holds a green card. He's a legal permanent resident. He was arrested in Vermont in mid-April when he appeared for what he'd been told was his naturalization interview. After completing the interview, he ended up being taken away by armed and masked federal agents. Mohsen moved to Vermont from the occupied West Bank in 2014, where he was third generation in his family, to live in El Farah, a Palestinian refugee camp. He later attended Lehigh University in Pennsylvania before transferring to Columbia in 2021.
Narwhal by nature getting us started on the goal. Thank you, Narwhal. GSL, do you know when the checks start? My family member is driving from there in the morning, and I want to let them know. They never check the news. Which checks? I don't know what checks you're even talking about. I wish I had an answer for you, but this is... I'm not sure what this is in reference to.
Study international affairs. At Columbia, he was co-president of Columbia's Palestinian Students Union and served as president of Columbia University's Buddhist Association for 2 years. Mohsen Madawi is one of several students who've been detained by the Trump administration. Former Columbia student protest leader Mahmoud Khalil has been detained since March 8th. Tufts PhD Fulbright scholar Ramesa Ozturk was released a week ago after 6 weeks in detention. And Georgetown University scholar Badr Khansouri was freed on Wednesday after nearly 2 months in detention. Mohsen Madawi spent 2 weeks in a Vermont prison before a federal judge in Vermont ordered him released on bail.
When the checkpoints start. Oh... I see what you're saying. Okay, no, I actually don't know what time they start. I don't think it was in that video. I'm not sure what time they start. Sorry. It must be somewhere on the internet. You would think. Although I guess it's not a guarantee.
Jeffrey Crawford compared the recent detentions of immigrant student protesters to the Red Scare and the Palmer raids of 1919-20. This is Mohsen Madawi speaking to supporters just after his release, April 30th.
And I am saying it clear and loud. Yes. To President Trump and his cabinet. Yes. I am not afraid of you.
Judge Crawford ruled Madawi should stay in Vermont but could come to New York for educational purposes. When the government objected, the judge responded Mohsen Madawi could travel to New York to attend his graduation at Columbia. The judge went on to write, quote, during his time in New York State, Mr. Madawi is permitted to move freely and conduct his daily activities normally, including but not limited to meeting with elected officials, speaking with and being interviewed by members of the press and media, speaking at public events, attending protests, the judge wrote. Mohsen Madawi hopes to begin graduate studies in September at Columbia's SEPA. That's
okay. Hold on. I'm going to move this forward a little bit. I honestly really enjoyed this interview. Actually, oh, it goes right into it. Damn it. Okay, never mind. I gotta. Damn it. I really enjoyed this interview, and
here now in our New York studio.
I want to watch as much as I can.
Live interview. Welcome to Democracy Now! Congratulations on your freedom, Mohsen.
Thank you, Amy. It's a pleasure to be with you, and good morning to your audience as well.
So if you can start off by telling us what happened, why you ended up going back to Vermont for this final, what you thought, immigration interview. What happened?
I mean, I was waiting for this interview, which is my naturalization process to receive a citizenship for over a year. And the reason I had to go to Vermont because my residence, my permanent residence, is in Vermont. Therefore, I went to basically what I thought should be a normal, naturalization interview. I expected at the same time that there might be a trap set up for me, just seeing and witnessing what happened to other students, including Mahmoud Khalil and Rumeysa Ozturk. And therefore, I was prepared for that interview, that I might come on the other side with full rights or no rights.
We interviewed Vermont Congressmember Becca Balint at the time because you had written to her. She's the sole Congress member in Vermont, as well as to Senators Peter Welch, who visited you in prison, and Senator Bernie Sanders. You wrote them all because you were so concerned about what would happen?
This is exactly right. I mean, I prepared for on many different levels. Part of why I stayed in Vermont is because of the support that I received from official representatives, such as the senators and the congresswomen, who I'm very grateful for. But at the same time, also, I had to arrange with my lawyers in order to have everything drafted, ready to go, just prepared for the worst case scenario. So I prepared with the lawyers, contacted my representatives, and contacted my community members who are very close to me. And we saw the aftermath of this is I was able to stay in Vermont.
It's pretty wild to think that he went through all of that and still spent 2 weeks in an ICE detainment facility.
That other students did not have the luxury to do. They were uprooted from their communities and from legal support.
So what happened? You go to the naturalization interview. What day was that?
It was on the 14th of April.
And you went with your lawyer?
I went with one of my lawyers, an immigration lawyer. We go into USCIS office. This is the immigration office where I'm supposed to have my interview. And everything looked kind of normal. There were some signs. The officer who interviewed me inside was waiting for us. And after being in the lobby for a few minutes, the lobby was emptied from any other applicants. So it was only myself, my lawyer, and my friend. And I looked at them and I said, this is the calm before the storm.
And so you had your interview? Did you sign any documents?
Yes, I went through my regular interview for citizenship to the point I thought that I am going to receive the citizenship that same day. Jeez. Because I was asked the
Why do all of
I
that
had to answer.
It just seems incredibly cruel and unnecessary. Like, why make him even go through all of that if you're gonna then, at the very end of it, just stick him in jail? Like, come on.
The questions correctly, and then I was asked if I am willing to take the Pledge of Allegiance. When the officer asked me if I am willing to do so, I said, of course. And he asked me to sign a document saying that I am willing to actually protect and defend the Constitution of this country. And shortly after that moment, just within a minute, the DHS agents storm the office, separate me from my lawyer, and they say that I am under arrest.
Illegal. Masked?
I mean...
Were they masked?
They were masked. They had hoods on. You could not recognize them. And they had guns on them as well.
And they masked around you? Did they handcuff you?
Yes, directly. Actually, there was not any space or room to show us documents or to explain anything. And they said, you're under arrest. So I gave them my hands and I said, I am a peaceful man. I am not going to resist.
And so you were taken. Where was your lawyer?
They prevented my lawyer from being with me. So I was taken through the back door into the lobby, outside of that building, into an unmarked SUV, and my lawyer did not know what's happening with me. In fact, at that time, all of what was going in their head is to basically execute the premeditated plan that they had in mind, which is to send me to Louisiana. They had the tickets, the airplane tickets printed and ready. The agents had the tickets ready.
So they drove you to Burlington?
Well,
the airport?
Yes. So before they took me to the airport, they took me to a building to process me. And the processing, which we expected to take place in St. Albans at the prison, did not actually take place there. So I was surprised, very surprised. They processed me in a different building, separate building, only 10 minutes away from the airport. And then they drive me to the airport, and they hand me to 2 other agents who are supposed to fly me on a commercial flight.
And what happened?
At that moment, I asked the agents, I said, are we going to Louisiana? And they said yes. And I asked which direction, so I clarified that it's going to stop by New York City, then to Louisiana. We went into the airport, and we realized that the flight was, basically we were late. The flight was about to take off. The airplane was being taxied. During that time, I also was not feeling well, so I had to use the restroom for a brief time. And the moment I get out of the restroom, while we're walking towards the gate, we see the airplane being taxied away.
So your stop in the bathroom saved you from this plane?
I don't know if that is the reason, but some people think that this might be the reason.
When you got to the airport, you saw the plane pulling, when you got to the gate, you saw the plane pulling away?
Yes.
And what did it allow time for your lawyer?
I mean, if you think of it, that has changed the path of my legal fight for justice. It allowed my lawyers to fight on fair ground and to free me within 16 days, something that other students, as you saw, weeks and months they've been in detention.
So you were held in detention in a prison in Vermont?
Correct.
With other migrants?
This is wild. Mish with another super chat. Now we got 2. Have a great night, Space Fam. That is all. You lurking over there, eh, Mish? Okay, lurk away. I appreciate the super chat. Doing pretty good on the goal so far. This whole thing is insane. The fact that any of this happened.
Tension.
So you were held in detention in a prison in Vermont?
Correct.
With other migrants?
That's right. In this prison, in fact, basically ICE rents a section of the prison. And the section where I was, it was a mixture of 3/4 of people who have committed crimes before and 1/4 of migrants who come in and out. And I was, my cell was C38, the first cell in that C section where the migrants are. So I saw waves of the migrants. Those are not just migrants, those are the people who feed us, who plant our food, who harvest our organic, delicious Vermont produce.
Like the dairy workers
and the
who were
dairy
detained.
workers as well. So I was able to meet the first wave, which is farm workers who worked on farms, and the second wave was farm workers who worked on the dairy in dairy farms.
Describe the conditions of your detention and what that brought to you, what that reminded you of.
Fabrics of injustice, you see them everywhere. I was prepared for worst case scenario. So to be honest with you, being in this prison was not as bad as I thought mentally. But the difficult parts was realizing this interconnectedness between injustices. It reminded me of my uncles, and specifically my uncle Abed, at some point when a guard shined the light through the squared window in the door. And the light was so strong in my eyes, and they remembered my uncle who had bloody eyes permanently. And then I thought...
Where was your uncle?
My uncle was imprisoned in the Israeli prisons, and now he's no longer alive.
He was in the West Bank?
He passed away 2 years ago. That's correct. He was born, raised, and died in a refugee camp, the same refugee camp where I was born.
Al-Farah.
Yeah, yeah. And I had this realization when I was there. I am now interconnected to 3 generations of my family. My grandfather, who was unjustly imprisoned, my father and my uncles who were unjustly imprisoned, and my cousins who were also unjustly imprisoned. And now I can feel their pain.
You also lost your brother, as well as other members of your family. Talk about where you were born. Talk about your family in the West Bank and in Gaza.
What I am doing here in America, this is exactly the question that I hope for the government to ask and to look into rather than just labeling me. What I've been protesting for is related to my first-hand life experience. As a child, I buried my own brother when I was 8 years old. He was 6 years old. And my brother faced serious issues. He was paralyzed because the Israeli army prevented my father from taking him to receive medical care. The camp was under siege. And then in the second Intifada, when it started in 2000, I was 10 years old. And I witnessed my best friend getting shot and killed in front of my eyes. And the pain of injustice that you feel when you see just a kid who you loved so much, his life being taken away in a second, is a painful experience. But that wasn't it too. My uncle, on September 12, 2001, after September 11, my uncle Thayer was killed on the hands of the Israeli army as well.
Where?
In Tammun, in fact, between Al-Farah refugee camp and Tammun, the same town that 5 people were killed. It's only 5 miles away, actually 5 kilometers away, about 3 miles away from the refugee camp.
The 5 people were just killed
That's
in the last
correct.
day.
So it hits home.
This guy's life is not only it's both harrowing and incredible. The things he's had to go through and the perseverance that he has managed to have through it all, and the fact that he's put himself on the line. And then you add on top of this whole fucking situation over the last month that he's been in.
Away from the refugee camp.
The 5 people were just killed
That's
in the last
correct.
day.
So it hits home. Everything that I am seeing and I am witnessing. I mean, in the second Intifada also, I lost 2 cousins. I was shot in my leg when I was 15 years old. And some people would say, oh, what was happening and why those people were killed? This does not, what matters is that children live in pain and suffering, in trauma. And we have to see that for what it is. And we cannot just justify the killing, the murder, the continuous occupation, the apartheid, the genocide. We cannot justify it anymore. We either have to be pro-peace or pro-war. There is no third option. Enough is enough. So many people are suffering. And for me, many family members in the West Bank since October 7th, 4 cousins. In Gaza, more than 30 of my extended family. And I come here to Colombia, and what I do, I share my pain with the world. And I say, this is so painful. The war must stop. Children are suffering. The trauma is unbearable. And what they do, the American government and the extreme groups, the pro-Israel extreme groups, they want to silence me. They don't want me to grieve. They don't want me to share the pain. They don't want me to share the loss. They don't want me to ask for justice. It doesn't matter if I'm doing it in the most peaceful, non-violent way or not. They want to silence me.
You were president of the Columbia University Buddhist Association for 2 years. What made you become a Buddhist?
I discovered Buddhism when I came to America. And what made me become Buddhist is the practice of meditation and empathy that helped me with my pain and the trauma that I bared as a child. So when I came to America for the first time in my life, I was provided with a level of safety to feel safe. And when you have that level of physical and emotional safety, the trauma starts surfacing. And Buddhism has helped me to center, to calm my emotions, and to be able to connect with the other, even my oppressors, even people who cause me harm. And this is how I started my journey and dived deeper into Buddhism until I led the Buddhist Association at Columbia.
Over these last few months, the protests...
He does... When I found out that he's a big meditator, I was like, that makes a lot of sense. He's so incredibly relaxed throughout all of this. I mean, he gave double peace signs while he was getting arrested by ICE. Like, the guy is super chill.
...have taken place across the country, calling for the release of the detained students, like yourself, have been massive. And on April 20th, protesters gathered at Union Square to call for your release. The protest was organized by Israelis for Peace. This is Josh Drill, an Israeli-American master's student at Columbia University.
To deport someone like Muhsin sends a chilling message that peace builders are not welcome here. It derails the very path we so desperately need, and it actively stops Israelis and Palestinians from meeting. As a peace collective, we cannot allow this to happen. We cannot allow these deportations to happen. They threaten our future.
At that protest.
By the way, I just want to say thank you to Columbia Rican for the super chat. Just want to say Mohsen Madawi is the example of a very strong and admirable individual. He has gone through hell and back, and he's still able to smile. Yes, exactly. It's truly incredible. It really is. All right, I'm gonna end it there because we have not gotten through very much today. It is a great interview though, and I would definitely say you should try and watch it all yourself. I'm just so far behind tonight. We're only an hour into the stream, but it's already 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time right now. It's 3 hours. Like 2 hours just disappeared from my life, and it makes me very sad. Hopefully the changes I made are gonna stick and we don't have more issues with the stream in the future. Fingers crossed, everyone. Even regardless, I will persevere. We'll continue to try and make the stream work. Now, now if you didn't, oh shit, I forgot. You know what? No, I take it back. I just remembered the rest of this interview is so good. I take it all back. We're watching the rest of it. We really have to. We really do.
I also spoke to the New York City Controller, Brad Lander, who is running for mayor right now.
Somebody who grew up in a refugee camp in the West Bank saw a friend be killed by an Israeli soldier, and yet rather than turn to vengeance and pick up a rock or a gun, turned to Buddhism and becomes a peace activist and comes here and goes into synagogue speaking about empathy.
The controller running for mayor, Brad Lander, also Zoran Mamdani, who's running for mayor, has come out in support of you. What was that like? How did you experience that in prison?
It might be too cheesy to say that I have never felt as much love and support as much as I felt when I was in the cell. I was not able to see the full spectrum of support and of love and of protest, but I heard about some of the action that was taking place. And I have to say I was deeply moved by seeing everybody who has mobilized and protested, but more specifically by the Israeli and Jewish community in New York City and in America, really like moving and raising their voices against my detention.
Also, Judge Crawford noted his court had received more than 90 statements and letters. I understand now it's well over 100 from Vermont community members, academic experts and professors, many of them Jewish, vouching for your character. What did that mean to you, Mohsen?
It meant that I am heard, that I am being seen, that my advocacy and work for peace and for justice did not go for nothing.
All of this is the Trump administration went after you, saying you promoted anti-Semitism. What did Secretary of State Marco Rubio claimed in a memo that the New York Times obtained that your actions could, quote, potentially undermine the Middle East peace process? Your response?
I'm not sure if they actually have a peace process. If they have a peace process, let them show us what the plan is. What we are doing is we are protesting and we are standing against war. We're asking for America and for the rest of the world to abide by international law and human rights as a first step. Illegal. This government has been violating the basic principles of human rights and the basic principles that international law was established on. They're violating this country's own laws, the Leahy laws. And if they are accusing me...
The former senator of Vermont.
Exactly. And what they are doing, they're gaslighting the American people, and they are pointing the wrong direction. My response to this is listen to the peacemakers who we have, Palestinians, Israelis, Jews, Muslims, Americans, everyone, and see the fact and the reality for what it is. What they're trying to do, they're trying to distract from the real issue, and the real issue is funding and supporting a genocide and dehumanizing Palestinians and seeing them as less of a value, don't deserve equal rights as everybody else.
Mohsen Madawi, can you talk about your dreams for the future, starting with next week? Class day is Monday. I don't know if it would...
Okay, that's where I'm going to leave it. I just wanted I wanted to hear that part of it at least. Now, the state of Vermont was mentioned a bunch of times, seeing as Mohsen Madawi is from there. Let's talk about another guy from Vermont, Senator Bernie Sanders. He had some stuff to say. I hope this one doesn't get me in trouble copyright-wise, but he made an appearance over here at the Late Show with Colbert.
Limited amounts of money, and we're going to beat you the next time you're up for election.
Sorry.
If that's what you want to do.
All right. There we go. There was Bernie on the Late Show, letting it all out for the normies who actually watch that show. And saying it like it is. AIPAC making a lot of decisions somehow for us on foreign policy as it relates to this situation, all due to the fact that we allow money in politics. And we need to stop that. Although I guess some senators could just grow a spine. Technically, they're not obligated to do anything for any of that money. That would be illegal.
Illegal.
And they could, just stop taking that next year, And sure, maybe they will get primaried. Or maybe just like with Elon in Wisconsin, people will, push back against that. The more that they know about it, the more that we message on it, and being, having a conscience doesn't hurt. I don't think. I think having a conscience is probably a pro for most voters. All right, let's go to talking about immigration, and boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to talk about. We're going to start off talking about the South Africa, the Afrikaners situation. What's her name? I don't remember this girl's name. Something Blackwell. She is the undersecretary at DHS. I think she's basically Kristi Noem's assistant.
President Trump is right to say that people in danger should be offered help and safety regardless of
Oh, by the
race.
way,
So why is the United States
please shut up.
president not
Please,
living up
please
to
shut up. Please shut up.
is right to say that people
Oh my God, I need to stop talking. Something I just want you to do, because oh boy, I forgot about this one. Like this just, I'm so thrown off because of how this stream started off today. But I just want everybody, we were just talking about Gaza. I want everybody to listen in on this one. Listen carefully, and I actually just let it out of the bag there if you're paying attention. But I just want you to all pay attention to what is missing from this conversation. They're about to go 8 minutes here talking about genocide.
President Trump is right to say that people in danger should be offered help and safety regardless of race. So why is the United States, why is the president not living up to that? Right now, no refugees are being resettled in the U.S., not from the Congo, from Sudan, Afghanistan, Haiti. The only exception is South Africa, specifically Afrikaners, a white minority group of landowners that's claiming discrimination. And here's President Trump on Friday defending the fairness of prioritizing white South Africans.
If I see people in distress, I don't care what color, what they look like, what anything, their size, their height, their eyes, I don't care. But I think that from all evidence, the farmers in South Africa are being treated brutally. And it's been reported, and nobody wants to cover it, but they happen to be white. And if they were black, I'd do the exact same thing. And we treat people very well when we see there's a genocide going on. So if it's a genocide, that's terrible. And I happen to believe it could very well be. So we've made a home, and we'll make a home for other people that are treated badly, no matter what their color.
A flight carrying the first group of 59 South Africans arrived on Monday. On that same day, the Secretary of Homeland Security addressed the termination of temporary protected status for Afghans. It's set to expire Monday the 19th. Now, the Secretary of Homeland Security said in a statement that we reviewed the conditions in Afghanistan with our interagency partners, and they do not meet the requirements for TPS designation. Kristi Noem cites an improved security situation and stabilizing economy. Afghanistan is run by the Taliban. Bishop Sean Rowe of the Episcopal Church came out this week to say it's wrong for the U.S. to make a home, as the president put it, for white South Africans, but then not do the same for Afghans. As a result, Bishop Rowe says the church is withdrawing from the U.S. refugee resettlement program.
We had people waiting on airplanes. We had people who have helped our country, that have been translators for our military, that have been patriots for this country, that are waiting in camps while white Afrikaners are being let in on a fast track. We feel like that as a moral matter, we can't participate in.
So a lot to talk about with Tricia McLaughlin. She's back with us. She's the Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs at the Department of Homeland Security. Tricia, welcome back. Let me start here. Despite the president's repeated reference, can we just start this conversation by agreeing that Afrikaners are not facing genocide?
Absolutely not.
Jesus
First of all, I have to correct the facts, Victor. You said that no refugees were let in. Under President Donald Trump, since January 20th, 8,666 individuals have been granted asylum. Those people have faced persecution for their politics, persecution for the color of their skin, their religion, and that includes those 59 Afrikaners who came in this country last week who have faced...
You know, this guy, he keeps trying to he's putting on this tough face, and yeah, there's plenty of arguments that should have been made here, and plenty of things that he just doesn't say. He just doesn't say it. But what can you think of right now? I mean, we were just talking about him. There's a lot of, I mean, oh God, oh, it's just this one really pissed me off, honestly.
their own government. They've had their land seized because of the color of their skin. There's been over 140 laws
Oh my God.
enacted that are race-based and to discriminate against racial minorities. So I got to correct the facts where you're wrong, Victor. and you're wrong.
Several things. President Ramaphosa says that although the law was signed in January that would give the government the purview to take the land, no land has been taken from Afrikaners. Also, that's President Ramaphosa. He'll be at the White House this week. Take it up with him. Also, the definition of genocide is aimed at extermination, right? And so although there is violence in South Africa, there's violence against Black South Africans too. So when the president says that there is genocide, where is the evidence? The U.S. has not recognized officially genocide. The United Nations has not recognized genocide. And for the thousands of people who you say were let into this country who've been granted asylum, I'm talking under the refugee resettlement program, which the president froze by executive order early in his administration.
Victor, can we take a pause and recognize the fact that
But all right, this thing really bugs me. Okay, this whole time. Now the fact is Donald Trump keeps talking about ethnically cleansing all the Palestinians. Not one time does he bring up Gaza. They talk about genocide for 8 full minutes during this piece, and not one time does he bring up Gaza, or does he bring up Mosa Madawi when she's claiming all this other garbage about we've let in a lot of political prisoners into this country. Well, what about all the political prisoners that we have in this country? Our own political prisoners that we have right now. He doesn't bring it up. CNN just does not give a single fuck about Palestinians. In fact, I'm pretty sure they're on board for the genocide entirely.
you are defending race-based discrimination? You are defending race-based violence?
I'm not defending race-based discrimination in any way. The president uses the term genocide. There is no genocide in South Africa, and frankly, it does a disservice to people in countries around the world who are facing genocide in the Congo, in Sudan, those who faced it in Rwanda and Bosnia. And
he's just naming genocide after genocide, completely skips over Gaza, right? Just completely skips over it as an example, as if it's not happening. This is the part about it that really upsets me. Right, because no one's suggesting that Bosnians need to be. There's, the Bosnians need to be refugeed. Right, there's the genocide's over. Right, he refuses to list Gaza as being a genocide.
In the Congo, in Sudan, those who faced it in Rwanda and Bosnia and Cambodia. So when the president says that there's genocide in South Africa, it does not exist. We should probably just start with that truth.
Okay, if you're going to allow me on your program, I'd like to speak.
You're welcome
Again,
to.
we have granted asylum to 8,666 individuals since January 20th, regardless of color or creed. It is quite frankly disturbing to me that members of the media, including people who are on this very network, are trying to whitewash the facts and whitewash the fact that these individuals have faced discrimination, racial violence, the seizure of their land based on nothing but their skin color alone. This is the United States of America, a land of opportunity, and we...
It's a land of opportunity, my ass. Now, this is actually a pretty small number of refugees, if you do the math. This is less than half of the number of refugees the United States usually takes. Like, on average, it's like something like 60,000 refugees get let into the country. It fluctuates year by year, depending. But like in 2023, there was over 60,000. And it's already May 15th, so almost half the year's gone. So she's bragging about 8,000 refugees. But that is... I'm just trying to do the math. It's like 25% of... Like 75% less than usual.
Help those who are facing persecution from the government of South Africa.
So you clearly are not going to acknowledge there's no genocide in South Africa. What about the genocide in the Congo? Will there be this expedited path available to the Congolese and to the Sudanese who are facing actual genocide?
Again, Victor, 8,666 individuals have been granted
You have a
asylum.
specific number on asylum. How many of those are from the Congo or from the Sudan?
I'm happy to come back next week and lay out all the single facts, but the fact that you have not addressed the fact that we have helped these individuals who are facing persecution, and you seem to want to whitewash the fact that that South Afrikaners are facing persecution, and I can't.
That's quite a term for her to use. Do you want to whitewash it? Wow. Feels like that's what you're doing right now. Literally. Okay. That's enough of that. But yeah, no, I mean, not one time does he mention Palestine as that being a genocide. Of course, the most obvious reference of genocide that's happening on the planet right now, at least for comparative purposes, whether or not Palestinians want to come to the United States as refugees. The fact that CNN just decided not to say it one time, I found really gross. Okay, hold on. I have to get you some support characters here, it looks like. What's happening? All right. Now, Kristi Noem was giving testimony in Senate committee earlier this week. Or this might have been, was this Friday? I can't remember. Either way, I just want to go here. This is Forbes breaking news from 17 hours ago.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Poe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, good afternoon. I wish we could have heard from you before ramming through a $70 billion reconciliation bill. But nevertheless, I'm really happy that, and glad that we have a chance to speak with you today. Like many of my colleagues, I am deeply concerned that your department is blatantly ignoring our laws. The law is very, very clear. Members of Congress can show up unannounced to facilities, and ICE must accommodate a tour of their detention centers. The fact that your spokesperson suggested arresting members of Congress who were given a tour of the facility is disturbing and certainly dangerous. We will not accept threats or intimidation by anyone at your department or across the administration for exercising our constitutional oversight authority. Now, let me just refer now to my questions. The Trump administration's funding freeze has created chaos and unpredictability for state and local governments to respond to threats. Reportedly, $100 billion has been canceled or is being unlawfully withheld. You stated today that we are a nation of laws, yet you are actually violating the law. In our recent markup, I offered an amendment to prohibit DHS from delaying or withholding FEMA grant funding. Unfortunately, it was rejected by my GOP colleagues. As my district ramps up for the World Cup, our first responders and municipalities require resources today. By delaying and withholding grants like the Homeland Security Grant Program, you do not just create uncertainty, you undermine the ability of state and local governments to begin security planning for one of the world's largest sporting events. Right now, you are a month behind.
I don't think it's going to be one of the world's largest sporting events this year. I mean, maybe it will be. I just find it unlikely that we're going to have a whole lot of attendance at this World Cup. But, I don't know if you caught what she said in there. But Kristi Noem is violating the law right now, suggesting that she's withholding FEMA funds, among other things, not doing her job. and that's something that's going to come up this year big time, is the fact that the Department of Homeland Security oversees FEMA. DHS gets the money, they distribute it to FEMA, and like some of these other like subsequent agencies. And I suggested yesterday that, you know, they may be using DHS as funding that should have gone to FEMA for other things, specifically all of this insane nonsense that they have been engaging in with regards to all of these people being kidnapped and detained and then sent to you know, El Salvador. All of this, I'm fairly certain, is being paid by the DHS budget right now. Stuff like this too. Got a bunch of, God, we do have a lot of stuff to go over today. Because yeah, also I mean, the fact is ICE. I don't know if everybody understands this, but ICE is also one of these agencies. I keep forgetting whether to mention that. But so ICE, and I should look up all of the. I should look it up, but I know it's at least ICE and FEMA. I think Customs. I don't think Customs and Border. I can't remember if CBP is part of it as well. I think they're separate agencies. This was in North Carolina. You can see ICE officers tackling a man in a pool. This is where your money's going, people. Here's Reuters from 16 hours ago. Protesters demanded the return of Abrego Garcia, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Wait, what is this? Oh shit, I got ahead of myself. Sorry.
I think some tragic circumstances are at bay. I'd like to switch gears to due process. I have a lot of concerns about the lack of due process that your agency has been affording people in this country. Illegal. In Texas, for example, you had rounded up 171 individuals, were preparing to deport them, and it wasn't until the Supreme Court issued an opinion that that was unconstitutional and that their due process rights were being violated did your agency actually stop and adhere to the Supreme Court's opinion. My question to you is, has those efforts ceased in your agency? Are you going to cease trying to deport people without access to due process in the courts of law in compliance with the United States Supreme Court?
Well, Congresswoman, we are following due process and using it as to how Congress has laid out to us in statute, and we are complying with all federal judges' orders as well.
You weren't complying at that time. It took the United States Supreme Court
to order
you to comply. So you hadn't proactively
That's a fucking
complied
lie.
on your own. You were intending to wrongfully deport.
Exactly. That was a fucking. She's such a liar.
Well, you weren't complying at that time. It took the United States Supreme Court to order you to comply, so you hadn't proactively complied on your own. You were intending to wrongfully deport people without access to a court hearing, without access to the rule of law, and that is why it was necessary for the United States Supreme Court,
due process does not guarantee a hearing,
who issued an opinion
Absolutely
ordering
does.
you and your agency to comply with the due process rights of the people in this country. That's what separates, that's what makes our country great, is we do have access to due process. And so my comment to you is I'm hoping as you move forward, because initially as you were proceeding through these deportation processes, you were not affording people due process, and the Supreme Court has now ordered you to do so. So I am assuming by your testimony that you do intend to comply with the Supreme Court's order moving forward, and we're not going to have any more instances of wrongful deportation without proper access to due process. Is that correct?
We are following. federal judges' orders, and we are complying with due process procedures as they are laid out, as Congress has.
I hate this woman.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
She is evil. She is evil incarnate. She does not get. I mean, the fact that she is willing to sit here and lie about the fact that they are violating the rights of Americans in broad daylight. It's obvious to everyone that's paying any attention. She's willing to sit here and just lie to the entire country. It's disgusting. It disgusts me. You can go to hell. Now let's go to the protest seeking the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the man wrongly deported to El Salvador. I mean, everybody there is wrongly deported. Nobody got a hearing. We have no idea who is not supposed to be there and who isn't.
What do we want? Due process. What do we want? Due process. What do we want? Due process. What do we want?
The Trump administration kidnapped a husband and father from the streets of Maryland and illegally sent him to a notoriously dangerous foreign prison. Shame! Shame! Their actions were unlawful and unconstitutional. They themselves admitted it was done in error. We will continue rallying. We will continue to show up. We will continue to demand justice. Peace.
Yeah, but I mean, the fact is just because he, like, everybody, we have no information. That's one thing I just want to remind everybody of. Is like, I mean, we do talk about Kilmar Abrego Garcia a lot right now, but every single person that is in El Salvador did not get a hearing. Every single one of those people were just scooped up and sent out, right? Regardless of what evidence they claim they have about anyone, it needs to be presented in a court of law. And a judge needs to preside over at least a basic hearing. It's just getting so frustrating to me to see these people just circumvent the rule of law over and over again. Let's go to Worcester, Mass. CNN from 8 hours ago.
Fallout now in Worcester, Massachusetts, following the chaotic ICE arrest of a woman last week. Worcester police are now releasing dramatic police body cam video of the incident. What you see here, neighbors and a family member trying to stop ICE agents from arresting the woman. Worcester officials say after considering the chaos that erupted, they're now exploring how their employees, including police, should interact with federal immigration agents. CNN's Gloria Pesmino is following all of this. Gloria, help put all of this into context for us.
Yeah, Fred, and that's important because what we're seeing here is essentially a municipality that is struggling with what to do when federal law enforcement agents show up in its town to enforce immigration law. And that's exactly what we were seeing here. You had ICE enforcement show up to Worcester, Massachusetts to arrest a woman. And it was during that attempt that chaos erupted, as you can see in the video. Now, the city has released the video in part to try and get some clarity about exactly what happened here. Now, let me explain what you're looking at here. There was a woman in a house in Worcester, Massachusetts, taking care of an infant and a 16-year-old. ICE showed up. She called the 16-year-old's mother to come and help. As it turns out, ICE was there to arrest the mother of the 16-year-old. When they moved in to arrest her, the 16-year-old tried to block the ICE officers from being able to take her. It turns out that that was the teenager's mother who they were trying to arrest. Now, it gets really chaotic here, where she is holding an infant, you can see it there, and she is standing in front of a police vehicle in an attempt.
Now, some people are suggesting that she endangered this infant, and I suggest that ICE is endangering everyone in this fucking neighborhood. That's my personal opinion.
To block it. And this is where things really begin to fall apart, right? Because they are blocking this police video. They're holding an infant in their arms, putting that child in danger. And now you have immigration officers who are trying to...
It's not the Gestapo that's putting us in danger. It's this woman who's trying to stop them from doing all of this shit that they're doing. Right, okay. Let's talk about the Supreme Court a little bit.
Yesterday at the Supreme Court, the question of birthright citizenship came up, and that was actually sort of the secondary question. Birthright citizenship, obviously provided by the 14th Amendment, a function of sort of the bedrock, frankly, of the 14th Amendment, the bedrock of the United States as we know it today. This is part of the series of constitutional amendments that followed the Civil War. The 14th Amendment making it clear, really, that the radical Republicans at the time wanted to make sure that we had a multicultural democracy where children of slaves born in the U.S. were considered citizens on par, at least in theory, with all others, and that anyone really in the country at that time who gave birth, their children would be citizens of this country. This has been,
if not sooner.
I mean, I want to say long-standing, but I mean, really, what was it, 1866, 1867?
It was 1879.
Constitutional law in this country. Donald Trump, on his first day of his administration, signed an executive order basically saying that it didn't apply to people who are in this country, who were born in this country, if they were here without documentation, or if they were here just visiting.
Or if you're on visas. I mean, I think that was part of it.
Visiting on a visa.
Oh,
legally
right. Okay,
here.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
And
right.
So the backstory to this is that the administration lost in multiple jurisdictions around the country. And in all of those jurisdictions, the courts, the federal courts, issued a nationwide injunction against the administration using or, you know, deporting or considering people non-citizens as a function of this executive order. And the Trump administration took this case to the Supreme Court to not resolve the question of birthright citizenship, but rather to address the question as to whether these courts had the ability to issue a nationwide injunction based on their findings about that. Instead, what the administration is arguing, it only applies, their ruling should only apply to the single individual who brought the case. And I think it's pretty obvious, like, you know, there are times, and the justices, at least 3 or 4 of them, 4 of them, I would say confidently, made it clear that there are limits to the ability of, let's say, a district court judge to issue a nationwide injunction. But if there's ever a case in which you would see the validity of such a court issuing a nationwide injunction, this one makes the most sense because it's going to impact.
That's basically said. The argument is that the courts cannot issue injunctions, period, about the administration's actions because their actions don't affect one particular person. I guess in some very narrow instances, if you're pardoning someone, but they don't have any power over that. They're making policy decisions as the executive branch. That's their argument, is that they have no jurisdiction over our actions, which is not true.
Here is, let's start with a couple of clips. Let's start with here's Elena Kagan asking if if you weren't ever going to allow, if you don't believe that these lower courts have the ability to issue this junction on this, why would the government ever come to assess whether birthright citizenship is legal? Because they could go after it and keep going after it and keep going after it. This is number 3.
Why have courts at all?
It sort of depends on the government's own actions in a case like this one, where one can expect that there is not going to be a great deal of disagreement among the lower courts. I mean, let's assume that you lose in the lower courts pretty uniformly, as you have been losing on this issue, and that you never take this question to us. I mean, I noticed that you didn't take the substantive question to us. You only took the nationwide injunction question to us. I mean, why would you take the substantive question to us? You're losing a bunch of cases, this guy over here, this woman over here, you know, they'll have to be treated as citizens, but nobody else will. Why would you ever take this case to us?
Well, in this particular case, we have deliberately not presented the merits to this court on the question of the scope of remedies, because, of course, that makes it a clean vehicle where the court doesn't have to look at it.
You're ignoring the import of my question. I'm suggesting that in a case in which the government is losing constantly, there's nobody else who's going to appeal, they're winning, it's up to you to decide whether to take this case to us. If I were in your shoes, there is no way I'd approach the Supreme Court with this case. So you just keep on losing in the lower courts, and what's supposed to happen to prevent that?
Again, I respectfully disagree with that forecast of the merits, but in response to the question, what I would say is, we have an adversarial system, and if the government is not, for example, not respecting circuit precedent on the court's hypothetical in the Second Circuit, someone injured in the Second Circuit could take the case up, and they could say, look, the government is violating circuit precedent on the hypothetical multiple circuits.
That's the case we're going to take? Somebody who says, you know, after we've said that this all has to be done one by one by one, then we're going to take a case from somebody who objects to proceeding one by one by one?
I'm not.
So, I mean, she's basically saying, what's to prevent the government from just keep doing what they're doing? They'll lose a handful of cases on the merits, but that'll only affect those individuals. Not everybody's going to take a case. Who is going to come and take this case up to the Supreme Court? Like the idea that there would be, they're not going to appeal.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's suggesting that people, every person who is accused of, by the government, or not even accused of, but the government is suggesting that they can deport at will, without the courts, right? That they need to be able to furnish legal help before getting deported and get in front of a judge and get that injunction, right? And the Supreme Court shouldn't have to, like when one judge rules, it shouldn't apply across the board, and they can just keep doing it over and over and over again to people, regardless of precedent that now exists from their own actions and court rulings.
If they win the case, and her hypothetical is all these people win the case. Here's Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Well, I just want to say, just to flesh out what she's saying, because it's important. Like, she's saying you're not, the nature of the case that you're bringing is not looking at the question of birthright citizenship, the substance that is supposed to be being addressed by this. They are going after the usage of nationwide injunctions, which feels like a tangential point to the executive order that Donald Trump issued, which is basically trying to nullify one of the major parts of the 14th Amendment without a constitutional convention, because that would require...
Right, they're basically saying the lower courts, the Supreme Court should rule that the lower courts are meaningless, right? And that basically that the Supreme Court is going to have to oversee every single case themselves. Does the Supreme Court So now I guess the Supreme Court is going to be the new immigration courts that Donald Trump. I mean, Donald Trump got rid of dozens of immigration judges in his first week, and so he's basically they're putting the onus on the Supreme Court in this way, saying you're the ones who are supposed to rule on everything. We you know, it's farcical.
2/3 of the states and 2/3 of the legislature to make that kind of overhaul of our Constitution. So there is no substance here. And it's just odd that the lawyers almost recognize that even in their argument, and she's laying it bare for them.
But yeah, she's saying that the reason why you're not, I mean, the problem with the outcome that he wants, which is that these circuit courts cannot do nationwide injunctions based on this question, would mean that the question itself could never get resolved by the courts.
Yep.
Because even if they keep losing these circuit court cases, and each individual, my name is Joe, my parents came from Mexico, they were here on vacation, and I was given birth, or whatever it is, and so now I get to be a citizen, but the government can continually deny citizenship to a whole host of people. And if each individual has the ability to take a case, eventually they may reconstitute themselves. But the government has no incentive to ever go and actually get the question resolved. And if all these people are winning their cases, there's no appeal to their case to go higher up. And so that is the dilemma that she is talking about in this instance. And here's KBJ, who I think teases it out more.
Yeah.
The injuries of the plaintiff before them, that is...
I understand. Let me just turn your attention to one other thing, because the real concern, I think, is that your argument seems to turn our justice system, in my view at least, into a catch-me-if-you-can kind of regime from the standpoint of the executive, where everybody has to have a lawyer and file a lawsuit in order for the government to stop violating people's rights. Justice Kagan says, let's assume, for the purpose of this, that you're wrong about the merits, that the government is not allowed to do this under the Constitution, and yet it seems to me that your argument says we get to keep on doing it until everyone who is potentially harmed by it figures out how to file a lawsuit, hire a lawyer, etc. And I don't understand how that is remotely consistent with the rule of law. You know, a system, and I appreciate that you go back to English common law and the Chancery Court, but they had a different system. The fact that courts back in English Chancery couldn't enjoin the king, I think is not analogous or indicative of what courts can do in our system, where the king, quote unquote, the executive, is supposed to be bound by the law. And the court has the power to say what the law is. And so one would think that the court could say, this conduct is unlawful and you have to stop doing it.
I think the catch-me-if-you-can problem operates in the opposite direction, where we have the government racing from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, having to sort of clear the table in order to implement a new policy. A great example of this is in the Schilling litigation, where the military had a military readiness policy. It was universally enjoined by the DDC. It went up to the DC Circuit. The DC Circuit stayed that injunction to allow that policy to go into effect. And then 1 hour later, a district court on the other side of the country universally...
Can I just ask you one final thing, because this relates to also something that Justice Kagan said. I would think we'd want the system to move as quickly as possible to reach the merits of the issue, and maybe have this court decide whether or not the government is entitled to do this under the law. Wouldn't having universal injunctions actually facilitate that? It seems to me that when the government is completely enjoined from doing the thing it wants to do, it moves quickly to appeal that, to get it to the Supreme Court, and that's actually what we would want. What I worry about is similar to what Justice Kagan points out, is that if the government is saying no lower court can completely enjoin it, it actually means that the government just keeps on doing the purportedly unlawful thing, and it delays the ability for this court to reach the underlying issue.
Percolation of novel, sensitive constitutional issues is a
novel constitution. Percolation, really.
Merit of our system. It is not of novel, sensitive constitutional issues is a merit of our system. It is not.
All right, whatever. But that was just really fascinating because it ties in what I was almost about to say after the first clip, but I'm glad I held my tongue because this is an even better example of they are trying to get the courts to voluntarily restrict their own power over the executive branch. They were successful with the unitary executive theory, and they're pushing even harder. They tried it with the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case, and the court ruled at 1 a.m., hey, you can't do this. You can't ship off these Venezuelan people here without due process, and they stopped them from doing what they wanted to do unilaterally. So she brings that up, right? That they're attacking the concept of injunctions because they can't attack the merits of the 14th Amendment. And it's also telling that they're using English common law to make this case, because we go back to our conversation with Gil Duran about this whole vision of the king monarchical presidency. That's what they're trying to engender. That's what they're trying to create precedent for, because there's quotes from 2022 from Clarence Thomas when he's been asked about Section 1 of the 14th Amendment, the Citizenship Clause. And he basically has reiterated this. This was in 2022. The addition of a citizenship guarantee thus evidenced an intent to broaden the provision, extending beyond recently freed blacks and incorporating a more general view of equality for Americans. He wrote that in 2022. Now the conservatives are going to try to say that this only should apply to the descendants of freed black slaves, because they're the originalists now. But Thomas understood this in 2022. So I think like even the administration knows that on the substance, they can't even call back to like what conservative justices said 5 years ago, 3 years ago, because there's no merit. So they're attacking the court system generally.
Hey, folks.
Yeah, I mean, Emma's 100% right. She went full lawyer there, but it also goes against the original, the original case that actually decided birthright citizenship back in San Francisco, at the end of the 19th century. Honestly, though, Majority Report was on fire this week, and I was not prepared to interrupt anybody for that one. But this whole thing is just laughable, and the fact that the Trump administration thinks that this is appropriate use of everyone's time is fucking insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
We're gonna keep talking birthright citizenship, but let's go over to democracy now. This is from yesterday. Why does this guy sound like he's doing it? Oh, he does sound like what's up with the voices in the Trump administration?
Hey, actually, everybody is. Free press. Please support her.
I don't understand. Are they all going to the same voice therapist or
On
something?
Thursday, in a case stemming from Trump's now halted order to end birthright citizenship, which is guaranteed under the 14th Amendment. The Trump administration's challenging whether federal judges can issue universal or nationwide injunctions against his orders. The case is raising alarms. The far-right dominated Supreme Court could hand even more power to the executive branch as Trump seeks to overcome court injunctions against his many executive orders. This is Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Your argument seems to turn our justice system, in my view at least, into a catch-me-if-you-can kind of regime from the standpoint of the executive, where everybody has to have a lawyer.
Sorry, we already heard this part. I just wanted to hear I forgot.
For the government to.
I just want to hear. There we go. Okay. Oh,
Opinion
shit.
essay for the New York Times is headlined, "The Birthright Citizenship Case Could Split the Country in Two." You also have this piece, the other headline, "What's Really at Stake in the U.S. Supreme Court on Birthright Citizenship." What is really at stake? Andrea Flores.
So what's at stake is the definition of U.S. citizenship and also what it means to be an American. So American citizens, how do you prove that you are a U.S. citizen? You use your birth certificate. If the Supreme Court grants the government this relief, if they narrow this injunction, then in half the country, the question of who is a citizen will once again be determined by the states. And, the last time that happened, that was the precursor to the Civil War. There's absolutely no plan by the federal government of how you would implement that or how you would prevent mistakes, discrimination. So really what's at stake is how we all define ourselves and to be a citizen and how we prove we're citizens.
Exactly.
So explain
This
what's
is
going on here,
exactly
'cause
what I was
two
saying. She put
things
it
are
so
going-
much better than I did yesterday. And this is why I wanted to watch this one. But this is exactly what I was trying to say yesterday when I tried to use that example of what would happen if somebody came to you, the chatter, or to me, right? Or like, and to ask us to verify that we have we are in the country, like citizens of the United States, that we are in the country on a lawful and documented basis without a birth certificate. How far back do you have to go, right? Do you have access to the records of the entrance of your first ancestor to have arrived in this country? What about settlers? Here's another thing. What about settlers who came here before this was a country? The descendants of those people. Like, how far back can you go back and trace your lineage and prove on a whim, right? If suddenly they decide to pick you up and challenge your citizenship, how much proof do you how will you be able to prove? And I think that for a lot of people that probably creates a lot of anxiety. I don't know, that's just at least me personally. I don't think I don't have the ability. I would say I don't have the ability to do that right now, right? I'm sure I could. I'm sure with a whole bunch of legwork, maybe I could get that done. But it's just, like I don't even know what avenue I would go about trying to do such a thing. Both sides of my family came here in the 1800s, so I honestly, I have no idea.
You have the issue of birthright citizenship being debated in these oral arguments, but then you have the procedural stuff around whether judges can issue nationwide injunctions.
It's a really interesting case because there is this constitutional question around nationwide injunctions, which I've served in Democratic administrations and had policies that I've worked on be blocked nationwide, right? And that's been a burden for, both parties. But on the other side, you have an executive order that attempts to reinterpret the meaning of the 14th Amendment, which has been settled law since 1898. So what does the government do? What does the Trump administration do? They actually, they don't want to lead with their worst argument, which as a lawyer makes sense to me. Instead, they did a series of emergency filings on that first legal question, which is, are nationwide injunctions an overstep?
Only if you're not white. Well, what's defined as white right now? How white do you have to be? More is there a percentage? I'm a multi-ethnic human being, and I don't know. I just don't know what any of this even means. For a lot of people, I think this is just something that presents, like she's saying. I think we should just listen to what she said again at the beginning. It's just, I just want to hear it one more time.
Of U.S. citizenship and also what it means to be an American. So American citizens, how do you prove that you are a U.S. citizen? You use your birth certificate. If the Supreme Court grants the government this relief, if they narrow this injunction, then in half the country, the question of who is a citizen will once again be determined by the states. And, the last time that happened, that was the precursor to the Civil War. There's absolutely no plan by the federal government of how you would implement that or how you would prevent mistakes, discrimination. So really...
Exactly, and how would you prevent the mistakes from happening if they're ruling, you'll basically have to go to the Supreme Court every time because the lower courts can't injunct the federal government. So you'd have to go to a lower court, have the federal government say, oh, you can't do that. And so I guess you'd have to have the wherewithal to take a course. I don't know, how do you take a case to the Supreme Court? It's fucking insane. It is fucking insane. Oh shit. Okay, actually that's a good place to stop because we're done talking We're done talking immigration for now. At least for today. But don't worry, we'll be right back with the content after these brief space messages. There we go. All right. I do hope everybody is enjoying their stream? My stream. The stream. Hope everybody's enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Twitch, but right now I have been requesting people consider contributing on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon, as we get that money immediately, if not sooner. Last month, of course, due to all of the lag problems we had recently, we are short funds this month. And we are in danger of not being able to pay either the Galactic and or Earth bills. Now, of course, being a Patreon member will get you benefits for that money. Multiple tiers out there, but at least for the basic Patreon tier, $3 a month, Avatar here on one of the 4 break screens of your choice, shout out at the end of the stream, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough messages from me. Enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Hope it was worth the wait. Everyone knows what that sound, of course, means. It means it's time. Time for us to get back to the stream. Oh shit, I gotta get myself a drink first, though. Okay. Alright. By the way, I noticed somebody from chat donate on the Cash App. Thank you very, very much. One step at a time. Still got almost 2 weeks to pay all these things off. Every bit counts. I really appreciate everyone. All right, let's get back to it. There is a controversy that's been stirred up over what's been going on at the Smithsonian Black History Museum. Here's NBC News from yesterday.
Before sunrise in Baltimore, the start of a long day for Reverend Robert Turner.
Motivated, anxious.
Turner walking 43 miles from his church to the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture on the National Mall.
Bless this nation to not be afraid of our own history.
The 14-hour journey in protest of what he says is the erasing of important history. The context? Decades-old artifacts related to slavery and civil rights are rotating out of exhibits at the museum as a potential White House review looms large. In late March, President Trump signed an executive order demanding, in part, the museum take...
Anybody remember that woman, that horrible woman on CNN earlier talking about whitewashing as it relates to history? This feels a bit like whitewashing, doesn't it?
Large. In late March, President Trump signed an executive order demanding, in part, the museum take down any exhibits that, quote, divide Americans based on race.
Wouldn't want to do
but now
that.
The White House says that it's washing its hands of any involvement in changes at the museum.
If you don't know the horrors and literally the hell that we went through and the harm we went through, you may not see a need for a parent.
And Democrats in Congress sounding the alarm, signing a letter and introducing legislation to protect civil rights landmarks. NBC News went inside the museum and found at least 32 artifacts currently removed, including Harriet Tubman's Book of Hymns. Gospels believed to have been sung as she led enslaved people to freedom through the Underground Railroad. And the narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, the memoir of one of the most important leaders in the abolitionist movement. Both items gifted to the Smithsonian. The institution pushing back on critics, saying on their website, quote, claims that objects have been removed for reasons other than adherence to standard loan agreements or museum practices are false. It also lists 11 new artifacts coming on display later this month. The museum reiterating in an email to NBC News that rotating objects is normal. But Liz Brazelton, the owner of a diary connected to the Oscar-winning film 12 Years a Slave, isn't convinced. She's the great-great-granddaughter of the lawyer who helped free Solomon Northam, a free black man who was kidnapped and forced into slavery.
I grew up with the diaries. My mother had the diaries. The most important thing in his diaries was the fact that he did help free this man who was a free man of color.
She gave one of his diaries to the museum in September 2015 on a 10-year loan. But before the end of the term, the museum sent her a letter in March saying, quote, "We have decided to move ahead with the return a bit early to coincide with our..."
Yeah, but this, you know, whatever they say, I mean, this is, especially at the time that we're living in right now, where the Trump administration is basically trying to make it so that people can't do exactly this. Think about it. We just got done talking about birthright citizenship, talking about what they're trying to do at the Supreme Court, trying to make it harder for people to, you know, basically, you know, prove their the fact that they deserve freedom, right? They deserve to be treated like every other American. This is what's going on. I mean, like, oh, it's just, oh, God. It's so perverse. So perverse. All right. Let's keep it going. Let's go to talking about healthcare real quick. From MAGA to Medicaid.
Here is Bernie Sanders laying out the different visions of healthcare and what we can use our resources for in comparison to Bobby Kennedy.
68,000 people a year die because they don't get to a doctor when they should. Is healthcare a human right? Will you work with us to guarantee healthcare to every man, woman, and child in America?
Well, I think you're asking two different questions. You're asking a philosophical question about whether it is a human right, like a constitutional right. As an attorney, I would say that it's not a right of a kind that we otherwise enshrine in the Constitution, because healthcare costs your neighbor money.
Can you pause?
Get your hand out of my pocket. The money I've inherited.
Healthcare costs your neighbor money. Now we're back.
Ben Shapiro theory.
Yep, this is libertarianism. But yep, Bernie didn't ask if it was a civil right. Bernie didn't ask if it was a civil right. He asked if it was a human right, which is a very different thing. Go back a little bit. Just want to also point out that sleight of hand.
Let's pretend like everyone wants to get so philosophical. No, this is a policy question. Should healthcare be guaranteed by our government or not? We don't need to like think about what was in Thomas Jefferson's head about this.
Yeah.
Man, woman, and child in America.
Well, I think you're asking two different questions. You're asking a philosophical question about whether it's very practical. Human right, like a constitutional right. As an attorney, I would say that it's not a right of a kind that we otherwise enshrine in the Constitution, because healthcare costs your neighbor money. If I smoke cigarettes for 20 years, I make that choice, which is my choice.
I don't mean to, I don't have a lot of time, so I just. Thank you. But I am here.
If you ask if you're asking me a philosophical question, I gotta, give you a thoughtful answer.
Within 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
I mean, by his own logic, RFK doesn't deserve health care. Thankfully for him, he can pay for it.
Within 30 seconds.
Yeah. It's a problem. It's not like freedom of speech, which costs, everybody.
But every other country, Mr. Secretary.
I would just Google what RFK's freedom of speech costs, say, people in American Samoa, and how he runs away from that. But I'll just let it play.
It's not like freedom of speech, which costs, everybody.
But every other country, Mr. Secretary, every other country guarantees health care to all people as a right. Should we, as Americans?
The objective is to get Americans the level of health care that they want, the choice which Americans want.
What?
I don't want the choice to be uninsured.
Well, but
they don't want the choice to die because.
What was that answer? God, Jesus.
If they want the choice which Americans want.
Americans don't want the choice to be uninsured.
Well, but
They don't want the choice to die because they don't get to a doctor on time.
Americans prefer private insurance
No,
to
that's a
other
lie.
insurance sources.
That is a lie.
We know what this guy is. Come on, folks.
He's lying at the end there. That's actually not true. Medicare and Social Security, well, Medicare is extremely, extremely popular.
Yeah.
And if he...
I mean, it's insane to suggest this, right? We all know, I mean, intuitively, but just think about it for a second. I mean, the like Emma said, the approval rating of Medicare is very, very high. But we don't even need to look at the approval rating of private insurance. And you might be asking yourself, why? Well, how about Luigi Mangione and that the entire internet like exploded and like 95% of it approved of what he what he's alleged to have done, right? I mean, you know, United Healthcare is so toxic right now. I mean, like their brand, like everybody, like just because of this particulars. But I mean, like think about it. Like nobody likes private health insurance. There's no evidence for that. Maybe RFK likes his private health insurance. Maybe, you know, his gold-plated private health insurance that he pays for with his family fortune, or, you know, his friends from the country club that go bear hunting with him or whatever. But, you know, that's, what is that, 1% of the population?
Wants to talk about how there's scarce resources. I don't agree with that. We now have wealth concentration at the very top that could be clawed back to fund healthcare for even people that Bobby Kennedy would deem as takers of everybody else's healthcare, like if you smoke cigarettes your whole life, or like, you know, if you're like Bobby Kennedy and you engage in recreational drug use, like of heroin and things like that. I guess he would think if he wasn't born with a silver spoon in his mouth,
taking vacations all the time,
right, that would preclude him from getting healthcare in the future because he didn't take care of his body when he was young. How dare he ask for health care later on in his life?
Give people a level of health care that they'd like.
Yeah, actually, we should kick him off of private health insurance too. Actually, I think he's on government health insurance now, right? Fairly certain now, as the head of the HHS, he gets government. Hold on, I'm gonna look this up. I'm fairly certain. And of course, the health insurance that our government employees get is very good. Yes, the Secretary of Health and Human Services does receive health insurance through the government's Federal Employee Health Benefits Program. So this guy is telling us that we want to pay for our health insurance, but he, a very wealthy man now in a position of power, whose advice, according to him, we shouldn't take on health stuff, is saying that we want to pay for it. And while right, okay, that makes sense. Now, of course, the Trump administration has also has been going after multiple colleges in the United States, including Harvard, and the feud with Harvard is going to affect a certain kind of research. Get excited, ladies. No more breast cancer research. Here's PBS NewsHour from 7 hours ago.
The Trump administration's feud with major American universities escalated this week. A federal anti-Semitism task force notified Harvard that $450 million of the school's research grants are being cut. And that's on top of the $2.2 billion that had previously frozen. Laura Barone Lopez spoke with one of the affected researchers, Joan Brugge's, the director of Harvard's Ludwig Cancer Center.
Dr. Brugge, you've been working for years on breast cancer research. Tell me, what type of research exactly are you doing and the type of progress that you've made?
In my lab, the ultimate goal of our research efforts is to find better ways to detect and to destroy cancer in its tracks. And the breast cancer research project that is funded by a National Cancer Institute grant that is currently frozen specifically aims to identify and profile the earliest precursors or harbingers of breast cancer before these precursors become cancer. So the goal then is to develop methods to detect these early precursors and then design treatments that prevent them from becoming cancer.
So that means, say, if
Jesus
someone had
Christ.
one of those, what's known as a BRCA gene, that you could help stop that in its tracks?
Yes, this would allow us to monitor the development of, or the expansion of these early precursors. And
Yeah, and I don't know if anybody understands cancer treatment, but getting ahead of things, the sooner you are, the more likely that you are to survive your cancer. Okay? And, you know, this kind of research is vital to keeping America safe and healthy. But instead, we're just gonna, on the grounds of supposed anti-Semitism, which is just laughable.
Give me a joke.
We are going to take away this funding. Let's go to Democracy Now! And talk about the GOP's war on Medicaid, which according to them could cause 14 million Americans to lose their health care.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. Supreme Court justices heard oral arguments on birthright citizenship. We'll be talking about that in a moment. But first, we're going to turn to the issue of Medicaid. The massive Medicaid cuts that are being proposed in the House. House Republicans have successfully pushed through proposals for Medicaid and nutrition assistance cuts as part of Trump's budget, making his 2017 tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans permanent by taking away essential services for the rest of the country. The changes would disproportionately impact children and people living under the poverty line. The Center for Budget and Policy Priorities estimates over 14 million people could be at risk of losing Medicaid over the next decade under the proposed requirements for recipients to work, volunteer, or be enrolled in school for at least 80 hours a month. For more, we're joined by Anthony Wright, Executive Director of Families USA, a healthcare consumer advocacy organization. Tell us, Anthony Wright, what have the Republicans come to at this point? What is this bill and the number of millions of people who will be cut off from Medicaid?
Thank you for having me. The proposal that passed the Energy and Commerce Committee just a day or two ago would cut $715 billion out of the Medicaid program over the next 10 years. It's literally the biggest cut to the Medicaid program in history, which would, just the Medicaid cuts alone, leave around 9 million Americans without coverage. And on top of other cuts and inaction and actions with regard to the Affordable Care Act, would leave about 14 million, at least 14 million Americans without coverage at the end of the term. So this is a massive cut. It removes people from coverage largely through bureaucratic barriers that get in the way of people getting on and staying on coverage. Things like having to reapply, not just every year, but twice a year. Things like work reporting requirements that tend to be so bureaucratic that people who are eligible, who are working, fall off the program, but also increased costs in terms of copays and just additional cuts to states and to providers that mean that will impact the healthcare system that we all rely on.
I wanted to turn to the Republican Senator, Trump ally Josh Hawley. Among those, interestingly, criticizing Republicans who want to cut Medicaid. He was speaking on MSNBC's Morning Joe.
Well, the right thing to do is not to cut Medicaid, so I'm glad to hear him say that. Manu, it ought to be just a basic foundational principle. It is wrong to cut health care for the working poor. That's what we're talking about here with Medicaid. My state is a Medicaid expansion state. Over 20% of Missourians, including hundreds of thousands of children, are on Medicaid. And Manu, they're not on Medicaid because they want to be. They're on Medicaid because they cannot afford health insurance in the private market. These are working people and their children who need health care. And it's just wrong to go and cut their health care when they're trying to make ends meet, trying to help their kids, trying to make sure that they're able to provide for their families. So I hope that the House GOP and the Senate GOP will get the message here. By the way, President Trump has said the same thing. No Medicaid benefit cuts.
So that was Josh Hawley actually speaking to Manu Raju on CNN. This is Independent Senator Bernie Sanders calling the proposed cuts to Medicaid a, quote, death sentence for millions who rely on it. He was on MSNBC.
We're going to be looking at $715 billion in cuts to Medicaid and to the Affordable Care Act. That means, Chris, that according to the CBO, over 13 million Americans are going to lose their health insurance. And then on top of that, what the Republicans are proposing is a $35 copayment for many Medicaid recipients.
Right.
If you are making $16,000 a year, you know what? You can't afford that $35. You are not going to go to the doctor.
Senator Bernie Sanders. Very interesting that Hawley sounds like Sanders, who is a close Trump ally. What is the significance of this divide in the Republican Party, Anthony Wright?
It is clear that there's many Republicans who understand the devastating impacts that this would have on their districts. Many House Republican members have 25, 30%, and in some cases 50, even 60% of their constituents that get health coverage through the Medicaid program, and that would be.
Yeah, and the fact that states, some states, that there's more than the majority of people are on this program. It is insane to think that they want to try and cut it, but also that we aren't just doing full-on nationalized health care at this point. It's just so stupid. But this just seems punitive, right? This is just the Trump administration targeting the poorest people in the country for being poor.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Let's go here. I think this was at the what do you call it? This is the there's no vote yet, but this was on the what do you call it? I can't think of the word right now.
And on the Republican,
where they
young lady from Colorado, what purpose you seek recognition?
This is like the committee phase of it. I know there's I think there's another word for it. But there's this is pre. Oh god, my brain is broken right now.
I seek recognition to make an opening statement.
I now recognize the gentlelady from Colorado for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
For months, Republicans have insisted that they would not cut Medicaid in order to give tax cuts to billionaires. But here they are today with a bill that would do irreparable damage to Medicaid and the millions of Americans it supports. This agenda will kick at least 13.7 million people off of health care coverage, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. Medicaid helps our friends and neighbors live healthy, productive lives. It's for new moms and kids who need extra attention to their health. It's for working families and people just trying to make it. And it is for people who are here, like my constituent and Denver City Councilman, Chris Hines, who's here today. Chris, raise your hand up. Chris relies on Medicaid. Chris was in a crash in 2008, which left him paralyzed from the chest down, and in the nomenclature of the federal government, totally and permanently disabled. But Chris is wired to be a doer. He got coverage through Medicaid, and because of the care and security it provided him, he had the freedom to go out and get work. Chris was elected to the Denver City Council in 2019 and re-elected in 2023, and he serves many of my same constituents with distinction. He said to me, without Medicaid, he simply would not be able to work, let alone serve his city and country in the way he does. It gives him the medical, professional, and financial freedom to take a risk and make the choices that are best for him. Chris was never looking for a handout, and Medicaid isn't a handout. It's not a giveaway. Medicaid is the health care coverage that lets millions of people live their lives. And here's the thing. Eligibility for Chris is optional for states. So that's what's threatened as states tighten their belts in response to the Republicans' misguided legislation. If you vote to put this legislation forward today, you're voting to take freedom and security away from people like Chris. You're going to get more people dependent on the state, not less. You're going to get more people sick, not healthier. And you're going to kill jobs and investment in every single one of our communities at a time when we're already staring down a recession thanks to Donald Trump. And you will do it to give a tax cut to rich people who just want to be richer. Now, you're going to hear a lot of
Exactly. They are going to punish people for being poor, for being disabled, for, you know, it just, and there's going to be, you know, horrifying outcomes from this, irreparable harm done to people and to the program itself. Undoing this is going to be, it's always harder to undo things than to do them. You know, these sorts of, you know, some of these things can't be undone. You know, certainly the human harm that it's going to do. Let's keep talking about Medicaid. Let's go back to the majority report.
Winding its way through the Republican caucus in the House is the One Big Beautiful Bill. Just a reminder, it is a reconciliation bill. There was a resolution that was passed a couple of months ago now that basically did the broad outlines of what the bill was going to be. The key for the Republicans is if they're going to do it through reconciliation, which is the only way they can, they must make it budget neutral. So the tax cuts they want to extend for Donald Trump, they're going to attempt in the Senate to pretend that the baseline is not when what the revenue would be when the current legislation expires at the end of this year. They're going to pretend that it's not expiring, and that is the new baseline. So they have more room to perform more tax cuts. In the meantime, either way, they know they're going to have to cut the budget to make room for those tax cuts. And in that budget resolution at the beginning of the year, they basically tasked the Energy and Commerce Committee with finding $800 billion of cuts. And their biggest pool of money is Medicaid.
93%.
So we already know that what's winding through in this bill are going to be
93%. We've talked about it in the past. It was from this number is directly from the Congressional Budget Office's own website. 93% of what the House Energy and Commerce Committee oversees and their budget entails goes to Medicaid.
Massive cuts to Medicaid, significant cuts to SNAP, what we used to call food stamps. Particularly, it's going to put huge burdens on people who are over the age of 54, between 54 and 64, to get food stamps. Also, in the event of a financial crisis, some type of stress in the economy, states will not have the ability to easily provide food assistance to their citizens who may need it in a sort of like quasi-emergency situation. Today in the Energy and Commerce, I should say yesterday, sorry, the Debt Collective protested the Energy and Commerce reconciliation markup when they basically are going through their portion of what ultimately will be part of this big reconciliation bill.
Okay, I think that's all we needed this one. Although we will, honestly, majority report was on fire this week. I don't know if it was the. Actually, maybe do we? Yeah, no, it's fine. Honestly, let's go to the next one. Let's go back to the committee, the oversight committee. Like, is it called the consideration committee? I can't remember what it is before they've actually brought it to the floor. I feel like there's a special word for it. I just can't think of it. This is Yvette Clarke, who slammed the GOP over their intent to cut Medicaid.
So there's no one on the Republican side. A gentlelady from New York. My colleague from New York is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to begin by sharing my story of my constituent, David. This is David, one of the many faces of Medicaid. David is a 55-year-old Brooklyn resident who's been living with congestive heart failure since 2016. Once a full-time worker, his diagnosis sadly forced him to stop working and rely solely on Medicaid for his health care. His condition was so severe that during his first visit to the hospital, he remained admitted for nearly a full year. Medicaid covers all aspects of his medical needs, including the daily medications he has to take, regular cardiac monitoring, and hospital-based care. That extended hospitalization was entirely covered by Medicaid, and it saved his life. He was able to receive this life-saving cure at SUNY Downstate, and some of our constituents are here from SUNY Downstate in our audience today. A vital hospital in my district that also heavily relies on Medicaid dollars to provide high-quality care to their patients, just like most healthcare institutions across this nation, from rural to urban areas. The medical team there provided him with consistent and high-quality care in a community-based setting. Without Medicaid, David would lose access to his medications to his physicians who have managed his condition for nearly a year. David clearly said, if Medicaid is cut, I will have no way to afford my care. No medication, no follow-up, no hospital. Without Medicaid, I die prematurely. David's story is a powerful example of how essential Medicaid is. It's not just policy, but it's a lifeline for Americans in my district and across the nation. So let's be crystal clear about what's happening here. We're being asked to sit in this room today and pretend that gutting Medicaid is somehow a necessary evil and a tough decision made in the name of fiscal responsibility, but it's not. It's a political choice that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are choosing to make. It's a choice that disproportionately targets low-income communities, communities of colors, immigrants, and working-class families. It's a choice that will impact hospital systems, especially in New York, that are still trying to recover from the devastating impacts of COVID-19. It's a choice that will strip away life-saving health care for 17.3 million Americans, nearly 7 million, or 1 in 3 New Yorkers who rely on this program. Make no mistake, this Medicaid cut would hit Republicans and Republican red states the hardest. For months, House Republicans have lied about their plans to cut nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid, and now the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office has confirmed that their plan will kick millions of people off their health care. The only winner in the Republican budget scheme are billionaire donors, and once again, cruelty is the point.
She said that perfectly. Cruelty is the point. 100%. 100%. It's cruelty. They know how cruel they're being. They want to cause people genuine harm and also enrich themselves at the same goddamn time. Both of those things, I think, give many of the people behind this great joy. back to the Majority Report. Like I said, they're on fire this week. Although I don't have a ton of this. Is the majority of the Majority Report videos. See what I did there?
The Republicans are negotiating within themselves how they're going to go about taking money, low-income Americans, older Americans, Americans who want to fight climate change. I mean, the list goes on, to give money to wealthy people. The upward redistribution bill is winding its way through the Republican House. This is their plan to save money on the SNAP program.
What did I say? Sam is on fire this week. The upwards distribution bill. It's Sam, and he says it so off the cuff. Oh my god. That is the perfect description of it. They should rename it the upwards distribution budget reconciliation bill.
This is their plan to save money on the SNAP program, which is the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. That is, in other words, a couple $100 a month to provide money, or I should say coupons, to people to be able to buy food. And they figured out an interesting place. There are a lot of apparently freeloaders who are trying to get access to SNAP benefits. The House Agricultural Committee proposal would, A, restrict future increases to SNAP benefits that outpace inflation and would narrow the ability of states to waive work requirements during periods of high unemployment. So in other words, when we have a financial crisis like we did in 2008, or when COVID happens, states can get a waiver to expand their SNAP rolls. It is called an automatic stabilizer because it kicks in without having to have new legislation, essentially, as it exists now, in the event that there's some type of major economic crisis and people can't eat.
Like 2008.
Like 2008 or COVID.
COVID, yeah.
And so they want to inhibit that ability for states to get that automatic increase in the economic stabilizer. And then the other one is that, as it is now, you must work 80 hours if you do not have a child or a disability, 80 hours per month up to the age of 54 to be eligible for SNAP benefits. Now, I mean, presumably, part of the reason why you might need food assistance is because you don't have work. Yes. But we just don't want any freeloaders getting, a couple of bucks of free food a week.
Not gonna do it.
And now they want to hike that limit from 54 up to age 64. Now, I want you to contemplate this. If you have anybody who you know that is about my age, actually a couple years younger, if they lose their job, let's say during a financial crisis, or during COVID, or just in general, it is very difficult for people to find another job.
100%. There's also another thing that happens around 54. You know, you're a decade away from, retirement age, but you are, at this point, kind of getting into your elderly years, and this is the time that you really need to start doing extra health stuff, right? As you're approaching old age, you got a whole bunch of other new things that you have to start. Men and women too have a bunch of things going on as they age. Colonoscopies. Oh my God. Well, I can't think of menopause. And then getting older just has more implications to it, right? You want to get checked for cancer more regularly, heart problems, all of that stuff. Stuff that you don't check on a 20-year-old as much, right? You're like, you're probably fine. Which is one of the reasons why they wanted to get young people onto Obamacare so bad when they were doing the ACA. Right? Because it was a pool of people that could contribute to it that didn't have that have lower healthcare costs. Let's keep talking about the upwards enrichment. Actually, I take it back. The kind of upward. Congress is trying to enrich themselves too, right? We're already talking about people enriching themselves off the backs of the people. Congress is doing it too.
We're in a week where the House GOP has been trying to gut Medicaid. We know that their new budget bill, which did not pass even their budget committee, sees that they would have, in fact, if they do pass it, which I'm assuming they will, that the estimates are that 10.3 million people will be kicked off Medicaid. And simultaneously, in the same week, Mike Johnson can unironically and without any shame go in front of the world, the nation, and say that Congress has a right to trade stock because they don't have enough money and they're really struggling to pay. Do you have your health care paid for? Yes, they do. You got one thing that millions of Americans don't. But here he is making this case on why they would never ban stock trading for Congress people.
Well, look, the salary of Congress has been frozen since 2009. When you adjust for inflation, a member of Congress today is making 31% less than they made in that year. It goes down every year. And over time, if you stay on this trajectory, you're going to have less qualified people who are willing to make the extreme sacrifice to run for Congress. I mean,
just leave then. I love this. Wait. Okay, so well, if you adjust for inflation, $174,000 a year isn't enough. Plus all of our benefits, plus our housing and whatnot. That's not enough for us to survive. Like, what are? Okay.
Look at all this. Look at all the sad faces over here. So hilarious. What? We can't. You guys don't want us to trade stocks? Would you know we're poor? Making $175,000 a year with free health insurance. How do you expect us to survive? Come on. Now, I would like to point something out about this argument here from Mike Johnson. He's complaining about cost of living and inflation and how they're not keeping up with inflation. Meanwhile, can anybody look up for me when the last time the federal minimum wage was raised, kept up with them? They haven't raised it in how long, right? And they're crying about their wages not keeping up with inflation. The Republicans haven't even lifted a finger, pretending to try to consider raising the minimum wage or pegging it to inflation, for that matter. But Congress has given themselves raises plenty of times in
by the way,
period.
they still want to give everybody a raise, which is really funny. And it's like, maybe try doing something for your constituents, and then we would be like, okay, you deserve a raise. But if we're your boss, you're not cutting it. In fact, all you're doing is taking away from working people. That's the only thing that's been going on. That's the only thing you've been good at. And so here he is going like, well, if you adjust for inflation, it's not enough. I mean, set aside the amount of money that our campaign coffers are getting from all kinds of super PACs, dark money, all of the, all of the corporate interests, all of the different sectors that are funneling money into all of my campaigns every couple years, right? All of the kickbacks that I receive. And, it's actually not that much money.
Illegal.
And so he's asking us to have a little bit of empathy for him.
Congress has been frozen since 2009. When you adjust for inflation, a member of Congress today is making 31% less than they made in that year. It goes down every year.
Raise the minimum wage, raise the minimum wage. What's the minimum wage? What is it? Still $7.25? Come on.
Over time, if you stay on this trajectory, you're going to have less qualified people who are willing to make the extreme sacrifice to run for Congress.
The extreme sacrifice.
Yeah, they made such a Mike Johnson. He's making such a sacrifice. He could be leading the Lollipop Guild right now. He's just doing this for America, don't you see? It's man is a martyr, making almost $200,000 a year, getting some of the best healthcare available to Americans, getting to dictate what everybody else does. And that's such a sacrifice. He's just working so hard to ensure that billionaires can get tax cuts. Don't you see? You see, he's working so hard, and they deserve to be able to, you know, trade stocks, you know, sell stock ahead of Liberation Day. Maybe, you know, buy stock right before they grant a contract to Northrop Grumman or Lockheed Martin or Boeing or whoever else.
Illegal.
Now, these guys are in charge of the government right now, and the fact that they can't figure out how to raise revenues is actually a huge problem for everyone. Not just that they're going to try and kick us off our health care, but the fact that this is affecting the U.S.'s ability to be able to service its debt, which has now caused ratings agencies to downgrade the U.S.'s credit rating as of Friday. Here's NBC News on that story.
Moody's has lowered the United States credit rating because of an increase of government debt. Let's get right now to NBC's Christine Romans, who covers business. Christine, what can you tell us, and how significant might this be?
Yeah, lowering it by one notch. And here's the problem. The problem is the amount of debt the United States holds and the deficits that the U.S. government consistently runs. And Moody's saying over the past decade, this situation has gotten worse. And in fact, the ability to pay interest on that debt is a real problem, forecasting that you'll see what's called a debt to GDP ratio of something like 134%. That's bad. These are big debt numbers. So really kind of a warning saying that other countries of the United States size and financial stability do not have this kind of a debt, but noting that the United States is still the most sought after place to invest money, and to, you know, the Treasury Department to Treasury bonds still the most sought after investment in the world. So it's sort of like going from an A+ to an A, I think, with the warning that things could get worse down the road if Congress doesn't take this seriously.
Yeah, but they're not taking it seriously. They're actually looking to lower revenue, the revenue that we would use to pay for that debt, right? And when they talk about us running a deficit, and that what we have to do is, of course, sell treasuries on the open market, whether to foreign nations or private buyers. But then the U.S. government has to pay out every 6 months a fixed interest rate on that debt. And the bigger that number gets, the more we have to pay. But the problem with this downgrade is that people may start selling U.S. debt as their confidence wanes in the U.S. government to be able to pay for that debt. Now, if we would just, you know, start taxing the rich more, you know, stop spending $1 trillion on our military every year, then we would actually be fine. We would have a lot, you know, it wouldn't take that long to solve things, but they refuse to do anything. They refuse to cut any of the budget to the Pentagon. It keeps giving DHS billions of dollars for Kristi Noem to violate the Constitution, and cut Medicaid so that we can give tax cuts to billionaires. It's really, the math isn't mathing, and it's going to continue to get worse over time. Let's keep talking about the economy. Here's MSNBC from 2 days ago. Trump's economy. Walmart set to raise prices due to Trump's tariffs.
Illegal.
If you forget projections, numbers, what's your hunch? Is the U.S. going to go into recession or not?
Look, I'm going to defer to economists who give it about a 50% chance. I think all these things are probably inflationary a little bit more and slowing down the economy. If there's a recession, I don't know how big it'll be or how long it'll last. Hopefully we'll avoid it, but I wouldn't take it off the table at this point.
Not taking it off the table. Hi again, everybody. It's now 5 o'clock in New York. No need to get your ears checked. You heard that right. A recession is very much on the table, according to J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon. Of course, it's one thing to predict economic pain, but to see it start to happen to real people, that's another thing entirely, and the part of the story we've been watching for closely. Today, a toxic tangle of tariffs, volatility, and supply chain issues, among other things, is making this self-inflicted economic crisis exponentially more real and tangible for Americans from coast to coast, up and down the economic spectrum. We've spoken at length about what will happen to small business owners and smaller retailers in the days and weeks to come. But what about the big ones, like the biggest? Walmart is as big as they come, as in our nation's largest private sector employer and the world's largest retailer. Put 10 Americans in a room and not.
Walmart is also our nation's largest welfare queen. Just want to remind everyone of that. Oh shit, the goal is going to end in 11 minutes. We may not get confetti tonight. That would be sad. That is very sad.
Of them would live within 10 miles of a Walmart. Well, this afternoon, it appears that Goliath, Walmart, will begin the process of raising costs of goods on consumers, even after this week's new China trade deal. During the company's quarterly earnings call, CEO Doug McMillon suggested this, quote, given the magnitude of the tariffs, even at the reduced levels announced this week, we are not able to absorb all the pressure, given the reality of narrow retail margins. Shortly after that, Walmart's CFO, John David Rainey, emphasized that earnings are still strong, but then he added this.
Our goal, though, we're wired to keep prices low for customers. But the level of tariffs that have been proposed is pretty challenging for all retailers, for suppliers, and certainly our concern is that consumers are going to feel some of that. So we're going to keep prices as low as we can for as long as we can for our customers and members.
Those tariff-related price hikes, according to him, to Rainey, could start toward the end of this month. It is a game-changing economic and political development, according to Neil Saunders, managing director at retail consultancy Global Data. Quote, if Walmart's coming out with its scale and its buying power and its focus and saying that prices are going to rise, everyone else is going to have to follow suit. Walmart is firing the starting gun on a period of price increases. And so we'll return to where we began, that a recession in this country is, quote, not off the table, end quote. It's where we start the hour with some of our favorite reporters and friends. CNBC senior economics reporter Steve Leisman is back. Also joining our conversation, David Frum, staff writer for The Atlantic, host of the new video podcast, The David Frum Show. And with me at the table for the hour, former Democratic Senator, MSNBC political analyst, our friend Claire McCaskill. Steve, I start with you.
Well, I think the way to think about it, Nicole, is that if you think about a hurricane approaching, all right, well, the hurricane's a bit smaller than it was before, and that metaphor kind of gets to the idea that the tariffs on China are lower, but it's still a hurricane. And so what we're seeing right now are kind of those first clouds that come across. And we saw those clouds in a bunch of places. The Walmart thing you mentioned is out there. Recession chances and probabilities for many of the economists I'm talking to are lower, but still considerably elevated. Think about 15% probability being about a normal distribution for the chance of a recession in any given year. Well, now they're still in the 40 to 50% range. They're not in 60%, but they're still relatively elevated. We saw a very interesting development in the wholesale price report, not to get too in the weeds, but it looks like the first inclination of the people importing products into the United States was to take it on the chin in profits. And then if you read between the lines of what the gentleman from Walmart was saying, he's saying, okay, we absorbed some of the prices, but we can't do all of it, and we won't do all of it. So these price hikes are coming, as in the rest of the hurricane is going to come this way, at least.
Yeah, so Walmart saying on in an interview, or at least the CEO of Walmart in the interview, saying that they are definitely going to be raising prices. Now this came out right before the stream, a little bit before the stream started. But this next story is hilarious. I am so like, honestly, I cannot wait to see this, how this all plays out. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, get ready, folks. Anybody know what's coming? Anybody here know what's we're about to talk about? I get the sense probably not. I could be wrong. But Donald Trump came out after hearing that Walmart was going to raise prices. Here we go. He had something to say. Here's Reuters. Whoa, the fuck just happened, dude? What are we doing here? Why did what? Come on. Come on. There we go. No, full screen. Yes.
U.S. President Donald Trump on Saturday said Walmart should, quote, eat the tariffs imposed by his administration on imported goods instead of hiking prices for its consumers. His comments were in response to the world's largest retailer saying this week it would have to start raising prices later this month due to high tariffs. Trump in a social media post Saturday said, quote,
oh my God.
Walmart should stop trying to blame tariffs as the reason.
Walmart should stop trying to blame tariffs as the reason for raising prices throughout the chain. Sincerely, President Trump.
Not charge valued customers anything. Walmart, in a statement to Reuters, said it would, quote, keep prices as low as we can for as long as we can, given the reality of small retail margins. Walmart CEO Doug McMillon on Thursday said the retailer could not absorb all the tariff costs because of narrow retail margins. Even so,
eat the tariffs, Walmart. Quit acting like the tariffs cost money. I mean, the fact is I'm torn on this a little bit. I mean, Walmart, I think Walmart should take the bullet. But this is unlikely to happen. Trump tells Walmart, eat the tariffs. After retailer warns of higher prices. Here's what could go up in price. Oh, you're gonna give us a list, Forbes? Come on. Everything could go up in price. Oh, okay, don't give us a list. President Donald Trump told Walmart to stop blaming his sweeping tariffs as the reason for raising prices, urging the retail conglomerate to absorb the costs of tariffs. As it appears to raise the prices of several goods this month, prepares to raise the price of them. Trump told Walmart to, quote-unquote, eat the tariffs, all caps, in a Truth Social post, telling the retailer to not charge customers anything extra as his tariffs begin to take effect. John David Rainey, Walmart's chief financial officer, told CNBC this week that the increase in tariffs is, quote-unquote, more than any supplier can absorb, and so I'm concerned that the consumer is going to start seeing higher prices toward the end of the month, toward the end of May, and even more so in June. Oh shit, Mo and Noah, confetti! Oh my god, 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. Fingers crossed. I believe in us. I believe in us. We can do it. We can do it. The Trump-Walmart war has begun, everyone. Trump hates capitalism now. It turns out. He's like, hey, why are you charging the customer more money? It's very, very nasty, very wrong. You make a lot of profits. I don't know why you can't just use some of those. Why are you doing all these stock buybacks all of a sudden? Who needs higher stock prices? Oh shit! Narwhal coming in at the very end of the... Oh my god. With like a minute and a half to go, Narwhal scooting in. The very end with a sweet, sweet super chat. Can the Don Fenty end, please? Hold on, we need the confetti though. Where is it? We need it. Yes, here we go. Confetti. Yay! Great job, everyone. Thank you for getting us to this beautiful moment. Big, beautiful moment. Call it a BBM. Okay. Okay, what do we got next? Let's talk abundance again. I know this earlier this week we talked to maybe an abundance of abundance, but let's take another visit to the Abundance Village run by Ezra Klein. Don't worry, there won't be any actual Ezra Klein. Majority Report, Sam, Emma sort of sort of talked about the abundance agenda here earlier this week. Here's the Majority Report from yesterday.
Go to the phones. Calling from a 406 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hey, my name is Dakota. I'm calling from Georgia. Yes, sir. You guys mentioned Bozeman, Montana. I was actually a contractor when I lived there, so I have a little bit of insight into the housing market in that town.
Well, can you tell me, before you give me, hold on for 1 second. Can you tell me the mayor of that town, Democrat or Republican?
To be honest, I don't know. I've been gone for almost 3 years now, or just over 2 years, so I can't. But Bozeman is a blue dot in a red state.
Okay. And what was the, it must have been very expensive because of all the environmental regulations.
Yeah, you'd be surprised to learn that in that part of the country, there's not a lot of environmental regulations. What? Yeah, I know. And there's plenty of space. And in fact, there's a lot being built. And I actually got priced out of the housing market, so that's why I left.
Yeah.
So,
abundance.
It's almost like supply and demand doesn't fix everything.
It's a red versus blue issue.
Yeah.
I mean, I think obviously they need more supply, but the idea that it's necessarily the cost of building is a function of or can be diminished by getting rid of protections of regulations for people isn't necessarily the enough of a panacea to build an entire movement on.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Ezra seemed to be dodging the point, and I've seen it firsthand where it's kind of capital that runs the show up there, big money interests that come in and buy up all the land. So, people that have lived there their whole life can't afford to buy a home.
Big money, you say? Interesting. I find that hard to believe.
Okay.
I appreciate the call.
Yep, that's the best.
Thank you.
I know so many people that there's like jobs in Montana working in the recreation stuff, like ski slopes and lodges and that sort of stuff. Often you have to live in like housing your boss provides.
on the resorts.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, this is largely, it seems to me, a story of wealth inequality. And, I think largely, and there's no doubt, I'm sure, that there are regulations that make it difficult for people to build. And those are no doubt weaponized by people with lawyers and have the money to weaponize them. But getting rid of them is not going to, all you're doing is taking a tool off the table, not the will to stop those things if they want to. And if it involves like local legislation or whatnot, like there is no, I think there is no sort of broad-based movement that can be built around pinpointing which regulations are inhibiting things. And, we've got a bunch of emails regarding my talk with Ezra. And I mean, clearly he's done some reporting on this. The real issue I had with his book was less about the specifics of what was inhibiting the high-speed rail in California or, the building costs in San Francisco, but rather as a movement, as they refer to it, or as Derek Thompson said. Yeah, an agenda, but also one that they see as being an internecine fight amongst Democrats, as if one is to come out ahead rather than this being sort of like a small bore set of fixes, and also as something that you can run as a political agenda. I mean, people are putting hundreds of millions of dollars behind supposedly the abundance agenda, and outside of some narrow housing fixes in blue states, it's unclear to me what it is exactly that, what exactly is this political message.
Yeah, and here's my thing about all this, regulations on housing that Ezra keeps talking about. An abundance of housing, unless you solve the question of inequality, income inequality in our society, an abundance of housing is only going to give the rich more houses to buy and for them to hold empty and hope the prices on them go up in the future. Hope people have to continue paying higher and higher housing prices. Maybe they'll turn it into an Airbnb, once a couple months out of the year or something like that, for some extra income for themselves or something. But unless you solve the question of inequality, it doesn't actually get people into those houses. Do something about the commodification, Ezra doesn't give a shit about that. He thinks that this is pure invisible hand of the market talk. Greater supply will solve it. There's a lot of talk about Jerry's coffee situation. Reduced to instant coffee, eh? That's very sad.
Awful. Weak.
I'm sorry to hear that. Speaking of something part of that agenda, let's talk about infrastructure. Let's talk about infrastructure a little bit. Ezra seemed to be obsessed with deregulating our infrastructure so we could get more stuff done. Let's see what the guy who's kind of in charge of our infrastructure right now, federally speaking, Secretary of the Department of Transportation, Sean Duffy, who is in the Senate earlier this week. This was May 15th. Forbes breaking news from 8 hours ago with the clip. Let's see what he had to say when asked about the email sent to DOT employees telling them to resign. I believe this is in reference to the Doge email.
Since she became Secretary, air traffic controllers have twice received fork in the road emails encouraging them to resign, which you have sent mistakenly. But it is.
But none of them have taken it. They can't take it because they're not included.
Well, They received the mail. You're an employee. You got the same email, and I just think it's really callous to suggest to controllers these emails saying your work's not valued. So do you know who sent those emails to our air traffic controllers?
You can talk about the system that we have to send emails out. I think it's antiquated, old, and
that is not the question.
I don't know how
She
they
didn't
would have gotten those emails.
I love how when he's asked about who sent him, he's like, I don't know if they use Mac or PC. That was like, it should not ask you what kind of computer they were on, stupid. Maybe they're on Linux. I don't know.
And
I just asked who.
I don't know. No, I don't know how they would have gotten those emails.
You don't know who sent them. Nobody's been fired for sending those.
That they would have had the wrong email for an air traffic controller versus someone else in the FAA. No, I'm not going to fire someone over that. But what I am going to do is, in lightning speed, we've developed a plan to fully rebuild the air traffic control system. And so the tech team that I have in place at the FAA, they've been doing a remarkable job, because it happened very quickly, and oftentimes government doesn't work that fast. And they also saw the problem that all of you have seen, and we have been working really quickly.
Oh, you solved it?
To develop a plan and present a plan.
You solved it,
You
huh?
mentioned money. I do think this is the money that we're going to need for this new air traffic control system is not in this budget, because I don't think we can wait until October 1st to get the resources to begin the process.
I recognize that, and I am concerned as Vice Chair working with Senator Collins how we're going to provide that.
Okay. Yeah, he didn't seem to be, at all concerned about what this might have done to the psyche of these air traffic controllers. He's like, actually, they couldn't even take it, so it's fine. It's fine that we sent them an email saying that we don't want them anymore. Speaking of infrastructure, let's check out this video as we start transitioning to talking environmental issues. This feels like a decent one to throw in here. Actually, I meant to put this one after this. God damn it. Fuck. Shit.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Sorry. First, let's cover the New Jersey transit strike, actually, before we get to this. I'm sorry. Whatever. Not that you know what I was about to go to. Yeah. I did not mean to put this here. Yeah, and the New Jersey transit strike, started yesterday, as the board of New Jersey, or whatever you call it, like the management for New Jersey Transit refused to sit down with the what do they call it? The the engineers.
Now to the latest on the New Jersey Transit engineers strike. It's now been more than 24 hours since they walked off the job, grinding the system to a halt.
Workers are looking for a pay increase, and John Diaz is joining us now live from the Broad Street station in Newark. And John, I know we just heard from the CEO of New Jersey Transit. What was his message this morning?
Yeah, good morning to both of you. Well, his message is that they are working diligently, very hard to strike a deal. And now we were told, it was thought that this morning that the next time they were going back to the negotiating table was going to be tomorrow. But we just learned about an hour ago that will be happening today, starting at 1 o'clock. The transit CEO saying that he will be meeting with the union representatives as well as Governor Phil Murphy to try and figure out actually a pathway to some sort of agreement. They are still going to be meeting tomorrow as well, but today, starting at 1, they will be meeting. The transit CEO saying, though, that he wants a, quote, fair and fiscally responsible deal. He is insisting on that. Now, since the strike shut down train service, it really has impacted more than 100,000 daily riders across the state, causing chaos and frustration in just 24 hours. Traffic crippling Manhattan Friday evening with delays up to 2 hours outbound over at the
What just happened?
Lincoln Tunnel. Now, the union representing these engineers says that their members are making $10 less an hour than their counterparts across the tri-state area, claiming they haven't had a raise in about 5 years. But New Jersey's governor, as well as the New Jersey Transit CEO, well, they have been saying that giving engineers what they've been asking for would blow up New Jersey Transit's budget and pass the cost on to taxpayers. The Transit CEO saying that last night, the president of the union called him to ask to meet today. But he still insists that he will only sign a deal that is within the means of their budget.
We want a fair deal.
What this asshole is doing,
that is
this is a crime. What this person is doing right here. I just want to point that out. If somebody's in the crosswalk, you do not have the right to enter it with your vehicle. That is
illegal.
Illegal. But yeah, the engineers want to meet with management. They want a raise. They said I don't think they've gotten a raise in a number of years. But the CEO of New Jersey Transit complaining that this is all going to be burdening the taxpayers. Now there is hopes that there's going to be some amount of negotiating over the weekend. I think there's a meeting on Sunday that's going to be taking place.
Trains still not running. New Jersey Transit rail service remains suspended this morning after engineers walked off the job a little more than 24 hours ago.
We're expecting an update this morning from New Jersey Transit on that strike. Contract talks could happen as soon as tomorrow in the hopes of avoiding a strike during Monday morning's commute. Eyewitness News reporter Marcus Solis has the latest.
And the big question is, where do talks stand as people continue to scramble for alternates? Now, the impact yesterday was tempered by the fact that ridership typically lighter on Fridays, certainly during the weekends. The question is, can a deal be reached before Monday morning's commute? The nation's third largest commuter rail network remains idle as we head into day 2 of this strike. Locomotive engineers walked off the job and onto picket lines after negotiations which had gone on for months failed. The sticking point is simple: the union looking for raises. Yesterday, thousands of commuters switched to buses, light rail ferries, or they just drove. Governor Murphy has called on people to work from home if possible. But again, this impacts hundreds of thousands of riders.
It's just disorganized from top to bottom. I got to basically pay for 2 ways now. I'm already paying a monthly, so now I'm double paying for my commute, plus parking.
The people that work.
Oh, look at that. So now what I love about this, what about this man just said here, is that while the New Jersey Transit management people are saying that giving a raise to the engineers is going to cost voters, taxpayers more money, there's a taxpayer, this man right here, here's a taxpayer who is paying more already, regardless of whether or not we give them a raise. So maybe New Jersey Transit should think about this a little bit more. You know, it doesn't seem like rocket science to figure this out. People are already paying more. Maybe they should get down to the negotiating table. All right, let's go here as we transition over to the more environmental issues. This happened in the on I-80 in New Jersey. Earlier on Friday, a massive sinkhole opened up on the highway.
We have shown this to you from Newscopter 7. Now we're getting a new look at that massive sinkhole that shut down Route 80 in Morris County since
Look at that thing.
December. This was recorded by police cameras minutes after the crater first appeared along the shoulder of the road in Wharton. Look,
Thing is huge.
Right,
oh my God! Where's the bottom?
2 lanes headed eastbound reopen.
Holy
next week. 2 lanes
shit!
going westbound reopen at the end of the month, and everything
Just
is
a
supposed to be back
big
to
steaming
normal by
pit.
the end of June.
With my first 5 minutes, and
I meant to take this one out of here. All right, let's talk about some more governmental agencies that are facing massive funding cuts. Not only are they cutting Medicaid so that they can pay for the billionaire enrichment budget bill and Social Security and whatever else they're trying to cut. They of course are also cutting funds to the NOAA, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Association, which oversees all of the nation's satellite grid, which is supposed to help scientists, meteorologists, first off, predict bad weather, which I don't know, might come up in the future, the near future.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But also, climate scientists, all sorts of other fields of research use this data. But I think that one of the most important ones, honestly, is keeping people safe and alert of natural disasters. And, weather agencies across the world, not just in the United States, use NOAA data for different things. Let's go here to the floor of the House. Suzanne Bonamici warning against these funding cuts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oregonians at home and colleagues in the House often hear me talk about NOAA. But I want to use this time to explain how this agency, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, contributes to the economy and to our well-being. NOAA is not just a four-letter acronym or a federal building in Maryland. It's the backbone of this nation's environmental safety and resilience, which support better health and a thriving economy. When the Earth shakes the coastline of my district in the Pacific...
Oh my God, is this true? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Oh my God. There was a tornado in your state last night and you didn't even get an alert. It's unhinged. That is unhinged. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. There's going to be fucking implications for this shit. People are being put in danger, not having adequate warning. This is disgusting.
Administration contributes to the economy and to our well-being. NOAA is not just a four-letter acronym or a federal building in Maryland. It's the backbone of this nation's environmental safety and resilience, which support better health and a thriving economy. When the Earth shakes the coastline of my district in the Pacific Northwest, as it inevitably will, it will put the lives and safety of thousands of coastal residents at risk from a devastating tsunami. The first life-saving alert they will hear is because of NOAA. As a seismologist at the Alaska Earthquake Center said, NOAA creates the information needed by emergency managers, mariners, and everyday citizens. Where is the safe zone in my town? How long will I have? Where should boats go? How do I stay informed? When someone fishing in Astoria, Oregon, sets her catch limits for Dungeness crab or pink shrimp, and when she checks the marine weather forecast to decide whether to put her crew out on the water or to keep them safe at shore, that's because of the workers at NOAA.
I didn't even think about
At a recent Oregon fisheries roundtable, one fisherman made the stakes clear. NOAA's forecasts of sea state and weather save lives. Last year, blooms of toxic algae shut down beaches, contaminated shellfish, and put about 40 Oregonians...
I just thought about another thing. I just thought of another example. Same thing for planes, like the FAA, right? The FTC. Oh, no, that's not the FTC. Like the air traffic controllers and all this other stuff are also using all this data. I just thought about that. Oh my God. They find out, okay, well, maybe you shouldn't fly in this inclement weather here. You got... this storm, 50 miles over here or whatever else. This is making everybody less safe. This is fucking insane.
Forecasts of sea state and weather save lives. Last year, blooms of toxic algae shut down beaches, contaminated shellfish, and put about 40 Oregonians in the hospital with a paralytic shellfish poisoning. States, hospitals, and families deserve accurate information about what they're exposed to and what they consume. This should not be a luxury. This is a public service and expectation that we should be able to rely on, and we have it because of the hardworking staff at NOAA. Planes avoid turbulence. School districts decide whether it's safe.
You know, in a business, in a legal sort of language, this is negligence, is what this is. This is beyond insane. This is intentional negligence on the part of the U.S. government and the Trump administration. They are putting people in harm's way. They have adequate knowledge to know that this will. They have the full force of the U.S. government, all of the research available, and they are literally by doing what they are doing, they are putting Americans in harm's way. And if you did this as a business, you could go to jail, or as a person, right? Actually, as a business, I don't know. You certainly could be. Yeah, actually, yeah, I think as a business, or you certainly could be sued for who knows how much money for doing such a thing. This is just insane.
Have class during a snowstorm. People seek shelter during a tornado or a hurricane. Weather forecasts are available at our fingertips, and behind every alert, every early warning, every saved lives are the people at NOAA. I've spoken with shrimpers in Newport, Oregon, and scientists at Oregon State Universities, tribal leaders along the Columbia River, and teachers in Hillsborough. They've all highlighted how NOAA's work is far-reaching. And this is just in one of 435 congressional districts. Students in Oregon recently told me that the Sea Grant program, run by NOAA, helped spark their love for marine biology and education. Sea Grant inspired their interest in ocean technology and set them on the path to study engineering. These students understand how NOAA's science programs can protect their communities and change lives. So it's hard to understand why so many of my colleagues in this administration are throwing NOAA overboard and then hoping a storm won't come. NOAA's been threatened, and its budget is being slashed by the bipartisan work is valued across red, blue, and purple districts and states. We've successfully fought back against attempts to muzzle its experts, and we will continue to fight back, and we will win. Let me be clear. Defunding NOAA will hurt Oregonians, Americans, people across this country. It puts the lives of fishers and their crews at risk. It leaves towns without early warnings. It undermines economies built on tourism, shipping, and fisheries. And slashing the budget of NOAA doesn't save money. A 2019 analysis showed that NOAA provides $11 in economic benefit for every dollar we invest.
Wow.
That's not charity, it's infrastructure. NOAA's ocean observation system, for example, drives economies and saves lives. Captain Don Jordan, a Columbia River bar pilot, sees this every
$11 for every dollar spent. We get $11 back for every. This is insane. It's just like with the IRS cuts. They keep talking about efficiency and all of this, fraud and whatever, abuse. They're the ones who are abusing. They are abusing us. They are abusing the agencies that are actually already very, very efficient in making the U.S. government, making America rich again. Jesus fucking Christ, these people are just the worst. How are we going to survive the next 4 years? This is insane. Oh, God. All right, let's talk about this. We watched this story yesterday, but I figured we'd throw this one in here again because I got another story that's going to sort of butt up against this one. But in BC, British Columbia, up in Canada, off the coast, a unusual sight appeared on a beach on Vancouver Island. A whale that wasn't supposed to be in this area. Here's global news from yesterday. By the way, it's trigger warning. This one's rough. This one's rough.
It was at the shoreline Wednesday near Port McNeill where a man walking his dog came upon this extraordinary sight. The body of a long, slender whale, not one of BC's typical whales, but possibly something completely different.
Quickly, a member of our team went, wait a minute, we thought it was a minke whale, a species we study.
Minkies are regular visitors to BC waters, but a closer examination revealed this one is likely a Brutus whale. They live in much warmer waters.
The good news about Brutus whales is they're not endangered. They're also not supposed to be showing up in this part of the world. Normally, they're not spotted north of California. About 15 years ago, a couple did show up in Puget Sound, but prior to this, there were no recorded sightings of them in British Columbia.
Obviously.
Yeah, and these whales, like they're saying, swim in warmer waters. They shouldn't be where this whale should not be where it was. And it almost absolutely has everything to do with the fact that the oceans continue to warm to levels not seen in human recorded history. Becky D with the sweet super chat. My kitty Leo says, hello GSL and Space Fams. Aw. Aww. So cute. Thank you, Becky, for the sweet super chat. Well, my browser's doing some weird shit. All right, now let's talk about what one crab fisherman is doing to save the whales.
What?
That's right. Now, crab fishermen have been the cause of a lot of whale deaths due to the way that the industry. Whatever. I'll let them explain it. Here we go.
Protecting marine mammals, but at a cost. While Americans love to eat crab and lobster in the summer months, seafood caught in cages can put other ocean creatures at risk, including whales. Entanglements in fishing lines have contributed to humpback whales being on the endangered species list. And while there may be a solution, as Elizabeth Cook reports, not all fishermen are willing to pay the price.
San Francisco's Fisherman's Wharf, known to many as a tourist attraction, is not a place that embraces change. Here, a small fleet of crab boats is operated by fishermen who catch crabs the same way their ancestors have caught them in the waters outside the Golden Gate for over 170 years. The technique means they use lots of long lines of rope, and that's a problem. Some 922 endangered humpback whales have died or were maimed since 2007 as a result.
Is it just me, or does it seem like the stream is running way smoother now that I did what I did? This is honestly, it looks, I don't think I am imagining things. I feel like it's been, I don't know, maybe, I'm sure you've all been watching the feed more than I have, but.
Of rope, and that's a problem.
Hoping it stays this way.
922 endangered humpback whales have died or were maimed since 2007 as a result of the ropes entangling them. That's according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. That's why Brand Little is experimenting with a high-tech way to bring his crab.
Well, don't worry, we won't have that data on whale deaths anymore since the NOAA is the one that fucking keeps track of it. Jesus Christ.
That's why Brand Little is experimenting with a high-tech way to bring his crab cages up from the ocean floor.
This drawstring comes off of it, it just slips off.
So you're really a pioneer for your industry using this pop-up gear.
I don't know if I'd say a pioneer. I took the gamble to try to make it work.
A remote-controlled pop-up balloon-like device signals the crab cage on the ocean floor to head to the surface.
It has an acoustic release on it. We have a transducer. That transducer sends a signal to this release unit.
The military developed this to deploy weapons and sensors from the ocean floor. But for fishermen, spending another $50 a cage in an already cash-strapped industry is a hard sell.
What you have to remember about fishermen is it's probably one of the oldest professions in the country. And when you go back over the decades, these guys have just lost after lost after lost after lost. So, you know, there's very little opportunity left.
And this new pop-up gear has its critics. What have you heard from your fellow fishermen who say, hey, we shouldn't be using this stuff?
I was one of the biggest critics of it, so I set out to prove that it wouldn't work. And I kind of had to eat a little bit of crow because after I did it, I said, wait a minute, you know, this might work. There might be something feasible here.
For 3 years now, Brand Little heads out at midnight under the Golden Gate Bridge to retrieve his catch. He says he's not injured a single humpback whale. The pop-up technology he's using is an experiment sponsored by California's Department of Fish and Wildlife that regulates the crab fishing season.
This year we shortened it given the heightened risk of migrating whales coming back up the coast.
Chuck Bonham is the director of California's Department of Fish and Wildlife.
You're the guy that gets to decide when the season begins and when it ends. What goes into making that decision?
The thing the whales eat for food, small little fish called krill, those krill moved more inshore and the whales followed them. They're swimming much closer to our shore, right where our fishing men and women put their gear. That has meant every year we've been entangling whales.
Bonham cut the season short by 2 months this year, but Brand Little is not a...
So you're saying, let me just, yeah, it sounds like what they're saying is that if they started using this different kind of system rather than the old one with the ropes, which are killing whales, they could have more months of crab fishing because they wouldn't be stopped by because the guy in charge of fish and wildlife wouldn't have to put an end to it because he's trying to protect the whales. Huh. Win-win. And I'm all for saving whales. All for it. And I mean, crab are delicious, not gonna lie.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
All right, now let's go on down to Arizona, and we got an update on the goddamn Greer fire, which we've been watching over the week. And holy shit, this update is insane. Okay, so when we first talked about it, it was at like 1,000 acres. Yesterday when we talked about it, it had grown to 4,000 acres. And in the last day, it has gone from 4,000 acres to 15,000 acres now burning in Arizona. Here is an update from CBS 5. 15 hours ago.
Hey, good morning, Ian. We drove in from Shola where we're staying, but the smoke really starting to spread and settle, at least in our drive-in. But really today, fire officials say it's going to be the biggest test for all the work they've done the last 2 days. And to get an update on where we stand now and kind of what we can expect today, I'm joined by Chris Lopez with the Incident Command Team. Chris, can you walk us through kind of where things stand right now and what you guys are going to be doing today?
Absolutely. So last night was probably one of our most productive nights that we've had. The fire is now sitting at 15,985 acres with approximately 500 people assigned. Still at 0% containment, but we were able to
Jesus
tie in
Christ.
from the 260 to the 373 last night and shore up some dozer lines in the community of South Fork. What was
the phrase he just used? We had a very productive night last night. 500 people fighting the fire with 0% containment, and it's grown 4x in 24 hours, at least from what I have been tracking in my brain. Might be slightly more than 24 hours, but this is not. I love how he talks about it like great success. We're doing a great job, everybody. 0% containment.
So made good progress up on the 261 with the slop over, and that's holding really well. Crews worked on Division Romeo last night to tie it in on the 409 road, and today's game and tactics is basically to shore up and prepare for these high winds and do our best to catch anything that might run on us.
Jesus.
I'm going to turn you over to our incident meteorologist, Rob Rickey, and he's going to give you a briefing on what we can expect today.
Yeah, Rob, I know you said this will probably be the biggest test for the work that the...
Hold on, I'm just going to skip past this guy. We don't need to hear all of this. Where is it? Where did they get back to the... This one, there was a spot that I wanted.
And can we fit any in before maybe some gusts start to pick up today?
I know we did have a air attack on the lineup today. We also had, again, 7 kilos up. We're trying to get those out as early as possible. But of course, with 30-mile-an-hour winds, I'm being told by air ops that most likely those might be grounded if it gets too severe.
All right, well, that's the update kind of from fire officials. We are expecting Governor Katie Hobbs to make her way to Springerville.
We have 7 helicopters in the air right now. 500 people fighting this fire. 0% containment. All right, now let's go to. Oh shit! I almost forgot about this one. This isn't really this next one really is an environmental story, aside from the fact that it happened outside in the great outdoors. But when I saw this, I was like, "Oh my god, we have to cover this." Let's go down to Mexico, where one influencer is being sued by the Mexican government. Mr. Beast.
We just got dropped off on this 2,000-year-old ancient temple. Tonight, Mexican authorities suing a company they say helped YouTube megastar Mr. Beast produce this now viral video.
Why is this not in a museum? Why is a YouTuber holding this? Get this away from me.
Titled, I Explored 2,000-Year-Old Ancient Temples. The video has racked up over 60 million views in less than a week.
This is the door to the inside of this massive Mayan temple.
Authorities say the video taken inside the nation's ancient pyramids violated the terms of government permissions.
We're gonna visit this bad boy.
In the video, Mr. Beast, whose real name is James Donaldson, explores ancient Mayan cities in southeastern Mexico.
Can I take one home? Well, I do. We'll go to jail. I would go to jail? Yes, sir.
At one point, the influencer, who has 395 million subscribers on YouTube, surprised at the level of access.
395 million.
And in another moment, advertising.
How does this man have that many? 395 million subscribers. How much money does this guy have? Is Mr. Beast a billionaire? I feel like he's got to be.
A snack product.
The only Mayan-approved snack on the planet.
In the video's caption, the internet celebrity thanks Mexico's National Institute of Anthropology and History for allowing him to film. But the agency who filed the suit saying in a statement that it gave the firm representing Mr. Beast, Full Circle Media, permission to film at the sites, but not monetize the video.
I just looked it up. According to Google and Wikipedia, he's a half billionaire. He's like $550 million net worth. Wow. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I guess when you're that rich, you start to feel like you can do whatever you want. You can just, go to another country, violate their laws.
And are now demanding compensation, saying in a statement that it gave the firm representing Mr. Beast, Full Circle Media permission to film at the sites but not monetize the video, and that they are now demanding compensation for damages. Adding, the INAH condemns those who, for commercial gain and private profit, dare to distort the value of archaeological sites, which are a legacy of our indigenous cultures and the pride of our nation. Full Circle Media did not respond to NBC News' request for comment. A statement released on Mr. Beast's behalf by a source close to him, saying in part, this video was meant to highlight these treasured Mayan sites in Mexico. No advertisement material was shot at any archaeological sites overseen by INAH, so it's unfortunate that this has turned into a political issue. On Wednesday, Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum saying her administration will look into the conditions under which the YouTuber was granted access and what sanctions might apply if any permit was violated.
And Kathy Park joins us now. So, Kathy, Mexico's president in your piece saying that they will look into the conditions under which Mr. Beast was granted access. That seems to imply access to these ruins is a highly selective and formal process. Is that true?
Yeah, Ellison, it is quite a process, and it requires interested parties to go through INAH, the agency in Mexico that safeguards a country's cultural heritage. So whether you are filming or for research, by law, you're required to apply for a permit, and requests are not easily granted. And while we don't know the full details of the permits that were issued for Mr. Beast, we saw throughout the video that he posted onto YouTube that INAH personnel, Mexican officials, were with him the entire time.
There you go, Mr. Beast, multi-millionaire influencer, went down to Mexico and allegedly committed some crimes.
Illegal.
And like they said, I actually looked at the video. I was considering watching part of it with you, but I was like, no, we don't have time for that garbage. Maybe Sunday Fun Day. But it got 65 million views. The fact is Mr. Beast probably has a pretty good CPM, whatever you call him. Probably made a shit ton of money off of this thing. I mean, you know, the political streamers don't do as good on the ad revenue, but when you're in Mr. Beast's shoes, and you know, advertisers are in love with you, you get a lot more money for those clicks. And supposedly he's selling merch, too, related to this Mayan thing. So who knows exactly how much money he's even taken in from this thing. But it is, you know, it is pretty gross that he couldn't just go through the regular channels. Like, come on, man. You don't have the time or the money to do it? Oh, wait, you have $500 million, so you definitely have the money and time to do it? Oh, then, fuck you. All right, let's go back north to Colorado, where an oil and gas spill happened, which authorities are saying could take up to 5 years to clean up.
Come on! Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Chevron says it'll take 5 years to fully clean up the impacts of the oil spill that happened in Gailton last month in a filing with state regulators. The report said that Chevron has so far recovered more than 91,000 barrels of the liquid waste that is a byproduct of oil and gas extraction. That's about 3.8 million gallons. A blowout on April 6 led to both crude oil and natural gas spewing into the air. Several nearby residents are still not able to return and stay in their home.
What you're looking at, this is just hazardous chemicals spewing up into the air. This is disgusting. This is multiple oil spills in the same week. Within, I think, a few days of each other. It's insane. All right, let's go north from Colorado up to Minnesota, where the National Guard has now joined the fight. Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, a couple of days ago, mobilized the National Guard to try and help fight the Minnesota the 3 fires that are happening in northern Minnesota right now.
Hundreds of evacuations and thousands of acres destroyed. The grim fight against the fires up north continued this morning. We've seen long hours weighing on the firefighters as the flames continue to grow by the day.
It's hard to see, hard to watch, but the fact of the matter is yeah, the conditions are right, and I haven't seen one take off and move as quickly as this one.
Earlier this week, Governor Walz activated the National Guard to support the DNR in their battle against the flames. Now, they say morale is high as they work to contain the largest of the fires. Our Barrett Leone joining us from the live desk this morning. What we're learning from the Guard, Barrett?
Yeah, well, it's been a long, heavy week for those on the front lines of these fires, but soldiers say they're honored to help out in any way they can. A team of 20 Minnesota National Guard airmen and soldiers are taking to the skies to help battle the flames. The team has been stationed in 2 harbors since Monday. That's when Governor Walz deployed them there. They're working with a total of 4 aircrafts, and each helicopter can pick up and dump 600 gallons of water at a time.
It's not a lot. 600 gallons. Okay. I mean, it's something. I mean, it's good, but four of them right now. These fires are continuing to get out of worse and worse. And the acreage burned now is approaching 50,000 acres. Here's Lakeland PBS from yesterday. It's the most updated story I have on this.
Well, firefighters are making progress on 3 wildfires in northeastern Minnesota, but none of the fires have yet to be contained. Higher humidity, cooler temperatures, and rain have helped keep the fires from growing. The biggest concern at this time is the Jenkins Creek fire southeast of Hoyt Lakes. A revised estimate from infrared drones put its size at around 15,500 acres.
Our biggest concern right now, firefighters have been reallocated.
What is happening?
Reallocated from some of the other fires to help out with that fire because of the growth. It remains the biggest fire of the 3, and our concerns there are again this afternoon with those winds. If they do blow toward populated areas, people should be on alert. Fire experts are telling us that the distance between Hoyt Lakes and the tip of that fire is about 6.5 to 7 miles. They said even with extreme winds blowing toward Hoyt Lakes, that it would not reach Hoyt Lakes within 24 hours. That is according to the fire experts.
That fire remains uncontained, as do the other 2. The Camp House fire is listed at right around 15,000 acres, while the Munger Shaw 3 Lakes Road fire is at 1,700 acres.
What's so perverse about the situation is just that there's so much water around here. You should be able to get the water from here to here, or maybe from one of these many other lakes. There's like 30 lakes right here, dude. Oh, they need more resources. All right, let's go further north now from Minnesota to Manitoba. I think I've just got one video. This is an update to the fires that continue to burn in Manitoba. The last time we checked in, there was 250,000 acres or 100,000 hectares burning in these. What was the name of the Whitewood fires? I can't remember the name of the place where this is happening in Manitoba. But let's quickly go here to global news from 10 hours ago. Evacuations are continuing in this area.
All right, so can you give us an update about the wildfire situation in and around Winnipeg right now and what's happening there?
Well, thankfully, over the last 24, 48 hours here, we've had some rain and some cooler temperatures. And so, all of us across the province are hoping that these conditions will help to reduce the fires and reduce the fire risk. But there's still evacuation orders that are in place. The fire crews throughout the province and within local communities are working extremely hard. They're supported by outstanding volunteers. And as you said off the top, it's such a tragedy that 2 lives have been lost. And on behalf of the people of Winnipeg, I offer my sincere condolences to the community and to the family of those affected.
All right, Mary, you've sort of touched upon it there that there's volunteers to help support evacuees, but we know a lot of people have been forced from their homes. What exactly is being done to provide them with support and assistance?
Well, the province of Manitoba, working with the local municipalities that are affected, really stands up supports to assist those who need that kind of support. And whether individuals, that have been evacuated are staying with friends or elsewhere in the community, people may be spread out. But the Lac du Bonnet, which is primarily affected, and Wobegon Park, those are communities that are both about an hour and a half north and east of Winnipeg. As you can see by the photos that are being displayed, it's an area of lake country. There's a lot of people that live there, but there's a lot of Winnipeggers that have cottages there. And so
is that the official name for people from Winnipeg? Winnipeggers? Sorry. I don't think I've ever heard that before.
There's a lot of people that live there, but there's a lot of Winnipeggers that have cottages there. And so these are areas that, have several thousand people that live there year round, but then those numbers swell in the summertime. And so there's a lot of concern about the property being affected, but of course, the loss of life. So again, I want to commend the fire crews who are working so hard to protect property, but more so to keep everybody safe.
Wow. You can see they have a lot of people on the ground and in the air fighting these fires right now in Manitoba. And yet it still has continued, even with rain and cooler weather, lower winds. It's still a massive fight that's going on. I mean, fire season is getting off to a real banger start here. It's pretty insane, and I don't expect it to get less insane throughout this year, as it's only May and it's gonna go until September. Oh boy. All right, let's go south now. Talk about the storms that have been going through the Midwest. First, let's go see some of what was happening in St. Louis yesterday. I think we watched this particular video yesterday. This is KSDK News.
Video from one of our viewers, Garrett Candelaria. This was taken on the corner of De Bolivar and Pershing. The building damage is at the Hudson. It's at the corner.
Fucking shit.
And just look how powerful the wind is, Scott. And I was asking you, was this a tornado that came through?
Was it? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Let's go down here. This is the Associated Press from 13 hours ago. St. Louis mayor says 5 dead and dozens injured after severe storms hit the area. This storm was a fucking tragedy, and I think some of these deaths could have been prevented. But of course, the Trump administration cutting funds to the NOAA. People are not getting alerts like they should be. The nation is unprepared. It's being left unprepared by the Trump administration. Preventable tragedy.
We are just a city that's really grieving. We know as of right now, the death toll.
Oh my god, these pictures are fucking insane. This town got freaking flattened. City.
We are just a city that's really grieving. We know as of right now, the death toll is unfortunately at 5, but we know that hasn't changed since last night. That's a good thing. We know that as of right now, this morning, 38 people have been reported injured. We do not know the severity of those injuries. We know that the devastation is true.
You know, I just realized we gotta take a break. Oh my god. We'll rewatch this one. We just went over 4 hours. It's probably best for us to just get all the storm coverage all in one half. Sorry, everyone. But don't worry, we'll be right back with the galactic coverage of this horrifying storm system in the Midwest right after these brief space messages. Alright, well, I do hope everybody is enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so you don't miss a single episode of this here Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. We got YouTube with the super chats, the super stickers, and the memberships. Twitch with the bits and the subs. Cash App and PayPal if you'd prefer. That every single penny of your money goes directly to funding this stream rather than funding billionaire space projects for Jeffy Bezos. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Only $3 a month will get you access to a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way. I cannot talk right now, my brain is broken. Milky Way galaxy, that's where you'll get them. And everybody else will be jealous from here to Pluto. Anyway, chat, it's enough for me. Enjoy this break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. All right. I think everybody knows what that sound means. Of course, it means that it's time for all of us to get back to the show. Talking about this horrifying storm system which came through the Midwest. The devastation that it's caused. Whoa. What did I just click just now? Okay. All right, we left off in St. Louis. Let's stay there. This footage is wild, and this is, I mean, I don't know if I want to sit here and try and qualify or quantify what is worst in all of this, but I mean the damage that I've seen through some of these videos I looked through earlier today is unbelievable.
We know as of right now the death toll is unfortunately at 5, but we know that that hasn't changed since last night. That's a good thing. We know that as of right now this morning 38 people have been reported injured. We do not know the severity of those injuries. We know that the devastation is truly tremendous. We are estimating right now about 5,000 buildings have been impacted.
5,000.
As you know, declared a state of
rebuilding some of these old brick buildings. I mean, it would be so expensive to try and rebuild some of this old stuff that, you know, has probably been standing there for who knows how long. You know, 150, 200 years. You know, a lot of these really old brick buildings are, they're, oh God, it's just so sad.
buildings have been impacted. We, as you know, declared a state of emergency last night that really propelled all of our city services to be
fact is, the United States doesn't build like that anymore, right? We don't build shit out of brick. We make it out of paper and straw. You know, and when the wolf comes around, see, look at that, learning things from nursery rhymes. Huffs and puffs.
City forestry.
But even the brick can't withstand the. I heard there was like EF5 level tornadoes on the ground in multiple states over the last couple of days. It's kind of insane.
Down trees, getting the streets passable was our first priority. They did an enormous amount of work. Parks, forestry, all of those city services, ensuring that first responders and residents could get through our streets.
Honestly, some of these buildings here in St. Louis fared better than the ones that we're gonna see in Kentucky, where there was a lot of prefabricated housing. A whole lot of it. Oh God. Oh, this next one is rough. Actually, wait. No, not this. The one after this next one. I mean, you'll see. Let's go to here. ABC News. I actually meant to put this one first. ABC News, 16 hours ago. Severe weather outbreak from the heartland to the East Coast.
We do begin here, of course, with that deadly tornado outbreak in the Midwest. The violent storms killing at least 16 people overnight. And we're expecting more extreme weather all weekend long. ABC's Alex Stone is in Clear Creek, Indiana with the latest now. Good morning, Alex.
Gio, good morning to you. We're getting our first look with the sun coming up of what this tornado did here. In fact, this was the post office in this small town. You can see what remains of the blue post office box, the lock boxes, shipping supplies, greeting cards. There's debris and nails all over the ground here. Just one of multiple tornadoes in this region.
Overnight, deadly storms from the heartland to the East Coast, bringing heavy floods, powerful winds, large hail, and tornadoes to over 90 million Americans. Parts of Kentucky shredded, at least 9 dead in Laurel County. This neighborhood torn apart by a tornado. Home after home reduced to rubble. First responders searching for survivors.
We saw stuff falling, and next thing we knew, he said most of the house was gone.
The governor there declaring a state of emergency. In Missouri, at least 7 deaths across the state.
It's all debris in the road.
In St. Louis, Missouri, the damage extensive.
Oh my God, look at that car. And the houses, oh my God.
Debris littering the roads, trees uprooted like this massive one strewn across the street. At least 4 dead in the city due to the storm, 1 killed after part of this church crumbled to the ground.
Jesus.
I'm a resident here in St. Louis. I was born and raised here, never seen anything like this.
Baby, this is all hell.
In a nearby suburb, large pieces of hail hammering these homes. Tornadoes also touching down in Missouri, this one captured from the highway. And another one seen nearly 3 hours north. And in Illinois, this video capturing a twister forming in Marion. A dust storm in Bloomington consuming the sky, roads barely visible for drivers navigating their way through. We were across the border in Indiana as the storm raged on.
The extreme weather is now moving here through.
If we had a functioning and funded NOAA, I mean, we maybe could have gotten more warning about this. But you know, these numbers, these death toll numbers. You know, we covered tornado season all of last year, but this isn't the. I mean, earlier this year during Trump's administration, there was. I don't know if anybody remembers this, but we covered more tornadoes where the death toll was just unbelievable, like so high. And sure, I mean, some of these storms are very powerful, but with adequate warning, you can get out of the way. You can know the path of the tornado. You can give different levels of warning to people on the ground. This next video, this is, if I recall correctly, this is all drone footage in Kentucky. This is London, Kentucky. I don't know exactly where that is, but oh, prepare yourself for what you're about to see. I mean, it is devastating. Look at this. It looks like from the very, like, it look for a second when you look at this from the up here at the crest of this flight. It looks like it, like this, and then you're like, oh wait, no, this is a neighborhood. But at first I'm like, what is this, a landfill? Like, this is, I mean, look at it. There's nothing here. It's just people's lives scattered. Nothing left. Not a twig standing upright. Even the trees. Almost nothing left of those trees. You can see them like sort of dotted over here, like 1, 2, 3, but like they're like completely annihilated. You can see. I mean, it's unbelievable. People's lives were just completely just ripped apart, thrown up into the wind. Who knows exactly how fast these winds were? And that's the thing I've noticed that's strange while listening to these stories. I feel like we've had less data on these fucking storms than I'm used to. There's no sound in this video. I'm just going to talk through it. It's just utterly devastating. You can see how far this freaking tornado went for. I mean, it just across multiple roads. This entire neighborhood, up and down hills, destroying absolutely everything in its path. Supposedly some of these tornadoes went on for miles and miles and miles. It is insane to think. You can see just the utter destructive power. But no, we're doing funding cuts to NOAA. You know, that's where we're at. Don't worry, Kentucky. It could have been prevented, but Donald Trump needed to not pay as many taxes. Him and Elon and Jeff Bezos. And, you know, the tiny fraction of the ultra wealthy in our country, they needed tax cuts. So They had to cut NOAA's funding.
Follow the rich white man.
Look at this. Neighborhood after neighborhood. It's horrifying. Let's go here. This guy was on the ground. I've never seen this channel before. Somebody by the name of John Petramola. He posted this like 16 hours ago.
Dawn is breaking here in London, Kentucky, and you're able to see what you feared the most when you saw through the flashing lights in the overnight hours. You saw bits and pieces and you expected violence and destruction, but once you see it with daylight, it hits differently. We're not just talking about remains of homes left behind, pieces of homes. We're talking about homes completely wiped away here to the very foundation of where they sat, the concrete foundation. This is exhibiting signs of violence that you only see in the strongest of tornadoes, EF3, EF4 plus tornadoes. And it happened at the worst possible time, the overnight hours. People, despite the fact there are so many tornadoes,
just goes on and on
region,
and on,
still let their guard down often, and that's when you see the rates of fatalities spike, is in the overnight hours, and unfortunately appears that's what happened here. The combination of the violent strength of this tornado and the late hour, close to midnight, when this monster tore through here.
I knew they were giving possible
Jesus.
severe weather, and I'd looked at it earlier in the day, or later in the day, I forget, but it looked like it might not get too bad. And I went to bed thinking everything would be all right, but when I heard the crash, no, it's not all right, but you know, and I see that over there this morning, see that over there, because that was in the night when I was up and out and about. And this lady that lives right here, she was across the street over in the lawn over there, waiting for the ambulance to come and get her. And, but anyway, first, I'll be 80 next month is my first one.
You can see some homes appeared to escape relatively unharmed.
Can you imagine? I mean, there's so many things to imagine in this situation, but I'm just thinking about being the person whose home wasn't destroyed and trying to continue living in a neighborhood where every day you have to look around at all your neighbors' former homes. Just, I mean, you know, at some point I'm assuming it's all going to be, you know, cleaned up, but this is just. But then obviously the people whose homes were gone, I mean, they're having a harder time, of course. Oh god, this is just so fucking horrible.
Then you have others that appear to be ripped completely away.
Yeah, if your house isn't completely gone, you're lucky right now. Some of these are just like, it looks like this house just got picked up. Looks like this fucking house just got picked up. Some sort of Wizard of Ozian type of way, just like spinning around. I mean, I cannot imagine. Oh my god. There appears to be nothing, no remains of this house.
This was a long,
maybe this is part of it,
tornado on the ground for well over an hour and a half. Incredibly, the supercell,
an hour and a half? This thing was on the ground?
This tornado actually formed well to the west in Missouri on Friday afternoon. It dropped several tornadoes throughout the afternoon, early evening, but this is likely the zenith of that supercell strength, the tornado that it dropped. Just absolutely demolishing these homes that sat in its path in that overnight hours.
Oh, my mom's purse.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can't imagine having my entire life, like all of my belongings, just suddenly being, just like seeing them flying around overhead, and then later, you know, finding them in random places, or some of your stuff just in this pile of, I mean, oh my God.
Where's that, the one right here?
Yeah, the pink claw.
Right here?
Yes.
Yep. Here we go. Let's see if we can.
Aren't I a good guy?
Value, right?
She's been gone for years.
Oh man. There we go.
Thank you.
Absolutely, you're welcome. All right, guys. And unfortunately, you see sad signs like this. We know that this was a fatal incident with several coroners here in the area.
Yeah, that's a good analogy, Sarah Layla. Thrown in a blender. It's like having your entire life thrown in a blender. What a horrifying mental image.
To this neighborhood in white vans, just like these that are passing, and taking with them victims of this nocturnal nightmare of a tornado. First responders working throughout the night to clear each and every home, or what's left of homes, to ensure that the occupants were able to escape safely, and unfortunately too many cases, unable to escape with their life.
Oh my God. Yeah, and I know we heard that number earlier of 18 people dead, but that number climbed to, I think the highest number that I heard, the last number I heard was like 27. I think like 20, 25 or some odd number above 20 people died in both Missouri and Kentucky from this storm system, from all these tornadoes that hit in the night with no warning from the NOAA. Little to no warning. And this is just horrifying. This is just fucking horrifying. I can't imagine what people on the ground right now are thinking, live in this area. Trying to find their loved ones. I'm sure communications are a struggle right now to some degree. Trying to get a hold of people. I mean, imagine trying to figure out where to get your fucking phone charged right now. You know, simple things like that. Like, hopefully you're, you know, and then of course the power company will probably have to turn off the power right now because of all, you know, I'm sure there's untold numbers of live wires laying all over the place, right? Like when you have the power lines get taken down in one of these storms. They create a massive fucking safety hazard, right? Touch them and die. So, you know, they're forced to turn them off. So unless you have like a solar panel or a backup generator or like a, you know, like a lithium LiPo4 battery phosphate, right? Or one of the better ones, you know, like a big old, you know, chonky boy, you're gonna be really in trouble here quickly. Have no ability to even charge your phone. You know, let your loved ones know that you're alive. And who knows how long it's going to take to figure out who is accounted for in all of this. It's just horrifying. Actually, I think I'm going to watch more of this. I mean, this is just insane.
And now,
we got so much to cover, though.
In the distance, you see crews undertaking the grisly work of removing some of these victims. People that had no hope in homes constructed like this, prefabricated homes, impossible to stand up to the force of a tornado like what we witnessed here overnight.
Yep, we were just saying that.
By the time we went through the door and she got in the tub, I got about half in and hit
everything just, it felt like everything come down. You know, I mean, just, I don't know, it's an odd feeling.
Did you hear it coming
No,
as well?
I
You
didn't hear
didn't hear anything.
No.
Wow.
Can you hear that? Can you hear that ringing in my ears right now? Is that there?
No, buddy, you're not losing your mind.
I
That's
couldn't hear nothing. No, I really did. You know, people says they hear a train and all that stuff. I didn't hear no train.
wow. It's funny. It's good to see you still got a sense of humor. But yeah, no, there's like a bunch of like probably like fire detectors and other things like going off, people's alarm clocks and shit that nobody can get to and turn off, or the owners of are now fucking dead. Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, I really didn't. You know, people says they hear a train and all that stuff. I didn't hear no train.
Was this always the plan? Like, you know, the bathtub?
We didn't have no plan. No. If we'd had a plan, I'd probably been gone from here. Just to be honest with you. But I'll have one the next time. I'll guarantee you that. And I'll have a safe place to get. Of course, that.
Yeah, but it only. I know he's still in shock right now. But buddy, you didn't get any warning. It wouldn't have mattered. And he's just trying to piece this together right now. But without the warning, a safe place to get, as he put it, doesn't change a thing unless you can get there in time.
Yeah, you know.
That's the most.
They've done a pretty good job, but
Jesus
you know, if it
Christ.
I guess like this place over here, it lifted it out, you know. So, but I mean, we must have been on the kind of on the edge or something. I don't know. It's kind of, it's odd, you know.
See the force of this tree, how the branches were basically just torn and shredded. A giant was twisting these limbs off. The debarking, you see the debarking again, signs of the force and fury of this tornado.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next one. This is back in St. Louis. This is some of the live footage. We're going to be going back and forth between some of the live footage of the storm and the aftermath of it. I just felt like, you know, like it was a fine way to do it. Let's go back to St. Louis, see what it was like on the ground. Clip from somebody's home. I think they were.
Hey man, it's a tornado, man. We're in the tornado. Oh. Oh.
Look at it. There's his neighbor's roof in his yard. He's lucky. He's a good thing he went back inside. He almost probably would have gotten hit. You can see some more stuff down here. You can see bricks on the bottom of his steps. He had fast reflexes.
Hey man, it's a tornado, man.
Okay, we don't need to watch it twice. It is actually, I guess we'll watch it twice. Honestly, it's kind of been, it's just insane. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. It goes up with such, it is so jarring to see a roof just lift off like that with such, just such ease, and like it's a kite going up into the sky. It's horrifying. Oh my god. Oh Jesus Christ. All right, let's now the storm that was happening in Kentucky was slightly later in the day, at nighttime. Some of the footage from this is wild. Here, take a look. I got a couple of clips of this. Jesus. You can see them when the, oh my god, you can see the tornado when the freaking lightning goes off. Oh my god. Holy shit. I actually haven't seen this one yet. This one, I did not add this one until after the stream. Oh my god. That was insane. Oh my god, that would be so fucking scary. You're just standing there on your Oh my God. Jesus Christ. That thing is humongous. This is like a horrifying movie that I cannot look away from right now. This is the power of these storms. I wish we had sound. Oh my God. This is insane. Holy shit. I don't know why I don't know why I keep saying it over and over again. I'm just imagining being there, like, and seeing it every time that it moves a little bit. Oh God. And then the tree gets in the way. You gotta hope and pray to God that it doesn't turn your direction. Oh, holy shit. Here, I got another one of these. Or at least I think this is a different one. Although, now that I think about it, these might be the same. Oh, no, this one's got sound. Wait, is this the same video? This is the same video with sound. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, that's where they go into.
No, it's going right to left, but
I added this one while the stream was going because I thought it was different. Oh, thank God. Nice.
You can hear it.
I really think we should go outside.
There's a bunch of storm chasing YouTube channels with live streams for this kind of thing. Yeah. Although I've noticed that they seem to be, and maybe I'm just imagining it, but I feel like I've seen them less lately, even though there's been a bunch of devastating storms. And I wonder if it's because they're getting less information on the ground. I could be wrong.
You can hear it.
I really think we should go outside. I lost the visual behind that. We lost the internet.
Okay.
Honestly, losing visual on the storm is more terrifying than seeing it. I feel like if being on the ground, I feel like it just oh God. Wait, 2 more tornadoes have just been reported in Mississippi and in Texas? And 1 in Texas? Get out. Really?
A severe storm system sweeping through the Midwest has killed nearly 24 people in the U.S. Authorities in Kentucky continue to search for victims following a tornado that struck the area last night. At least 14 have been confirmed dead.
She got scared, so we went to the hallway, and we were in there maybe, 2 minutes? Because that's the closest areas we have. And then my husband and my son come running in and pretty much jumped on top of her because you could feel the air and everything sucking, and it sounded like a train. And then we saw stuff falling, and next thing we knew, he said most of the house was gone.
Very thankful, very thankful. It's bittersweet because, you don't want to see your house being torn apart, but I'm very thankful that me, my unborn child, my mom, my daughter, a dog, we're all safe.
I went in the house and I looked out the side window, and when I started out the side window, it looked like all that stuff was coming from up. Instead of, I couldn't see the tail or nothing, but it just lifted like it's lifting everything up. And I turned around, I run back in there, I told everybody get in the closet, get in the hallway, get in the hallway. So I got in the hallway and put my hands over everybody, and it started blowing the windows out. And you talking about praying. I prayed harder than anything I could ever do.
In Missouri, at least 7 people were killed and several were injured after yesterday's storm caused significant damage, severely impacting the St. Louis metro area. This marks the 3rd straight day of significant weather, with more threats predicted throughout this weekend.
I was just coming out, it was calm just like it is right now, coming out, cover the windshield up. Before I could even get the cover on, the wind got so hard, I couldn't even get to the front door. It kept pushing me back out. I just couldn't believe it. It's just, the whole house just started blowing, all the windows blew out, the bricks started falling. It was just, I never experienced nothing like it. I didn't think I was going to make it at all because I couldn't get back in the door. The wind was so strong and stuff was hitting me off. My back is cut up, and that's my car.
Oh my God.
So I lost that too.
This is wild. And meanwhile, FEMA budget is getting used for all those DHS and ICE detentions. The deportations. Shit is just fucked. We already saw this footage, I just realized. Oh my God. Let's go here, CNN from 10 hours ago.
A violent and deadly tornado outbreak has killed at least 21 people across the central U.S. and left a massive trail of devastation in its path. The storms leveled homes, uprooted trees, brought down power lines across a dozen states from Michigan to Alabama. And video from hard-hit Laurel County, Kentucky, shows residents and first responders searching through piles of debris and mangled vehicles. They're looking for victims. Governor Andy Beshear says at least 14 people died in the southeastern part of the state, and he expects the number to climb. Here's how one resident described the storm's impact.
I went in the house and I looked out the side window, and when I started on the side window, it looked like all that stuff was coming from up. Instead of, I couldn't see the tail or nothing, but it just lifted like it was lifting everything up. So I got in the hallway and put my hands over everybody, and it started blowing the windows out. And you talking about praying. I prayed harder than anything I could ever do.
That came after a devastating tornado hit Missouri Friday afternoon, killing at least 5. 2 other storm-related deaths were reported in another part of the state. I want to bring in now CNN correspondent Julia Vargas-Jones, who is on the ground right now in hard-hit St. Louis, Missouri. Julia, what are you hearing from people there?
Well, we're hearing just how scary it was to go through that. Imagine that, Fred. Winds of up to 100 miles an hour, and this is the result, right? Entire roofs just swept out homes. We talked about downed trees. We're seeing downed tree after downed tree, uprooted large trunks of trees. Over here, a downed power line. We already saw some crews from the utility company coming to survey this area to take a look and see what they can do. It's still pretty dangerous. I'm not going to go into this area over here. Siding from homes, parts of utilities, roofing from homes. This building right here, we did speak to a neighbor earlier saying she was here to help clean up other neighbors' homes who were even more destroyed than hers. That was a whole other story on that building there that got completely swept off. All of this debris still on the streets. We're seeing crews coming out here with big machines to start to clear it out. We're also still seeing first responders. You can probably hear the sirens still around here, surveying this area, looking for people that might still be missing. And we heard from both the mayor and from the governor at this hour. Take a listen to what they said.
We are obviously still grieving. The governor and I just got done surveying some of the hardest hit areas here. The devastation is truly tremendous.
We're putting all hands on deck to make sure that we can assist the city and local authorities as much as possible. I would echo the mayor's response or comments that our first responders, both in fire and police, have been incredible heroes in this moment. And this is when you really see the goodness of Missouri, when you see these men and women step up and help their friends and neighbors that they've never met, just try to restore some essential services.
And Fred, that is what we're seeing here in this residential neighborhood of St. Louis. People just picking up brooms and rakes and trying to clean up to help their friends and neighbors and their local businesses to try and get back on their feet, open their doors. There is a curfew that will be in place tonight from 9 p.m. until 6 o'clock local. And as we mentioned earlier, this storm is winding down, but another one picking up just a few states south of here in the coming days.
Right. Still very volatile situation. Thank you so much, Julia Vargas Jones in St. Louis.
Wow. Wow. And yeah, I just looked it up, and Columbia Rican is right. There is multiple confirmed tornadoes now in Mississippi and I think Louisiana or something like that. Alabama. I don't have it in front of me now.
And even in Chicago, take a look at this incredible time-lapse footage showing a rare dust storm covering Chicago. The National Weather Service says winds of up to 70 miles an hour blew over from dry farmlands blowing into the Windy City. All right, St. Louis, Missouri. Take a look at this right here. What would you feel like just seeing your home, which an entire side of the home just swept away, collapsing as a result of these storms? It does look like a dollhouse, doesn't it? Well, it is the home of Joan Miller. And you can see right up at the top there, this house was hit and devastated by the storm's ravage. Joan Miller is with us now. You were in your home, Judge. Tell us about your entire experience. Did you know this, storm was coming? Were you, bracing for it? Just take me back.
Okay, Frederica. I was at the office, which is in suburban St. Louis in Olivet, and working in the afternoon, and I saw that the clouds were forming. And earlier in the day, they said the weather was going to be violently terrible. So I decided to go home and finish working from home. And I got home, I got my laptop going, and I turned on the TV, and there was nothing but just weather alerts. And after a few minutes, the electricity went out. And so my husband and I were just sitting there, and there's a big sweet gum tree in front of my house that started swaying violently. And that happens a lot when there's storms, but this was something highly unusual. So I stood up and I started backing away from the windows. And I told David, get up, get up. Get up. And he was just transfixed looking outside. And so I just backed away, and he finally got up. We were in the hallway. And as soon as we got in the hallway, all the other doors, this is on the second floor, shut. Just like in the movie Carrie, when all the doors shut in the gym. And there was a bathroom door open. We went in there, shut the door, and
yeah, like I was saying before, this is like a scary movie I just can't look away from. You're very smelly here, as you previously mentioned. Thank you. Thank you. I don't think we need updates on how you smell right now. Thanks.
Seconds later, maybe 10 seconds later, we opened the bathroom door, and the whole back of the house was gone. Wow. Now, my house was built in 1912. They're triple bricks of good old St. Louis red bricks. And I never had any fear of anything happening to that house with a storm because of where I live and the sound structure of the house. But the entire back of the house, first floor and second floor, are gone. There was a back porch that's also gone. Wow. And the front of the house, all the windows were blown out. But like I said, the entire back of the house was gone.
I mean, that is incredible. And I mean, thank goodness for you and your husband's instinct, though, once all these doors were shutting, just that pressure that happens, just preceding a tornado sweeping into an area that you had the instinct then to go into a bathroom, because that usually is the instruction, right? To go into a smaller, tight kind of space like a bathroom. And thank goodness you did that.
Well, really, it was the only room where the door hadn't shut, and we didn't have time to run down to the basement. That would have been, going down 2 stories. It was just, hey, this door is open. Let's jump in it. I mean, I guess we could have in a closet, but
it is insane. All of this is freaking insane. It's just so surreal. Like the rest of this is perfectly fine, and the entire wall is just gone. And it's made of brick, as you can see pretty clearly here. This is wild. And the fact that there's more tornadoes happening right now. And I was looking for live coverage of the tornadoes that we're hearing about as this is happening, but I can't find any. Don't think there's any live storm chasers in this areas right now. Shockingly, considering some of this was, although is what it is, I suppose. Let's go here now. What do we got? ABC.
We do begin tonight with those deadly storms and tornadoes sweeping across the Midwest and South. More than 24 people killed. Drone footage captured the widespread damage and devastation in London, Kentucky. Homes and businesses flattened. Lightning flashing across the night sky. Tens of thousands without power tonight. Kentucky's governor declaring a state of emergency. And those deadly twisters also targeting Missouri. The mayor saying that 5,000 buildings were damaged or destroyed. Dozens of tornadoes reported across 5 states, and the new threat, parts of the Northeast and New England under a severe thunderstorm watch. ABC's Alex Stone leads us off from London, Kentucky.
Across Kentucky tonight, an urgent search for victims of the overnight tornadoes. Entire neighborhoods in rural Laurel County wiped away. Homes left exposed. Wood planks scattered on streets. Residents helping first responders go door to door to search for victims. Kendra Foster, now injured with a broken foot, huddled in her basement with young children, telling me she thought she was about to die as a storm ripped apart her home.
It was like a bomb went off of the windows, the door, everything just shattered.
Down the street, 78-year-old Lonnie Nance and his wife jumped out of bed and took shelter with his family in their hallway.
So you were huddling in this hallway and the roof was coming off. It was all disappearing.
The roof was a rumbling noise. I heard it. I looked up and it was going up and leaving here,
Across several states, at least 27 storm victims are dead. At least 18 in Kentucky alone, where a state of emergency has been declared. Severe weather impacts stretch from Texas to New Jersey. Reported tornadoes spanning across 5 states. In Indiana, this post office destroyed in the town of Clear Creek. Neighbors say it was a center of town where they gathered to see each other and swap stories. Now gone.
We got all of the box mail out. Because we have to secure the mail.
Is it emotional to see it like this now?
Yes, I've already cried.
Already, cleanup is beginning in Clear Creek. Elsewhere, in Missouri, this deadly tornado reported in Scott County. At least 2 people killed there. And at least 5 people are dead in St. Louis. Crews working throughout the day to clear down trees. Hundreds of thousands still without power across several states.
Yeah, and it's probably going to go on for quite some time, having to fix all these power lines. Who knows how long it's going to take, and to ensure that there's no more, live wires anywhere. It's going to take a while, considering all the devastation we've seen. Who knows how long. But they can't turn the power back on until it's, till everything is safe for people. All right. This was from like 3 hours before the stream started. This is the last story we have on this storm here. Just CBS News.
Tonight, at least 26 people are dead after violent storms and tornadoes swept across 7 states. The death toll expected to rise. Kentucky and Missouri are hardest hit, and at least 76 million people threatened by severe weather this weekend. CBS's Nicole Valdez is in London, Kentucky, about 80 miles south of Lexington. Nicole.
Dorica, this rural Kentucky community is in pieces. What looks like near total destruction goes on for miles.
I don't know how we're alive.
Ryan Robinson says he threw his body over his family, huddled in a basement as the tornado roared overhead.
I could feel like dirt fly in on us, and I was just trying to keep them covered, and then I looked up, the whole house was gone.
We met him as he dug through the pieces of his London, Kentucky home. His neighborhood now ripped apart. At a small airport nearby, these helicopters and vintage planes were flipped and smashed. In Missouri, the same system unleashed multiple tornadoes Friday, including 2 that touched down in St. Louis. One snapped this massive bell tower.
Oh my
in half.
God.
Emergency crews were able to rescue 2 people from inside the church.
The side by
One
side
woman
was
died.
wild. We saw this photo. We saw this picture of this
St. Louis.
after the
One
fact. But holy shit, look how much taller it was. The whole thing is gone. Wow.
This massive bell tower in half. Emergency crews were able to rescue 2 people from inside the
Oh my
church.
God.
One woman died.
Whole roof
Her
caved in.
pastor still in shock.
I've never seen anything like this. Unbelievable.
City officials say at least 5,000 buildings have been damaged.
All the windows blew out, the bricks started falling.
The storm also spawned tornadoes in Wisconsin and pushed a wall of dust from central Illinois all the way to Chicago. Back in Kentucky, Robinson was reminded just how lucky he really is, finding one of his lost dogs alive.
Some people found one of her babies. I had a bunch of babies.
And throughout the nation's heartland, significant power outages. Still more than 350,000 people without electricity tonight. Dorica.
All right, Nicole Val.
And so, just to show you where things are at right now, there's 2 storm systems right here. Right, this is, as you can see, Mississippi and Oklahoma, and there's 2 very red spots down here, these 2 storms. You can see what they've been doing over the last hour or so, or actually I guess 30 minutes. You can see sort of northern central Mississippi there, and then on the east, the mid-east of Oklahoma here, and slightly into Arkansas. These red spots are where you'll probably see these potentials for tornadoes. I don't have any live on the ground coverage of this situation, but there's supposed reports of tornadoes on the ground in those areas. Yeah, all the while Donald Trump is cutting FEMA funds or letting DHS and ICE appropriate those funds, since of course FEMA is an agency under the purview of DHS and Kristi Noem, Secretary Puppy Killer, R.I.P. Cricket. All right. Meanwhile, over this week, the Atlantic got smashed. The mid-Atlantic, I should say. Virginia and Maryland hit by floods. At least one person died. A 12-year-old boy was swept away by these floodwaters here.
Next tonight here, the new storms coming tonight. Heavy rain expected yet again after deadly flash flooding already. The emergency playing out in parts of the east. The body of a 12-year-old Virginia boy swept away has now been found tonight. Lee Goldberg standing by with the forecast for the evening ahead. But first, Stephanie Ramos with the images coming in tonight.
Look at this.
Tonight, millions on alert for dangerous flooding, heavy rain moving up the East Coast after a deadly deluge swamped the mid-Atlantic. West of Charlottesville, first responders in Albemarle County, Virginia, desperately searched for 12-year-old Jordan Sims, who was swept away by floodwaters.
It was a raging river last night. I don't think I've ever seen a stream like that.
Sadly, they found his body just before 9 this morning. Western Maryland hit with more than 5 inches of rain Tuesday, rivers bursting out of their banks, first responders using boats to ferry families through the rapids. In Westernport, 200 students and adults rescued from the elementary school. Cars bobbing in the water, one of 3 schools that had to evacuate. This photo showing Dustin Nash carrying his 9-year-old daughter Aria out of harm's way through shoulder-deep floods.
Jesus.
David, those showers and storms are pushing their way into the Northeast.
We're getting slammed. This is just the beginning of storm season, people. Like, let's not forget, hurricane season starts in 2 weeks. It's gonna be wild. If this is a preview, need another emotional support character. Huh, Jerry? Okay. Okay, I can do that. Where are we at on time right now? Okay. Okay, let's go to space news. Let's talk about Elon and his desire to put missiles on Starlink satellites. Space Wars. This is Reuters from 21 hours ago.
Okay, minus 10, 9, 8.
A new space race is taking shape, and Elon Musk is leading the way.
3, 2, 1. Engine full power. And liftoff.
Next week could see the latest Starship test flight, if the FAA gives SpaceX the green light, which, as of this recording, was still an open question. Musk says he'll give a speech laying out his vision for SpaceX. So, on this special episode, we talk to our space reporter about this man and this company and what it all means for national security, the world, and beyond. I'm your host, Jonah Green. A few weeks ago, Elon Musk, the world's richest man, you may have heard of him, said he was stepping away from his role overseeing the Department of Government Efficiency, as protests around the world have hurt his bottom line, especially at Tesla. But SpaceX is a different beast. To talk about all of this is space reporter Joey Roulette. Hey, Joey.
Hello.
Space
reporter.
reporter.
Can you explain what a space reporter does?
This guy is edging in on my goddamn territory, okay? Space reporter? My god. This spacecaster feels very, very offended.
How rude.
Stealing my job. They took my job.
It sounds exotic.
Yeah. Well, space reporter wakes up and goes to space, and then
yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
No. I covered all things space, kind of except the astronomy side. Our colleague Will Dunham does, but I mainly cover the businesses like SpaceX, Boeing, Blue Origin, and the policy, which is NASA and what NASA's doing and what the Pentagon is thinking about space. And there's a lot happening, so there's just a lot of contours to that.
Yes, and we're going to talk about it all today. But first, do you go to these launches when they happen?
I wish. I haven't seen a Starship launch, although I've been down there to see like the Starship without launching. But if Musk gives his talk this week and it launches and SpaceX opens up media accreditation, then I'd fly down there to see it.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
So what is it that is happening next week, assuming he gets the go-ahead to launch? Where are we in the SpaceX program?
It's in a really interesting phase right now. This would be Starship's 9th launch, and it'll be interesting because it'll be the first launch since 2 explosions. The last 2 test launches of Starship ended early in flight with explosive mishaps that kind of signaled a setback and major engineering challenges that SpaceX needs to address. So from an engineering perspective, this is going to be an important launch. But then also Elon Musk said that he plans to give an update on Starbase and the Mars plan prior to launch, which we're kind of due for an update to see kind of like what might have changed in his strategy. He does these talks every few years. The last one he did was in 2022 down in Boca Chica at the Starship site. This time around, though, there's a lot of things that are different, right? Elon is much closer to the president of the United States, and Starship plays a central role in the U.S. space program, even more so than it did last year or under the Biden administration. You know, Starship for years has been the one that's going to land humans on the moon under the...
It is disturbing that this man has as much power as he does, just by way of all the companies and money that he runs and how much money he has. And now he's got his hand on the till of the entire government and every single agency, all the agencies that are supposed to oversee him, including like NASA and the FAA and the DOT. And like, it's just, oh my God, it's fucking... This is the dumbest timeline ever.
U.S. Artemis program, but now under Trump, there's this huge shift to focus more on Mars, and that is largely because of Elon Musk's involvement in the Trump world. So the U.S. space agenda has changed significantly and is putting even more of a reliance on SpaceX and particularly Starship. So with these looming changes to the U.S. space program, which we haven't really heard much details about, we'll see what Musk has to say. I think, usually when Musk gives these updates, people...
By the way, I want to say one thing. Like, 'cause, the reason that Elon can build spaceships cheaper than perhaps the government can, or some of the other contractors can, is because SpaceX has over 4 times as many, I think it might be closer to 6 times as many injuries as any other manufacturer in the space.
Illegal.
So I guess if you're fine with workers getting hurt, as long as you don't give a shit about people, your workers, then yeah, great job.
Take them with a grain of salt because they're these lofty goals. He'll say all these dates and timeline projections that don't always match reality. But what's more interesting this time, of course, is whether his statements will reflect the actual trajectory of the U.S. space program, given his proximity to the presidential administration.
And this is the first big speech that pertains to his company since he's kind of stepped away from Doge. But before all this, what was his relationship?
Has he stepped away from Doge?
As a private entity.
He hasn't stepped away from
Trump,
Doge. I don't know why you're saying that he has. He hasn't actually stepped away from Doge at all. He just said he is going to. He hasn't done shit. He's still going on trips with Donald. He's still doing all of this garbage that I just mentioned. I don't know why these guys are pretending like he isn't.
Had a very, very close relationship with the government. I mean, they are an incredibly efficient company, and they build products, spacecraft, rockets, faster than any of its competitors at a lower price for the government. So that's incredibly attractive to the Pentagon, to NASA. And years ago, those agencies took notice and they started investing more in SpaceX and buying its services because for the missions that they want, which were largely inspired by the capabilities SpaceX provides, SpaceX can execute it. And they happen to be the only ones who can execute it in that way. They're by far the main launch provider for the Pentagon, for NASA and its science missions. They ferry astronaut crews to and from the International Space Station for NASA, including cargo. And they were picked by NASA to use Starship to land humans on the moon in like 2027, but that'll likely be later. And that relationship continues to grow. The dependence on SpaceX continues to grow. despite concerns that the Pentagon has had at times that it's relying too much on a single provider.
Has the relationship between SpaceX and NASA changed since Trump took office?
Yeah, well, SpaceX kind of pioneered this strategy shift at NASA maybe like a decade, or a little more than a decade ago. That means where NASA used to send missions to space using spacecraft that it owned, now it's using spacecraft that companies owned, and NASA's buying rides on the spacecraft. And that's in part to bring the costs down and to stimulate a commercial marketplace for space flight services, which NASA says will ultimately bring costs down even further. And so the difference here is what we're seeing is like Boeing and Lockheed Martin and Northrop, they all had crucial roles in the Apollo program and the private companies, of course, but they were building spacecraft for NASA that NASA would own and control and decide how to use it. In this case, SpaceX has its Crew Dragon spacecraft, for example. That's the primary US ride to and from the ISS. But NASA doesn't own it. SpaceX does. SpaceX is on contract with NASA to basically sell seats to NASA for its astronauts to go up and down the ISS.
There are other billionaires apart from Elon Musk and other aerospace companies that are vying for these contracts, right? Where are the Blue Origins or the Boeings in this kind of space race?
Yeah.
Is SpaceX just blowing them out of the water at this point?
I mean, in some areas, yes. When we talk about Boeing, SpaceX is kind of blowing them out of the water in terms of the Crew Dragon and Starliner competition. Starliner is basically Boeing's equivalent to Crew Dragon. It was developed under the same program, but it's years delayed and pretty...
Is this a I mean, I don't know if this guy's getting paid by Elon, but he's just glazing him up so hard. But let's remember that not only is there more workplace injuries by multiple hundreds of % at SpaceX to his competitors, he's also blowing up more rockets than everyone too. He's constantly having these fucking rockets that he's putting up there blow up in the stratosphere, ripping holes in it. And I guess as long as we're fine with all of these consequences, then yeah, okay.
This last year when Butch and Sonny, the astronauts in the ISS, had to stay there because of problems with Starliner, and Crew Dragon had to bring them home instead. So in that regard, SpaceX is leagues ahead of Boeing. But there's another billionaire, Jeff Bezos, who we all know, and his company Blue Origin is also kind of racing just behind SpaceX. They definitely don't have nearly as much experience in space as SpaceX does, but they're getting there. They have their new Glenn rocket, which is going to be a competitor to SpaceX's Starship and its Falcon 9. They want to launch commercial missions to space. They want to launch NASA missions to space. They already have a contract with NASA to launch a pair of spacecraft. But we just haven't seen Blue Origin move at the speed that SpaceX moves.
In terms of government contracts, SpaceX is also the frontrunner to build President Donald Trump's Golden Dome missile defense shield. What do we know about that program?
It's very interesting. The whole idea of Golden Dome has existed for decades, but I think the people who are planning it now.
The idea for Golden Dome has existed for decades. The exact phrase, Golden Dome, has existed for exactly like 3 months since Donald Trump said it. But the idea for this sort of system has existed, and it's still kind of an insane fucking idea, especially the part we're about to hear about in a second. Since Elon, because there's talk about Elon wanting to put these missiles and lasers onto his goddamn own privately owned satellites.
Golden Dome missile defense shield. What do we know about that program?
It's very interesting. The whole idea of Golden Dome has existed for decades, but I think the people who are planning it now realize that it's now possible to build, largely because of SpaceX's Starlink system. That's a giant internet communications network in space, totaling 7,300 satellites and counting now. And my colleague Mike Stone and Marissa Taylor, they reported that SpaceX and Palantir and Anduril are seen as the front runners in this new competition to build Golden Dome for the US government. Golden Dome is a missile defense shield. It's going to be just like a Starlink in low Earth orbit, but capable of taking out hypersonic missiles that launch from other countries. And they can do that. It's supposed to be designed to do that either using lasers or actual missiles. So these satellites are going to carry missiles and shoot them at these hypersonic missiles launching from Earth to intercept them before they reach the United States. That's the concept. It's extremely controversial. And
it's controversial that we're going to let Elon Musk put missiles in his satellites.
For Elon's involvement, yes.
Well, first of
but
all,
also just the
some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
From an international treaty perspective.
Sure.
From a nuclear deterrent and stability perspective. From a physics perspective, people question whether that's actually going to work. And from a cost perspective, I think some of the estimates we've heard, like $25 to $35 billion, that is like wildly underestimated, some will argue. People say that it could cost as much as $1 trillion or more to build this system. So
we're gonna give Elon Musk $1 trillion to arm his satellites of his privately owned space company. Wow, how could that ever go wrong?
When the Reagan administration years ago first wanted to have such a system, that was estimated to cost about $1 trillion. But part of the reason that failed was because of concerns from other countries that it could be used to kill other satellites and not just missiles, but also because it was so costly and because we didn't have the capacity to launch that many satellites into space in a viable way. But now we do because of SpaceX's Falcon 9 and because of its production capacity with Starlink. The U.S. now thinks that it's time to build Golden Dome.
So let's talk about Starlink. You can look up to the night sky sometimes and you could see a bunch of stars.
This is an extremely great idea. I'm all in. I hope my taxes are paying for some. Okay, I'm picking up on a little bit of sarcasm from you right now, Christy.
In perfect formation, and they're kind of traveling along a straight line. Those are Starlink satellites, are they not?
They could be aliens.
They could be the aliens, that's true.
Anything could always be aliens.
That's true.
No, but those are most likely Starlink satellites because like freshly launched Starlink satellites will appear like that in the sky.
Yeah.
You've seen probably social media videos of people freaking out and asking, what is that? But yeah, there's really no other company or government deploying satellites like that, except China. But we haven't seen similar trains, as they call them, in the night sky. But usually when you see that from SpaceX,
I love this.
Just after they deploy Starlink satellites, they're doing.
Oh my God. Columbia, Rican, New York with a beautiful super chat. So we're going to arm Elon Musk with missiles so he can go after his trolls calling him out for truly sucking at playing Paths of Exile. Yeah, it's hilarious. I can just imagine it now. He's on he's on his like private jet. And he's playing Paths of Exile 3 or whatever. Once again playing really bad. And he's got, his baby's mama asking for child support, and he's like, you know what? Actually, nuclear missile.
Is they're raising their orbit, so they're going a little further into space, and they're going to park into their positions in this giant mesh network, and coming off the rocket, of course, they're kind of bundled together at first, but they slowly separate and widen out. And that's the train, as they're getting into formation.
What is the main focus of Starlink? What is it for? How does it make money? I think we see reports that X country has opened up to Starlink and now they have internet. How does this all work?
Yeah, so Starlink began as a plan to provide internet in rural places for communities that don't have access to the internet or to cell service. That was kind of the altruistic goal of it, right? And when it was announced, I think sometime around 2017 it was announced, the idea seemed crazy to a lot of people at the time. Launching that many satellites, I think the filings indicated they wanted to launch 42,000 satellites, which is not the actual number, that just kind of gives them the regulatory wiggle room, but it's getting very big. Right now it's at 7,300. And so it seemed crazy at the time to launch that many satellites, because traditionally satellites are these big singular objects that cost hundreds of millions, billions of dollars. You launch it up into space, far out into space, in a way that it can like track and follow the location on Earth, and that would be that single satellite that could do a bunch of different things. But that era has gone now because Starlink has proved itself capable of providing similar services like internet communications, Earth imaging, as they're doing on classified programs with intelligence agencies, at much quicker speeds because it's in low Earth.
This guy is such a glaze artist right now. Like, oh my fucking god, get off of Elon's dick, buddy. Settle down. You're being gross.
Don't be creepy.
It's almost like he doesn't think about any this fucking dickbag, this space reporter. This guy's no space journalist. He's a space sycophant. He doesn't seem to be considering any of the ramifications of what any of this means if we give over all of these sorts of things to Elon. It said, you know, get all of our stuff from this, you know, private company owned by the world's richest man, with the most fragile ego on the planet, and a bunch of, you know, different horrifying Nazi ideas, and like, it's just so many reasons not to allow him to run the world's space infrastructure.
Where satellites orbit Earth once every 90 minutes. And so to have a communication system in low Earth orbit, you need to have a mesh system. So you need to have a giant blanket, effectively, of satellites covering the whole globe that can kind of talk to each other using laser links, so that you can have a consistent beam of communications, or a consistent signal with terminals on Earth. And that's what SpaceX has done quite successfully.
Oh my god.
And it has really changed the game. It has really kind of upended the traditional satellite communications market. It has led the Pentagon to rethink how it collects intelligence from space. And
yeah, now the Pentagon's gonna depend on Elon and Starlink for data. Great plan. Great plan. Wow.
Follow the rich way. Follow the rich way, man.
AIDS battles on Earth. It, of course, played a major role in the Ukraine war, especially in the first year. There was a lot of controversy about Musk's control over the system. But yeah, Starlink really disrupted the traditional satellite industry, and it's poised to disrupt telecom in general.
I've innovated.
The money for that comes from where?
There's different markets that Starlink
I've innovated.
serves, right? It's the consumer broadband, and that's kind of what SpaceX has targeted the most. So if I want
I've actually taken space for myself, and that's actually good for humanity, because we need to usher in a new fascism of the 21st century.
But I live out in some area of the world, I can order a terminal from Starlink, which would just be like a big magazine-sized dish that I just set up. I plug it in, and
if the U.S. government could do this, and we could be making money instead of Elon making money from all this, getting all those Starlink subscriptions. You know, the United States already had the largest satellite fleet out there. We could have done something like this instead of letting this billionaire douchebag do it. For fuck's sake.
We have Wi-Fi that is talking to the satellites, hundreds of miles above in space. And that's kind of the business model. And that is a big chunk of customers that SpaceX has served. They also serve businesses like cruise ships, airlines, and they serve governments. They have this whole other government unit called Starshield, which relies on the Starlink network, but provides more secure services and other types of satellites that SpaceX will launch themselves for more specific use cases. And so the revenue that Starlink has brought in recently was estimated to have finally eclipsed the revenue from all other SpaceX lines of business. So it's a very, very important unit to SpaceX overall. And
so you hear that? Elon Musk is making most of his money, at least on Starlink, from selling data to to interested parties, such as foreign governments, and I'm sure anybody could ask Elon for this data and he'd sell it to them. He has no scruples.
Musk's kind of grand plan with it is that revenue from Starlink will help fund the development of Starship, which is the kind of central pillar of Musk's dream to colonize Mars.
What are the concerns over Starlink in particular? I mean, Musk has so much power. He has...
Honestly, I feel like the story makes me feel like I've failed as a spacecaster / space journalist. It's making me very sad. You know, one of my stated goals was to protect us all from the billionaire takeover of space. And it just seems to be getting worse and worse day by day in the last since last year. How many? It's almost like a year and a half we've been doing this now, and it is crazy to think that it's just gotten so much worse over all this time.
Broad footprint technologically. What are the concerns from those who perhaps don't trust Elon Musk in regards to this kind of vast satellite network?
What
They failed the
SpaceX is
galaxy.
doing is something that only governments used to do in the past. So now we have a private company doing very risky, very important things tethered to U.S. national security and the national security of other countries too.
Yeah.
It's a private company, privately owned by Elon Musk, who I think has a 42% stake in it. And again, it's very tethered to his worldview. And the Ukraine war in particular was a very interesting example of a private company's role, particularly Elon Musk's role in a global conflict.
And the controversy there was that he could turn off the internet for Ukrainian soldiers on the battlefield.
Right. There were concerns that he was controlling how Starlink was used in Ukraine. And particularly, there was one moment, as was reported in Walter Isaacson's biography, that he refused Ukrainian troops' plea to activate Starlink over the Russian-occupied Crimea Peninsula to wage an attack on Russian naval fleets. And Elon said no, basically, because he was concerned that it would escalate the war into World War III and for Russia to use nuclear weapons. But that just raised a lot of alarms across Europe. You know, what Musk says a lot is that he was concerned about starting a nuclear war, or that Starlink would play a role in that.
But, you know, Elon, this is the thing about relying on a single man to decide whether or not you're allowed to use satellites. Right? This is the problem, you know? This fucking fascist can just decide on a whim. Yeah, you don't deserve it. You're not allowed to have it. I don't like you. You said something I don't like. You criticized my Paths of Exile play. You know, I have business interests in this country. I can't let you do this thing. It is fucking disgusting and horrifying. Now, I'm not sure exactly who owns SpaceX, and I've tried to figure it out. But since it's a private company, they don't actually have to tell us, I don't think. The entirety of everyone who owns. I could be wrong. Maybe it must be somewhere. I'm sure there. Actually, now that I think about it, there must be a way to find out. I just haven't figured it out yet. But it's all I know is that there's a bunch of private equity firms in there. I know that much. So maybe BlackRock's got a hold of all this satellite data. I don't know.
You reach out to SpaceX and Musk for comment. What do they say about all this?
SpaceX almost never replies to requests for comment, so it's really hard to, know what they think about this or how they would specifically respond to our questions.
Totally fucked. We are living in the worst timeline ever. I guess we'll just rely on the Chinese. That seems good. Here's Reuters again from 20 hours ago. Here's a recent launch in China where this rocket used an improved methane-powered rocket delivery system, whatever you call it. Not that it matters. I don't know why. The one thing I wonder for myself is, why are they doing this? Because they believe methane is somehow better for the atmosphere than rocket fuel? It's not. There's a bunch of stuff falling off that rocket. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be happening. But there you go. Methane-powered rocket launch in China.
China!
Jesus. Alright. Alright. Let's see. You know, let's get to the Earth news now. We'll start off in the UK. Talk a little colonialism. Navarra Media from 17 hours ago. GB News guest gives wildly racist defense of colonialism and empire.
They have some pretty wild conversations over on GB News, but this incredibly racist defense of the British Empire is definitely up there.
We now have a generation that believes everything we did by colonizing. Yes, it is true. They think everything about colonization was wrong. It wasn't. There were some terrible things, and there were some good things to come out of it. And that is about properly acknowledging your past.
Education.
Yes, completely.
Sanitation.
Transportation.
Yeah. There was so much that we brought to communities. But that is.
But you see, you're typical of what we're talking about.
No, I'm saying that colonization, the empire was wrong. It was wrong, full stop. That's, the things that Britain might have done.
But that's very much through your modern sensibility.
Oh.
You might say that, because we wouldn't now routinely go into other countries.
It was a profoundly racist set of basically invasions of other people, where we subjugated people to our rule and sort of made them work for us. It was completely
made their countries work.
But imagine yourself in the shoes of a 13-year-old boy hearing you say that.
I love this orange sweater, stripy sweater lady. He's like, we made jobs. We gave the savages jobs. Do you not see that?
Imagine yourself in the shoes of a 13-year-old boy hearing you say that.
Now, so much to comment on. I've got one more part of that conversation. So there's only one bit I want to sort of bring out here, which is the idea of doing history by how you can make a 13-year-old boy feel good about their country. Can you imagine sort of like you've had this bit, there's a big debate about the Holocaust, right? And someone says, well, it was really bad. They killed 6 million Jews. They were going to kill it. It was like, they're like, well, how's that going to make a 13-year-old German boy feel? Surely you've got to say there were good things about the Holocaust as well as bad things. But otherwise you might make sort of all of these kids not have a strong sense of themselves. Come on! That's not an argument, right? It's not remotely a valid argument. As I say, lots more to comment on there, but I want to go to the rest of the clip first.
How do they then carry that through life?
Well,
in terms of who I am as a Brit.
But it's not about...
We had racist ancestors. But
Bev...
But I'm saying that we hear much more of that than we do about the benefits of that period of time.
Well, because I don't think there were benefits. I think that we have to be completely...
Of course there were. So you benefits to us.
I don't think there were.
There were benefits to us.
A lot of those countries did not... Jonathan, those countries...
It absolutely does.
Those countries did not have money. They did not have the creativity. They did not have people in positions of power to do this. No, they didn't.
Those countries did not have money or creativity. We should have got William.
Yeah, that's incredibly rude.
How rude.
Jesus Christ. It's not like they... Oh my God. It's just an insanely racist thing to suggest. No creativity, huh? Is that why white people are always appropriating stuff? Is that why? Oh my God, it's just so ridiculous. Do we need a 6th emotional support character? Okay. Wait, we have that one. All right. You know what that reminded me of? Since we were just talking about this guy. Remember this? I know it was ages ago. Does anybody remember this particular event? The German school system conveniently skips over their first genocide in Africa. Is that true? Germany doesn't. Namibia just doesn't exist anymore. Is that, you can just pretend it's a different? Huh? Weird. That's interesting.
Fight for a great future
Speaking
for
of Germany.
Fight for a great future for Germany. Go, go, go. Convince your friends, convince everyone. Let's go. Yay.
Speaking of Germany, yeah, remember that when Elon Musk came and told Germans to be proud of all of their heritage, even, stop beating yourself up for that Holocaust already. Now, staying in the UK, I figured we would hit this up. People in the UK were doing a protest march with the 77th anniversary of the Nakba on its basically, I think it's a few days away.
We're here with William Dalrymple, host of Empire Podcast and British historian. William, can you tell me why you're here today?
Well, I've supported the Palestine cause all my life, but this week is obviously particularly important. At 1 week, we have the 77th anniversary of the Nakba, when 750,000 Palestinians were expelled from their homes. That same week, Labour ministers are appearing at an Israeli government party in the British Museum to celebrate that mass eviction, at a time when the Israeli government Netanyahu has made it completely clear that his policy is now to expel every last Palestinian from Gaza, to starve them into submission. Smotrich reinforced that this week on Israeli television. There is no excuse for our government not to know that now the open policy of the Israeli government is to remove every last Palestinian from Gaza, according to the Trump plan to build a Riviera. So now seems a moment with mass starvation, with bombs that have killed, I think, 250 people in the last 3 or 4 days, when you have to make your voice heard. You have to stand up and say this is clearly immoral. There's no way you can claim that starvation is a targeted tactic, that it's attacking Hamas and not women and children. Clearly, it's the bluntest instrument there is. It's like a medieval siege. And there's never been a point where the immorality of Israeli...
Does anybody know who this guy is?
...behavior towards Palestinians is more clear. So I'm very proud to be here today. I'm very proud to be asked to speak.
Thank you. And we've got a lot of figures at the moment getting a lot of sticks, such as Gary Lineker speaking out for the Palestinian cause. Is that not something that you're worried about?
I think everyone who supports the Palestinian cause realizes that you're walking a tightrope, and that it's still, despite the work of Amnesty International, the work of Human Rights Watch, the International Court of Human Justice, by all these people saying very clearly that a genocide is going on, astonishingly, you can still be attacked for resisting a genocide, for saying that women and children should not be starved, that there are other ways to wage war if you have to.
Okay, actually, I just figured out who this guy is. This is William Dalrymple. He is a British Scottish historian. And he's also a knight. He's got a bunch of things. He's got multiple knighthoods, I think. Yeah. You got a lot of,
And that peace is hugely important, that we need to find a way for Israelis and Palestinians to coexist together. It was done in Northern Ireland. Irreconcilable enemies can come together and make peace. And this is the moment to do that, because there will be no Palestinian population left in Gaza if we sit and if we sit on our haunches, stay at home, and allowed Starmer to complain every time civilians are killed in Ukraine, but remain completely silent when much larger numbers of civilians are killed in the Gaza Strip and now in the West Bank too.
So it's been
Based Knight. God, that's the kind of guy I can get along with. My kind of guy. All right. Let's go from based Knights to based comments made in Cannes, en France. Pedro Pascal, a space bounty hunter of sorts, came out and made a comment at the Festival de Cannes. Here in Cannes, the film festival of awesomeness. Let's see what Pedro had to say, aka the Mandalorian. Mando.
Don't let them win. Don't let them win. And so keep telling the stories and keep expressing yourself and keep fighting to be who you are. And I don't know, fuck the people that try to make you scared, you know, and fight back. I mean, it's obviously very scary for an actor who participated in a movie to sort of speak to issues like this. I want people to be safe and to be protected, and I want very much to live on the right side of history. And I'm an immigrant. My parents are refugees from Chile. I myself was a refugee. We fled a dictatorship, and I was privileged enough to grow up in the U.S. And after asylum in Denmark. And if it weren't for that, I don't know what would have happened to us. And so I stand by those protections.
There we go. Some inspirational words for us in America. Fight back and don't let them win. Pedro talking about his heritage, his family's immigration to this country. And I would say this guy, you know, is a great example of why, you know, America is so great for having so long embraced immigration in this country, even though some people are trying to ruin all of that at this moment. Donald Trump, Kristi Noem, Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, Russell Vogt, all these guys and gal. I guess Pam Bondi too. Gals. Yeah, Pam Bondi's in there. Can't forget Pam. Alright, now let's go a little further east from France to Italy, where both Marco Rubio...
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
And I believe J.D. Vance went to the Vatican. Wait, what happened to the video? Did this get taken down? I think we lost J.D. Vance's... whatever. Okay, I guess I could... Let's just stick with Marco then, I guess. Here's the AP from 19 hours ago. Marco Rubio meets Vatican Secretary of State Cardinal Pietro Parolin.
¿Cómo está, Secretary? Bien, mucho gusto en saludarle igualmente.
You almost forget that Marco's Cuban. I wonder if anybody else in the Trump administration is capable of speaking more than one language. It's fascinating. Why do we keep doing this? It's actually kind of it's kind of this is a real rarity to see, generally speaking, to see an American diplomat conducting, you know, some form of diplomatic relations in a foreign language in such a competent way.
Inglés no es tan bonito, pero buenos días. Llega esta noche. Esta noche tarde. Muy bien, entonces tomen así. I can do Spanish, English, or Cuban.
He's like, I can do 3 different. Oh God, little Marco. You know, you got a lot of problems with you, buddy, but I find this to be one of your more endearing moments. Not gonna lie, I still think you're garbage. And when we're done with all of this, since you've been so instrumental in it, we're definitely deporting you to Guantanamo. After we get rid of birthright citizenship to get rid of all the Venezuelans. You're next. Because, of course, Marco Rubio has been intrinsic, vital. Really, I mean, it wouldn't have happened without him. For the detention of people like Mohsen Madawi, whom we heard from earlier today, or Mahmoud Khalil, or Ramesa Azturk. If he didn't take their visas away, they would have had even less justification to try and snatch these people up off of the street. He also met with a guy by the name of Cardinal Matteo Zuppi, ahead of meeting with, I believe I don't know if he's going to actually meet with Pope Leo, but this was ahead of Pope Leo's inaugural mass earlier today. I don't have footage of that. We'll probably watch some of it tomorrow.
Muy. El padre es lo mismo. Después de latina tuvo muchas mujeres. Se divirtió bastante. ¿Cómo así? Se divirtió bastante, sí.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen. Por favor.
Everyone's going to be discussing Ukraine today?
Yes. Yes, and we thank the Holy See for its willingness to be involved in this process. Obviously, there are a number of countries that have offered that as well, but we think it would be... we'll talk about that, the status of the talks, the updates after yesterday, and the path forward.
Do you think they can be one of the brokers or the broker?
Well, I wouldn't call it a broker, but it certainly is a place that I would think that both sides would be comfortable coming. So we are grateful for their longstanding efforts, not simply on trying to broker peace, but on the exchanges of prisoners. There are children that are currently been taken from their homes that the Ukrainians would like to see returned, and the Holy See has been very involved in that.
All right, there's little Marco meeting with Vatican officials. Now, apparently a bunch of other people were in Rome for Pope Leo's first mass, including Mark Carney of Canada, who met with fascist Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Sorry, yeah, this is Associated Press from 11 hours ago. At least aspiring fascist. She loves fascists. I mean, she is, you know, doing the same thing Donald Trump's been doing, but not sending people to El Salvador, instead sending people to, shit. Not Kosovo. Where? God damn it. Oh, I can't. My brain just broke. Ah. Oh my god. Albania?
Got it. Not real. Very
questione ucraina, sulla quale condividiamo gli sforzi per una pace giusta e duratura, e anche presidenza, e quindi il primo ministro sa che può contare su.
All right. Here we go. Prime Minister of Canada Mark Carney meeting with Georgia Maloney ahead of the new Pope's Mass, which apparently is, I think, going on right now, or was going on at some point during the stream. You know what? That was probably a good time for us to actually, yeah, no, now is, I think, a good enough time for us to take a break. Almost 6 hours in here. We're going to be switching topics from popey type stuff, popishness, over to Russia, Ukraine, as well as some news in Africa after that. And of course, we got to talk the Middle East. But first, have to do some more brief space messages here. Need to get a sponsorship or something. Be a perfect time for something like that. Sunset Lake CBD, looking at you. All right. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. Twitch with the bits and the subs and the on-screen celebrations, but lately I've been suggesting people consider contributing on either Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon, as we receive that money immediately, if not sooner. And right now we are struggling. Since last month we streamed over 30% less than normal due to unforeseen circumstances, and some of it was health related. The other one was due to the stream problems that we were having. But of course, if you go on Patreon, if you have a Galactic patron, not only will I receive that money immediately, you'll get a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Stuff like an avatar on screen here at the pool, or maybe the bar. Up to you, really, what it is and where it goes. Shoutouts and much, much more. So, you take the plunge, the galactic plunge. What are you waiting for? Anyway, chat, that's enough from me. Enjoy this short break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Alright, I am back. You know what that sound means, chat? Time for us to get back to the show. Got some more tea. That's gonna give me enough energy to get to this final half. That's right, 4 halves tonight, it looks like, although, yeah, no, it's probably doable. Well doable within 4 halves. Although I could drag it out. We'll see. We'll see how it happens. Some of these videos are very long. Okay, like I said, we're going to start back talking Russia, Ukraine. Here's the latest that we had yesterday. We're in Albania. Ursula von der Leyen announced more sanctions on Russia. Here's France 24 English from yesterday.
Under a heavy downpour, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky strode into the summit. He joined European and other world leaders who have descended on Albania's capital to discuss the future of European security. And one thing is on everyone's mind: how to achieve peace between Russia and Ukraine as negotiations hang in the balance. For Keir Starmer, pressuring Vladimir Putin is key.
He's been dragging his heels, and I think it's really important, therefore, that we have absolute unity with our allies. We'll be working on that again today to be clear that there must be a ceasefire.
The summit comes a day after the Russian president spurned an invitation from Zelensky to meet face-to-face in Turkey. Instead, he sent a low-level delegation. A big mistake, according to NATO's chief.
He has to play ball. He has to be serious about wanting peace.
For the EU Commission President, it's given due cause for the bloc to apply further penalties.
And this is why we're working on a new package of sanctions. This package will include, for example, sanctions on Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2. It will include working on listing more vessels of the Russian shadow fleet and also lowering the oil price cap. And it will include more sanctions on the financial sector.
The gathering.
Now, as we know in the past, these sanctions have not been very effective. Russia has just gone and sold to non-EU countries, such as China or India, you know, and some of his other neighbors and allies. So it hasn't really had the intended effect that both the United States and the EU have desired with these actions. Now, you know, Nord Stream is, you know, certainly going to upset Putin a little bit, because it is vital to to the Russian economy to some degree, and it's going to hurt them a little bit. But I don't see it. I don't see this doing much in bringing a ceasefire. But hey, I'll remain slightly optimistic about it. Still more pessimistic. I'm neutral. I'll remain neutral on it. How's that sound? Because I'm pretty pessimistic about it, not gonna lie. I'm trying to sound optimistic when I am in fact not. Alright, here's the Associated Press from 21 hours ago. Another Russian strike happened in the last 24 hours. A drone attack on a bus filled with people, killing 9. See, we got the jaws of life out here. Ah, oh, Jesus Christ. I just realized what I was looking at. Because of the blurs, I had no idea. I couldn't tell there was a fucking body right in front of me. I was staring at a dead person. Oh my god. That's fucked. Here's France 24 with more on this bus strike.
This shuttle was evacuating civilians, mainly elderly people, away from the front line when it was hit by a Russian drone. Their city is located some 10 kilometers away from Russia. It has become a frequent target since Ukrainian forces used the area to launch attacks on Kursk. On the other side of the border, Ukrainians have no doubt that the attack on the shuttle was deliberate.
The bus was marked as a regular bus, and the route was written in large letters, so it's impossible to say that somebody made a mistake or that it was mistaken for something else. As a result of the hit, we have 9 dead.
Russia had no immediate explanation. It communicated instead on its military operations. Ukraine has been pushing for a ceasefire as a condition for peace talks. Russia, on the other hand, says there will be no ceasefire until a series of conditions are met. On Friday, Moscow and Kyiv held their first direct talks in years. As seen in this Russian tweet, which seems to be addressed to U.S. leaders rather than Ukrainians, the Russian delegation hailed some progress, starting.
Yeesh, yeesh, yeesh. This whole situation is fucked. Foreign Minister David Lammy had a comment here, Reuters, with the clip from 14 hours ago. What's old Lammy got to say about all this?
Yet again, what we're seeing is obfuscation on the Russian side, an unwillingness to get serious about the enduring peace that's now required in Ukraine. Of course, we have been keen to work with Donald Trump, whose desire is to see peace. But we have to say that...
I just find it fascinating. I mean, you know, the fact is, you know, this is ever frustrating to me because, of course, Lammy, you know, where are these comments when it comes to Gaza and Israel and the unseriousness of Israel to negotiate? You know, I haven't heard any of those. But this is all true about Russia, you know, and you know how I know? Because of that last thing. And this next thing, the war crime and this demand that Russia is putting out there into the ether, a new precondition to the ceasefire.
Ukraine's State Emergency Service in the Sumy region released footage on Saturday said to show rescue workers dismantling a mangled bus to reach the bodies trapped inside. A Russian drone had killed at least 9 bus passengers in northeastern Ukraine, just hours after the two countries held their first peace talks since the early months of the war that Russia launched in February 2022. Reuters was unable to verify the date and...
What just happened? Don't pause.
and location of the video. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called on Saturday for stronger sanctions on Moscow following the attack. It came after a meeting between Russian and Ukrainian officials in Turkey failed to broker a temporary ceasefire. Writing on X, Zelensky called the drone strike in the Sumy region a, quote, deliberate killing of civilians.
Illegal.
Without tougher sanctions, without stronger pressure, Russia will not seek real diplomacy, he added. The only result of the talks in Istanbul was an agreement on the largest prisoner exchange of 1,000 people from each side. Separately, a Ukrainian official familiar with the talks told Reuters Russian negotiators at the Istanbul talks gave Ukraine a condition for a truce. They demanded Ukraine pull its troops out of all the Ukrainian regions claimed by Moscow before they would agree to a ceasefire.
That's how I know that they're not serious. Because I don't know if you missed it, or if you didn't hear it. Russia, that statement did not at all even close to suggest that it would pull out of the areas that are Ukrainian territory, right? So they're like, you have to pull out of the Russian territory that you are currently occupying. We're going to stay where we are. And then we'll have a ceasefire. How's that sound?
Come on!
That's not a serious request. That's in no way is that a serious request. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. What a load of horseshit. Like, this is just not a... Do you know what I mean? Like, I want the ceasefire to happen, but that's not a serious request. In no... who agrees to that exactly? All right, let's leave Russia, Ukraine, go south to Africa, where we have a number of things to discuss before we get to the Middle East. Starting in Chad, here's France 24 from 20 hours ago, where apparently the former Prime Minister of Chad has been arrested in a probe. Now, I believe that he's been trying to run again. He's the current opposition leader right now. So this is, hold on, let's get to this real quick.
Early this morning, Chad opposition figure and former Prime Minister Success Masra was arrested at his home for allegedly inciting inter-ethnic hatred, claim renewed on Wednesday following violent clashes between two communities in the southern region of Occidental Logone. Masra's Transformers Party said earlier that their leader had been kidnapped. Howell Rijal has the story.
On Friday morning, just hours after Success Masra's arrest, Chad's Attorney General announced the former Prime Minister.
What Russia meant is that Ukraine should stop fighting Russians in the occupied Ukraine on their own territory, not in Russian territory. Well, I mean, I think it's both, because Moscow still claims the territory which Ukraine occupies of Russia's, right? It's a pretty vague. I mean, it's somewhat vaguely worded. It could be interpreted in multiple ways. I see how you're interpreting it. I'm just saying, I think it's probably both. They want, just leave Ukraine entirely. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem like a serious request at all. I don't think that's gonna ever happen. No serious negotiators would ever suggest this as a tactic, I don't think.
Has the story.
On Friday morning, just hours after Success Masra's arrest, Chad's Attorney General announced the former Prime Minister remained in custody at the Judicial Police Headquarters as part of an ongoing investigation into an alleged call for ethnic violence. It's after unrest erupted on Wednesday in the southern village of Mandakao. At least 40 people were killed in ethnic violence between local residents and a nomadic community. Masra, a prominent and respected figure in this region, is now being accused of fueling tensions between the two groups.
Illegal.
Investigation conducted by the judicial police have revealed the involvement of Mr. Asionga Masra Success in serious offenses, including incitement to hatred, incitement to rebellion by armed groups, complicity in murder, arson, and desecration of a grave.
Horrifying. If even half of those are true, that's bad. That's bad. And we don't talk about Chad very much at all. And my knowledge on chat is somewhat limited, but I'll try and get you an update to this story. This is wild. We don't need more conflicts in Africa right now. There's been talks about conflicts breaking out in Ethiopia, as well as, of course, what's going on in the Congo and Sudan. We just don't need more. We just don't need more, right? We just don't need more of them. The fact is, there's been a power vacuum, multiple power vacuums, right? Or power shifts in Africa recently, right? There's been a lot of UN peacekeepers which have left multiple countries in Africa, mostly Western Africa. Then Donald Trump comes into office and completely, changes the paradigm of the current world order, and things like this are about, but 40 people dying in a 24-hour period in war was seemingly some sort of ethnic violence happening in Chad is not, it's not I just wish that we could go back in time. Or maybe in the future, I don't know, different timeline. I have no solution. I have no solutions right now. Everything is so fucked. It's impossible to stay sane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
All right, now let's go a little bit east to Libya. We have multiple different things to talk about there. Their current prime minister is facing a massive amount of dissent in his country right now. Protesters taking to the street demanding for the resignation of the current prime minister of Libya. This is France 24 English from 17 hours ago.
Thousands of people poured into the streets of Tripoli on Friday, calling for the government to resign.
The situation is unbearable. It is essential that we take to the streets. We need to speak out. We want independence, dignity, enough wars, enough repression, enough humiliation.
This week, violent clashes between rival militias rocked the Libyan capital. The fighting erupted after tensions escalated between groups backing Prime Minister Abdul Hamid Dibaba, militias that together control much of the city. Furious at the violence, demonstrators tore down a portrait of the Prime Minister.
We're here to demand the fall of this government and the creation of one that would bring national unity. We also call for the disbanding of armed groups.
The militias support Libya's government of national unity, a fragile administration recognized by the UN, but with little real control beyond the capital. The east and south remain under the grip of General Khalifa Haftar. Friday's protests ended in bloodshed as several men attempted to storm the government building. One police officer was killed. Following the unrest,
seems to be all men at these protests. Holy shit, is that a lot of dudes. Real sausage fest out here. Okay, now let's talk about a different thing relating to Libya. I don't know if you remember this, but Donald Trump has been talking about moving... please shut up. Donald Trump has been talking about moving Palestinians, ethnically cleansing them to Libya, since it's kind of close. I mean, or whatever. I mean, it's on the other side of Egypt. But hey, that's Donald Trump. One of Donald Trump's insane plans.
Jerusalem, let's bounce to Washington, D.C., because staying with the same theme for a moment, David Smith, who's the Guardian Bureau Chief, is there. David, great to talk to you tonight. Reports in the past 24 hours, I'm sure, you switch on pretty much most of the US networks now, talking about reports of this plan by the Trump administration, quote, to move 1 million Palestinians from Gaza to Libya. Tell us about that.
Illegal. That's right. This is an NBC News report, which there's been some pushback from the State Department and White House about. But apparently, according to this report, the White House has been in talks with leaders in Libya about a plan to relocate up to 1 million Palestinians from Gaza. And in return, the US would agree to unfreeze billions of dollars of Libyan funds. They've been frozen, of course, since the uprising against Gaddafi and the civil war that followed about 14 years ago. Since when, of course, there's been a civil war, Libya still has two competing rival governments. Now, all of this fits with what we've been hearing from Donald Trump in recent weeks and months about his idea of redeveloping Gaza, putting it under US control even, turning it into what he called a Riviera of the Middle East. He said that at a press conference with Benjamin Netanyahu in the last few days. He's reiterated that idea of turning Gaza into a freedom zone. Initially, there was talk of moving Palestinians to Egypt or Jordan. Again, neither country was really happy with that idea. So now Libya comes up, but I think still all sorts of problems and objections to this. There's the moral objection that many would say this is, frankly, tantamount to ethnic cleansing, and already there's been criticism of it from leaders of Hamas. And also on a logistical and practical.
Just Hamas has criticized it. Actually, I think the first people that I heard criticize it wasn't actually Hamas, but in fact was Lebanon, and then Egypt, and then basically, like, I don't know, a host of other countries in the Middle East all got together. Jordan, I believe, Oman, I remember exactly the list. I can't remember, but it was a pretty long list. And then Hamas was in there at some point. I just love that they only bring up Hamas and not all of those other countries. Great job, France. They always, France really does have pretty bad Gaza coverage, like in terms of bias and framing. All right, now let's talk about Donald Trump's U.S. Middle East diplomacy. Here's a video. Jeremy Scahill of Dropsite News went on to the Majority Report this week. So, like, a decent video for us to talk about here on this Saturday stream. Well, really, it's Sunday now, Sunday fun day now, but this is not fun. Not gonna lie.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. It is a real pleasure to welcome back to the program Jeremy Scahill, investigative reporter, war correspondent, co-founder of The Intercept, and now co-founder of Dropsite News. Jeremy, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you both for having me back.
So you just, I guess it was about a week or two ago, published an interview you had with Youssef Hamdan, the one of Hamas's leaders, and it is a stunning thing. I have to just say right up front. I want to ask you, what your idea was behind it, but it is stunning for Americans, for English speakers, to be able to watch something like this, because it is so rare that we who are following what's happening with the assault and genocide and ethnic cleansing in Gaza to hear directly from any Hamas, never mind spokesperson, but leader in such a fashion. I mean, starting around October 8th, it was almost impossible as an American not to know the names of about half a dozen Israeli spokespeople. And at that time in particular, you're like, there's not a single a Palestinian, never mind someone from Hamas. Just tell us what your thinking is as a journalist in covering this. I mean, I think it's somewhat obvious, but reiterate that for us.
Yeah, I mean, one way of thinking about it, Sam, is that much of Western media coverage of wars in general is both literally and psychologically embedded journalism. That you're often embedded with the forces of the occupier or the invading force, whether it's the United States or Israel, and this is a very common dynamic. But also there's a psychological embedding that takes place where journalists often prioritize overwhelmingly the narrative of whether it's the United States or Israel. And this is journalistic malpractice not to go to the other side of the barrel of the gun that is pointed at other nations or people around the world and say, let's actually talk to those people. Let's understand their perspective. So, throughout my 25 years in journalism, a lot of what I've done is gone to countries where the United States is engaged in a military action or a war and talk to the people living under the bombs. And that often includes then talking to people like Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula in Yemen, or the Taliban in Afghanistan, or Al-Shabaab in Somalia. And I've done all of that. In this particular war against the Palestinians of Gaza, the Israelis have prevented any international journalists from entering Gaza. Mm-hmm. And so the only responsible journalistic practice, in my view, to try to counter or to counterbalance the propaganda coming from the US and Israeli side is to work with Palestinian journalists on the ground in Gaza so you can get actual reporting from the ground, not just opinions. But
my God, it has been so frustrating this whole time. I mean, and Sam's completely right about his estimation of all of this shit as it relates to, having zero representation of Palestinians in the media, and no actual information coming directly from Hamas or any of their representatives, because some of it has to do with the fact, this is a joke, it's not, but like maybe some of that has to do with Israel just killing all of them over and over again. I don't know exactly how many Hamas leaders that have been assassinated at this point. But, of course, that's not the actual reason that they haven't been on the mainstream media. But it's just, God, we've had that going on this whole time. And it's just wild that, of course, Al Jazeera, every time they talk about Gaza, almost every single time, they remind us that they're not allowed in. That's the world we've been living in. It's like an intentional media blackout, and the only kind of journalism coming out of there is from people, just the people inside of Gaza who have phones and a freaking solar panel or something,
Also, talk to the officials from the organization that the United States and Israel have compared to the Nazis, have said are terrorists in the vein of ISIS and Al-Qaeda, and to fact check the allegations of the powerful, but also understand what is their motivation. And when you do that, and when you give a space for people to actually hear their perspective, then you understand that there's a lot more nuance to the story than you've been shown. And I'll say that, as someone who's also monitoring media coverage, it's not that officials from Hamas, including Osama Hamdan, who I interviewed, are never on Western media. CNN has people from Hamas on occasionally. The New York Times interviews people from Hamas occasionally. But often what happens is it's just a relitigation of the events of October 7th, where the same exact questions are asked over and over and over again. And so what I wanted to do was say, let's treat our audience as smart people. And let's sit down and have an in-depth, in this particular case, it was a 90-minute conversation in English with a leader of Hamas who's been in the organization since its very early stages. He became a member of Hamas in 1992. He's a chemist by training, and he's served as Hamas's chief in Lebanon, in Iran, and as the head of its international relations division. And he was one of 2 senior Hamas officials that met directly with Adam Bowler in those direct talks that took place, and was involved with the recent deal that resulted in the release of Idan Alexander, an American citizen who served in the Israeli army and was taken prisoner by Palestinian fighters on October 7th while in an Israeli military uniform as an active duty soldier.
And I want to get to his release in a moment, but let's go back. And I guess more broadly, like, how did you find him? Because, you know, like you say, the perspective that we have on Hamas in this country is they're designated a terrorist group by the United States. All its leaders are on the terrorist watch thing, and we are just told that it's impossible to have conversations. There's no, they want the death of their of Palestinians, et cetera, et cetera. What was your perspective?
You know, when we launched Dropsite News in July of 2024, we're coming up on 1 year of publishing at Dropsite. The first stories that we did were a series of stories where I interviewed officials from Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. You know, I've been working as a journalist in the Middle East for much of my adult life, and you know, have contacts. And so, you know, the act of, like, how do you get in touch with them was not necessarily the most you know, difficult part of this. But we're operating in an environment where Donald Trump is clearly trying to expand the laws on what constitutes material support for terrorism, is going after nonprofit news organizations. And so when you try to do your job as a journalist, and it involves talking to people who are designated by the U.S. State Department as terrorists, and I've interviewed multiple people who are State Department designated, you know, then you really are committing an act of journalism that this White House does not want you to engage in, which is ironic, given that they're engaged in direct talks with literally the very people that I was speaking with. But you know, I think that to put it in a broader historical context, Palestinians have been so broadly dehumanized, and the Palestine exception is so ferocious. And the portrayal of Hamas, we can have a discussion about what are Hamas's politics, both locally in Gaza and you know, their broader view of the world. But to compare Hamas to ISIS or Hamas to Al Qaeda is such a fallacy and a lie that it is risible, that it is utterly ridiculous. Hamas has never conducted an operation outside of the borders of historic Palestine, of what it considers to be the territory that it is fighting to liberate. It's not going and blowing up aircraft. It's not attacking U.S. embassies abroad. In fact, I've had multiple Hamas officials say to me, we have no problem whatsoever with the United States outside of the context of its support for an apartheid colonial regime that is seeking to just permanently occupy us. So we should have an honest and open discussion about Hamas, but let's get the historical facts right. Let's set Palestinian armed resistance in a proper context. So I don't even bother to take on the lies or the propaganda that is thrown at anyone who dares to speak with them, because I think that you're then playing their game. Our readers, the viewers of this show, are smart enough, have independent enough minds where you can provide them with an opportunity to hear a voice, and they make their own assessment of what they think of what that person is saying.
And can you expand a little bit on that history of Hamas and how they differ from those other groups that you mentioned? Because frankly, that flattening is just Islamophobia that a lot of the Western press relies on, because in part there's no Western journalists in Gaza. Israel has blocked it, and they're killing at a record pace the journalists that are in Gaza, and they're basically saying that they're associated with Hamas, so you can't trust them. It's a way to block out, I think, all information until they can continue the genocide. Absolutely.
But
there's this overall a flattening of Hamas's role in Gaza, where they are in part a governmental organization. They were, of course, involved in the October 7th attacks and orchestrated them. But what is their role in, or what has been their role in society in Gaza, and how do those differentiations look?
I mean, to back up a little bit before, a large segment of the Palestinian armed resistance prior to the 1980s was sort of secular and left-wing in orientation. And some of the groups that form the core of the Palestine Liberation Organization or Palestinian resistance in the 60s and 70s are still very active, and some of them as second tier or second wave participants also engaged in the October 7th operations that are known in Arabic as Operation Al-Aqsa Flood. And Hamas grew out of a transitional period where the Israelis really used extreme force against the Palestinian resistance in historic Palestine, exiled many of the leaders and activists who were part of these organizations to Lebanon and elsewhere. And in exiling them, they had Palestinians in camps along with Lebanese resistance fighters, Iranian resistance fighters. You had the Muslim Brotherhood rising up in Egypt against the secular government in Cairo. And you had these very heady times in the late 1970s, early 1980s, and then stretching to the mid 1980s, where all these ideas were swirling around among Palestinians of different factions. And you started to have a real discussion of what is the relationship between Islam as a religion and the politics of Palestinian liberation. And out of that discourse rose groups like Hamas, which originally was sort of an offshoot of the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood, but later became its own standalone entity quite quickly. And you had Palestinian Islamic Jihad as well. And so Hamas formed as an Islamic resistance movement that was combining Islamic principles with the traditional politics of Palestinian resistance. And it was very controversial in the 2006 elections in Palestine among Islamic resistance forces that Hamas decided to stand for the elections. And the leader of the party at the time was Ismail Haniyeh, who was assassinated last summer in Tehran, Iran, by Israel when he went to attend the inauguration of the new Iranian president. Israel assassinated him. He was also the chief negotiator for the Palestinian side. So Hamas wins the elections. They defeat the preferred US candidates, not just in Gaza, but in all Palestinian territories. So Ismail Haniyeh from Hamas, the Islamic resistance movement, was supposed to be, according to the democratic process, the prime minister of Palestine. Well, the United States went, and Israel, of course, went nuts about this. The US and other Western countries say we have to impose sanctions. The wrong people won the free and fair election. So Israel then imposes a blockade. And Hamas has a civil war in 2007 with Fatah, the party of Mahmoud Abbas, the 89-year-old head of the Palestinian Authority, whose popularity in Palestine is lower than Sam's, as who people want to be in charge of Palestine. Sorry, Sam. So there was
very fair.
So there was a civil war, and essentially what happened is that Mahmoud Abbas consolidated his control of the occupied West Bank, and Fatah was the dominant political force there. And then Hamas becomes the government and dominant political force of Gaza, even though roughly 50% of people in Gaza did not vote for Hamas. This is an important fact to remember. And if you look, I've read opinion polls over the years. As a government, people had the same gripes about Hamas that people in New York have about trash collection or humans anywhere. We always have to remember this because it's never allowed. Palestinians have the same issues we have about their government. Not everything is, oh my God, do we want Hamas to be attacking Israel? Do we believe in armed resistance? Basic things. Are we paid on time? Are people picking up the trash? Are our schools okay? So those kind of governance issues Hamas has had to deal with since 2006. And because there have been no other elections allowed, Hamas has now just been the government for all this time without ever having to go to the ballot box again. And Israel is constantly bombing, tightening the siege in the lead up to October 7th. And, you know, from my conversations with people from Hamas and Islamic Jihad, they're watching a number of factors. They're watching the Saudis get closer to normalizing relations with Israel. They watched what happened under the first Trump administration. Israel was tightening the blockade even further. You had increased attacks against Al-Aqsa Mosque, one of the holiest sites in Islam and the holiest site of Islam in historic Palestine. And you also had a lot of pressure internally in Gaza that the status quo was getting worse and worse, that things were crumbling. People were irritated with Hamas as a government. So all of these factors, and a sense that there had to be a calling of the question on Israel, or else the Palestinians would be subjected to a slow death, led to the decision to launch the October 7th attacks. And so now we have a situation where
it's so hard to interrupt him. It's so
well-oiled.
It's so hard to interrupt him. This is such an important piece of journalism, and I think it's shameful that we had to wait for Jeremy to do all this. Now, of course, he's just going through the historical stuff, but the fact is, I mean, we're not getting this kind of perspective. We're not even close to getting this kind of historical perspective. You know, his 60 Minutes isn't doing, you know, a piece on this, you know, and it's pathetic that we are living this, like, I mean, this void of truth.
Led to the decision to launch the October 7th attacks. And so now we have a situation where Israel had a well-oiled propaganda machine. They come out of the gates and they're saying Hamas is Daesh, Hamas is ISIS, Hamas is Al-Qaeda, Hamas is representing a threat to the entire world. And the narrative was completely riddled with outright falsehoods and lies to manufacture the consent for what would become the zenith moment of Netanyahu's career, which was always about the annihilation of the Palestinians as a people and the removal of them from their land.
All right, I just want to fill in a couple of things because I think, you know, the misunderstanding as to, you know, what Hamas is, aside from the how they've been designated by the United States as a terrorist organization, like you say, they've been in the business of trash collection, of governance.
All right, hold on. I'm just gonna skip ahead a little bit. Just because, you know, it's a long. It's an hour long. It's an hour long. There's no way. No way I can do all this tonight or today. It's already pushing into Sunday Fun Day quickly here because we got started so goddamn late. Even though we've been going for this is the fucked up thing that I wanted to watch way more of this. I thought I had this all planned out pretty good, and then we had 2 hours of no streaming from 10 o'clock to midnight. So it's so frustrating. We should have already been through all of this, and God, it's killing me. Just a little bit.
And it was all planned in total secrecy, using weapons that were overwhelmingly manufactured in the tunnels underneath Gaza.
I want to move forward to this sort of where we've been this year, particularly under the Trump administration. And I want to go back to what was happening in March when the first sort of, wasn't the first ceasefire, but it was what appeared to be the first sort of like potentially extended one and process. Just tell us about that. It is since the Israelis unilaterally ended that process, but tell us what that process was and how it came about. And then I want to talk about Boehlert, Adam Boehlert, who is the special hostage envoy for the United States.
All right, so rewind a little bit further back. In May of 2024, Joe Biden, who was president at the time, stands up in front of the American people at a press conference and says that there's a breakthrough on the verge that, based on an Israeli idea, that the Biden administration had come up with a framework for a ceasefire that it believed was going to be able to bring a resolution to the war in Gaza. And then Biden and his administration do not veto a UN resolution.
You know, people, I think I might have to end the stream. Like, I am fading fast. I'm fading so fast right now. And this whole time, I totally forgot. I keep looking at it, I'm like, we're only 6 hours. Why am I so tired right now? But it's because we're going for 9 hours tonight. Oh, God. Oh, I don't want to end. I don't want to end it. You deserve all of the content. We all deserve all the content. But my stamina is waning. That's stressful the first 2 hours. We won't end it here. We're probably going to pick this back up tomorrow, but I just want to do this. I'm going to move this forward a little bit. We'll watch the last 2 videos. How does that sound? Is that cool? Can we deal with that? I'll have to hold on. I have like 1, 2, 3, 4. Like I have 5 more in between those last 2 and this one, but I'm just done. I'm just so beaten right now. Everybody already watched this interview? Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. that makes me feel slightly better. But I was planning on watching way more of this. But I'm just gonna skip ahead to the last couple of videos we got. I gotta take care of myself. It's true, I do. That's why I'm saying it. I'm trying to assert my concern for myself right now. Gotta try and take care of myself. You know, it's important. Undoubtedly. I'm glad. It's nice that you all care about me so much. It's very nice of you. All right, let's go here. This is this is the Associated Press from 17 hours ago, or, well, more closer to a day now. But the Arab League Summit met in Baghdad, and perhaps shocking to no one, the main topic of conversation here at this summit in Iraq was, where's the sound? Breaking news. Gaza. Shock. Oh my god, I'm shocked. What?
What?
No.
What you talking about?
The main subject of the Arab League was Gaza. Who could have guessed that? What a room. Look at this thing. Oh my god. Look at this. This is wild. look at this freaking room, dude. Who designed this thing? Freaking Caesar's architect or something? Or what is this all about? Israel's reckless and aggressive policy in Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon is pushing the entire region into endless cycles of confrontation. It is a policy aimed at escalating tensions on all fronts, granting Israel the right to ignite conflicts everywhere. The aim is expansion under the pretext of security and extension under the excuse of establishing buffer zones. We reject and strongly condemn this policy in the strongest terms, and we underscore its grave threat to the stability and security of the region. Okay. One more. Let's see, what Rashida Tlaib had to say.
Ben, in my district, we call it Ben and Jerry's. We know the R's. I don't know if you know this, Ben, but I found out a couple years ago I'm lactose intolerant because a doctor told me. But I still buy your ice cream. Nope, and I put it in. Yeah.
Look, it is good. I get it. You know, sometimes you gotta suffer for a little bit of enjoyment in life.
Told me, but I still buy your ice cream intentionally. Nope, and I put it in. Yes, but I thank you so much. But I do want. Thank you. I know I heard somebody actually told me that. I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of emails telling me this. But I'm really happy to be here with my sister in service, Cori Bush, who I want. You know, it's been unreal not having her here, but she didn't have to be here. And she is, and that speaks volumes to the fact that she's unapologetic about her stance to save Palestinian lives. I can't believe that right now in the United States Congress, it is controversial to say Palestinians deserve to live. That many of my colleagues think supporting or being silent on starvation is progressive. But today, again, we're coming together because tomorrow marks the 77th anniversary of the ongoing Nakba, while the Israeli government continues the genocide in Gaza. It has always been a campaign to erase our existence, right, Nadal? Always. And we all know the Nakba never ended. Instead of agreeing to a ceasefire and the release of all hostages, war criminal Netanyahu announced plans to ethnically cleanse and forcibly expel the entire Palestinian population and to flatten and permanently occupy Gaza. What's obnoxious also and really just surprising to me is many of my colleagues who come up to me and whisper, you know, I don't like him. I can't believe he said that. But they continue to press yes to send more. Well, if you don't like him, then why did you send $14 billion to go kill children and to massacre a whole population? Illegal. Make up your minds. Each year, we know our country sends billions of dollars to support the ongoing ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. We know the Israeli government is using starvation as a weapon of war, which is a war crime. Former Finance Minister Smotrich said, quote, nobody will let us cause 2 million civilians to die of hunger, even though it might be justified and moral.
Wow.
Nobody will let us cause
Disgusting.
2 million civilians to die of hunger, even though it might be justified and moral. For 2 months,
how could you
Israeli
justify that?
Officials have deliberately blocked food, water,
It's one of the most disgusting statements.
Many people are asking.
What is justified and more about starving someone to death? I've never heard anyone say anything. I mean, that is just... Oh my god, that is so beyond the pale. Wait, in what alternate universe is starving someone to death moral and justified?
Moral. For 2 months, Israeli officials have deliberately blocked food, water, medical supplies, and fuel from entering Gaza. Many people are asking me, what do you think, what's going on with the president? I said, you know what? I don't care. You know what I care? Did any food trucks get through the Gaza? That's what I want. I want you to ask me. What do if I care about that, that's what I want. I want aid and food to come in. That's the answer. Whatever they do, these elected officials, and it's bipartisan, at the end it comes to, are we supporting war crimes? Are we allowing the starvation of all these people? You know, nearly about 60 Palestinians that we know of have already starved to death. Thousands of children are experiencing malnutrition. We're seeing the images come out. Yet again, my colleagues are silent. Palestinians have been forced to eat grass, rotten flour, and animal feed just to survive, while thousands of trucks carrying food have sat blocked at the border. We all have seen the images of babies starved to the bone, of children mutilated and dismembered, live streamed, y'all, for the world to see. The world is standing by and letting it happen, but not us. We cannot normalize this. Our country is an accomplice to this genocide. It's appalling to witness the crackdown and violent repression of First Amendment speech on college campuses in our nation. Students are putting their bodies on the line to demand an end to this genocide, to demand that their universities divest from the same weapons manufacturers that they're sending bombs to drop on Palestinian families. You know, Mahmoud Khalil was kidnapped by our own government and illegally disappeared to a detention facility in Louisiana, as we all know, over thousands of miles away. Recently, we know, and it breaks my heart, if you read his letter, please, if you haven't, read it. I did not know this, Nadal, that as his wife is giving birth, they put the phone near her so he can hear her labored breaths, so he can hear his wife and giving her encouraging words while he's on the phone next to her. Now, like having the phone, he's whispering because he doesn't want to wake up the other people, I think 10 other people that is in the same cage that he's in. But Mahmoud knows that the Israeli government imprisons Palestinians without charge every single day. The United States is doing it to him too. I want to read a little bit from the letter Mahmoud recently wrote to his son from the ICE detention center. He says, quote, "Dean, my heart aches that I could not hold you in your arms. Hear your first cry. That I could not unfurl your clenched fist or change your first diaper. I am sorry that I was not there to hold your mother's hand or to recite the adhan or call to prayer in your ear. But my absence is not unique. Like other Palestinian fathers, I was separated from you by racist regimes in distant prisons. In Palestine, this pain is part of our daily life." That's what he wrote to his baby. He continues to say babies are born every day without their fathers, not because their fathers chose to leave, but because they are taken by war, by bombs, by prison cells, and by the cold machinery of occupation. So today we are coming together, all of us, and we're demanding his immediate release. We're protesting genocide. We're protesting genocide, saying that protesting genocide is not a crime. We are come today as we celebrate, not celebrate, but commemorate the anniversary of the Nakba. That again continues. We are here because we all know that more Americans outside of Congress believe in an arms embargo. They believe in an end to the genocide. They believe,
immediately, if not sooner,
that we must save lives no matter faith or ethnicity. And so, again, thank you to all the courage of Doctors Against Genocide and so many others that have come together to speak this truth. You know, I come from the most beautiful, blackest city in the country, and I want to remind you, and you've heard me say it, but I want to drill it in you. You know, the institution behind us is not going to save us. What's going to save us is us in the streets demanding this institution move.
Here we go. That was your last video of the night. Rashida Tlaib making an impassioned speech outside of Congress, holding back tears, I think, on a number of occasions there. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long, and also difficult. But thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X, Evan from Portland, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, and Daredevil. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.